Municipal Elections 2024 is brought to you by Gold Sponsor Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, Silver Sponsors DigiWallet, Second Road Safety Project, National Bank of Belize, Smart, Fulltech Systems Limited, Oceana, Brothers Tibet, and Spark. Bronze sponsors Sugar City Medical Center, Ministry of Economic Development, Ministry of Home Affairs, and King Motors.
Good morning, Belize. It's time to open your municipal election morning, March 6, 2024. I'm William Neal, and I'm supposedly leading the channel. Process. As a country positioned across Belize, ready to bring live updates, polling activity, and in-depth analysis throughout the day. From the moment the polls open at 7 a.m., we're on the ground, ensuring you have the latest information at your fingertips. Stay with us for continuous team coverage from Channel 5. Our correspondents are spread out in key locations countrywide, eager to report on the voting process, share the atmosphere from the polling stations, and provide expert analysis of the unfolding results. We're committed to delivering comprehensive coverage until the final result. It is a significant day for our nation, and we're here to ensure you stay informed, engaged, and connected to the heartbeat of Belize's democracy. Team coverage from Channel 5, your trusted source for the Municipal Elections 2024.
All right.
Good morning, team.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Belize.
We have a great start to today.
Yes.
Excitement?
Yes, of course. It's bright and early. What time is it? It is a little bit after 6, 6:06, William, and I have to tell you, we normally start our morning show at 6:30, and I have a relative idea of what the streets would look like during that time, but it's been much busier this morning, and I left much earlier. People are out there, they're getting ready, the stations are set up from last night, so I'm excited to see what takes place today, for sure.
Indeed. It's going to be a different election. Sabrina and I were talking about it on our way here. I'm not sure how you all have been feeling the social crowd lately when it comes to politics. I think majority of the candidates are relatively new. We're seeing a lot of new faces, and so I'm excited to see how they show up, how their supporters show up in full force. I don't know. I'm hoping that we get that, 78%, Harold, that you wanted to predict?
Well, based on one of the polls that we had, we're looking at, it's possible people are saying that they will go to vote.
Yeah.
And if you take that between likely voters and very likely and likely to vote, you're looking at a turnout of 74%. Possibly.
I have to
aspirational.
say, we've been having these Meet the Mayoral candidates coverage over at our morning show, and they've been saying that they're expecting a large turnout. Yeah. Of course, that's based on their campaign and the feedback that they've gotten. Yeah. But I think we're yet to see if the numbers will change.
Yeah, we've also been having our own polls for the past few weeks, I think over a month now, where we've been asking viewers to, send in their thoughts, a survey, a virtual survey. And it seems that a lot of people are coming out this election too.
And I think, well, I've had the opportunity to be in both Orange Walk because of my work and in Belize City, and it seems a bit energized.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, more so than usual for municipal.
That's very true.
But it's not, of course, we talked about averages, but it's not, averages only tell you so much.
Yeah.
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 We already know that there are some municipalities that actually turn out quite high all the time. So Corozal, for example, is the highest. The last time, they're the highest. They're like 70-something%. And then everybody between, and you have Belize City as the lowest. So at like 50, just over 50%.
Interesting.
Like 50.33 or something.
You would think that the largest municipality that they would bring out the crowd.
You would think so. So yeah, because.
But I think Belize is a hard audience to keep captured, because they're so accessible and they feel as if though, you have to come and press flesh, you have to do so much more work for them. I think it's because they're the largest municipality, they've always operated under that perception that, more harder work has to happen in the city.
I think that's true, that there's some truth, there's a lot of truth to that. But then the second lowest turnout is Belmopan, which is almost the same size as San Pedro, which is much higher.
Yeah.
So it has something to do with, I think, maybe the regional influences, the domestic influences, and how people respond to the election process. And I think that is a case why we need to have municipal elections, because it varies from, even though Belize is comparatively small, it does vary from area to area, how people interact, how people respond to the politicians, how people respond to each other, and how they feel about their locale.
Well, we were just having this conversation, I believe, last week, Harold, where we discussed the importance of the municipal government. And I believe it was last night I saw an interview with Dr. Jones when we were asking her what people are saying, what's that feedback, and she kept talking about the issues that people have are more towards central government.
That's true.
And that people are not really sure what to ask for or what to come to when it comes to municipal government. Yes, you want your streets clean and your drains fixed and all of these things, but when they're asking for like economic needs, right? Those are the things that central government normally handles. And so this perhaps imbalance of understanding what the central government does and what the municipal government does, it still seems that we're not as
But I think that has been a part of the political process, where you have the blurring of the lines, especially when you have a central government that wants an easy shoo-in to say, oh, we'll work better with
you.
Exactly.
So they've always blurred the lines where you have the municipal taking on responsibilities aided by central government to actually appear that they're doing more than they should.
I think in the point that you mentioned there, William and April, I would be intrigued to see what the results would be like for Dr. Mortis Jones, because she has been instrumental in saying, look, this is the role of municipal government. These are not our responsibilities, and we need to ensure that our voters know what the role is.
But can you really change that perception within a two-month window?
And also, can you, would that work in your favor to tell these voters that you would hope potentially to vote for you, that I might not be able to give you these things that you want, because that's not the role of municipal government?
Well, I'm going to talk about this over the course of the day a little more, but I will point out that reform of the municipalities has been a serious report done by Dr. Vernon in 2009. That's what, 16 years ago? 16 years ago?
Over a decade.
Yeah, over a decade ago. So it's not that some people haven't thought about it, and I think that was what would help to not have let lines be more sharper on what the responsibilities are. But to the other point is, I think the politicians like it blurred.
Exactly.
Right? So the input, we cannot sit back, well, we should not sit back and say, we need somebody who will come and change it. We need one leader who will come up and change it. Because if you are entrenched in it, you're not going to do it willingly.
You're not going to change it.
You're not going to change it,
because
right?
the realities of a different central government and a different municipal government, that shouldn't affect the progress of the municipality.
Right. But if correct. And if the municipality is is properly defined what they can do, the powers that they can do, then they can have that independence.
Yeah.
right? That legal independence.
But we saw a classic case just recently in Belize City with the paving of Cemetery Road.
Yes.
There was,
yes.
even
That's
though
not
you
my
have
job.
a
No,
singular...
that's your job. No, that's your job.
Right.
Yeah.
You see, and I think if there's not clarity even within a singular party,
Right.
that you can't have that conversation. Imagine with the general population that you will always have that kind of, should they be, whose responsibility should this be? Because you see Cemetery Road as a main artery into Belize City. So, you know, it's a little bit, you know, worrisome when you aren't even clear as the mayor who's responsible for taking care of it.
Well, I understand, and I'm not even going to dispute any of that. But what I would say, looking at going forward, I'll say two things. One, some of that can be cleared up by fixing regulations and laws.
Right.
But the other part is, I'm not sure that the goal is to avoid conflict between them. A certain amount of conflict is necessary.
Okay.
It's
Agreed.
important.
Yeah.
Right? I think
Even if it's the same party.
Even if it's the same party.
But it has
It's
to be
necessary.
a balanced
Yes, I agree.
conflict.
But it's not balanced because the rules, the laws are not clear, and
Right.
they're not, you know, they're not
But
there.
I mean, if you could take
But-
the situation in Belmopan of the same government, municipal, the same central government, and there was still friction going on, and then there was zero progress.
But I don't think the goal should be that you should try to achieve elimination of all conflict. I mean, that's not going to happen.
That's
right?
not human nature.
That's human nature, right? That's not going to happen.
So we need
But some of the discussions between, or conflict, if you want to call it that, some of the discussions, conflict, is probably healthy. It can keep people focused on what they're supposed to do and marshalling the power that they have, or the authority that they have, to effect the mandate that people give them. Right? You elect me in this municipality. I am responsible to, when I say I mean the council is responsible to do these things, and I am going to do it. And you can't come and you should not interfere with what I'm doing. Right? So I'm not totally against. I mean, I'm saying you can't do it. You can't eliminate it. So I think some conflict, some discussion
is necessary.
Is necessary and important.
Well, needless to say, the polls are officially out there. They're going to open at 7 a.m. today. I'm not sure if you guys have seen people lining up early or going out there, supporters going out there early to cast their votes in. It is not a public and bank holiday today, but schools are closed across the country. I did really want to make a note of that because
And employers should allow their employees
Yes.
the right to
No, not should. They're legally obligated
by law.
To give them time.
Yes.
With the penalty of a fine. And it doesn't say you can't take away salary. You cannot do anything that prejudices the person who is going to vote. You can't use any mechanism at all, withholding anything. They must be allowed to go vote.
Yeah. And for persons that would like to stay tuned to the coverage that we are providing, of course, we are accessible through cable TV. But for those online viewers, you can catch us on all the socials, especially on YouTube, where you can access this live stream. That is GBTV feed. Of course, on Facebook, that is News 5 Live. On Instagram, that's News 5 Belize. And TikTok, News 5 Belize. We do have our social media correspondent, Hippolyta Novello. He will be giving you the sights and sounds hour by hour of what's taking place, both here in the studio and out on the field in the different municipalities. So stay tuned to that as well.
Wonderful. I am excited to go vote. I always go. For 18, I got to go my my voter's ID. And it's not even about the fact that I was excited to get this ID. It was the fact that I was finally able to have a voice and to exercise my right. Because when you are a young person, nobody really pays attention to you. And that is one of the things that I'm seeing coming out from this election, a lot of young people. And I know it's not a new thing. We've had young politicians in the past, much older than I am. But for us, for our generation, we're seeing more people like
I know this generation.
a young
I
person.
think
'Cause
after 31, right?
Apparently,
The
we
youth-
are
the
middle-aged
age-
young people.
The age is
Middle-
31.
Life expectancy in Belize is at, let's say 70.
Okay.
So when you hit 35,
You're middle-aged.
You're middle-aged.
I'm okay
You're
with that.
middle-aged.
I'm not 35 yet, so I'm still youth.
You're approaching middle-aged.
I think a big part of our conversation also focused on not just having participation from youth, women, etc. It has to be meaningful.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there has, you will admit, also that there has been some apathy on the part of the youth. There has been some unplugging, you know. And whereas prior to that, I would say that a lot of young people were more engaged because their parents were more engaged
Yes.
politically.
Yes.
But you see less of that within the Belizean, you know, communities.
Yeah.
That you don't get that kind of, you know, where people are either red or blue based on their parents and their following and all of that. There has been a conscious, you know,
Independent thinkers.
Right.
But you know that, I mean, it comes with, of course, access to information, social media, and so forth. The last municipal election and general election, there was a flood of persons going on their social media pages talking about accountability and transparency. And you know what? Yes, we're electing you, but having this mindset of we are the persons that employed you. We are the persons that will be in charge of either seeing you fulfill your role, and if you don't, we can easily take you out. And I think that is what I believe this election makes it a little bit more exciting, because we're seeing now the fruits of whatever labor had occurred within the past few years, and the persons that are saying, okay, we're going to hold you accountable to these actions.
So the next step to that, and that's applauded, and I think, you know, a lot of effort has gone into doing that. The next step is what happens after elections. Now, all town boards and city council meetings, are open to the public. How many people actually go and watch? How much media actually go and say, what is the mayor saying, or whichever city council, what is the mayor saying about this issue that's going on?
Yeah.
it's true.
What are they saying officially in the meetings? Right? So part of the participation is a, you know, I didn't originate this. Democracy is a contact sport, and sport goes on. I hate the sport. It goes on all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not just election time. So one of the things is people, I don't want to say need to, but if you're going to complain, there have to be a reciprocal action. And one of it is personal responsibility. We can always talk about personal responsibility. But engagement and holding elected people to fire.
Yeah.
The feet to the fire. Right? And so, that's also a transparency issue too. We say, oh, one transparency, but transparency doesn't mean that you will bring the things that are handed to you. Transparency means that when you want to know something, when there's something, you can go and get it.
Yeah.
That's what it means. It doesn't mean that it's thrown at you.
That's true.
Right? And we have to keep that in mind. Sometimes we do have to have things thrown at. Some things do need to be presented to us.
Yeah.
In that sort of active, outward way.
Yeah.
But most of it has to come, will come if we request it, require it, go for it.
I think that's one of the things that we're seeing here when it comes to now these third independent parties. I'm very curious to see how Belize City plays out, as well as Punta Gorda, because those are the only ones, right? With
but there's some independents
spread around, but the party itself,
Mm-hmm.
PG and Belize City.
Yeah.
So I am curious to see how it plays out. I know for a while Belmopan had its own independent that served, I think, I want to say 2008 or 2009. They actually had one person in the...
And the Kaya has a split.
Yeah, and so it was nice to see, but how much work was actually placed in by having that independent person? What difference did it make? Yeah. And so I'm very curious to see how it plays out here in Belize City. Yeah?
And I think one other thing that is important as well is the fact that the councils have made an effort through, I think, UNICEF and other organizations to include youth at the table, especially when you're talking about developing programs, etc. But we have Isani getting ready to file our first report. I think he's the early bird for this morning.
And he's here in Belize City.
And he's in Belize City.
Yes.
So to give us a temperature of exactly what's happening in Belize City. Here's Sani.
Good morning, Belize, and good morning, guys in studios. We are here live from in front of the Belize City Civic Center. This is part of the Pickstock constituency. I am Isani Cayetano, and I'm here to give a brief update just ahead of the opening of the polls at 7 a.m. We are, as I mentioned, here in front of the Belize City Civic Center, where a group of supporters for the People's United Party is already gathered. Now, we're anticipating at some time this morning at the start of the polls, we will have a word with the area representative for Pickstock, none other than Anthony Mahler, who we anticipate will make an appearance here for his supporters a bit earlier, or a bit later in the morning, I should say. We've made a cursory drive within both the Pickstock and the Lake Independence constituencies. And while supporters are gathered, we're off to a bit of a slow start. And perhaps one would say this is par for the course for municipal elections. It's very early in the morning yet in terms of being able to bring out supporters for both of the mass parties that are taking part in the municipals. And of course, a bit later on, we'll see the mobilization of supporters for the People's Democratic Movement, which is the third party that's contesting the available seats at City Hall. Again, this is a brief introduction for what we're doing on the south side of Belize City. I know I have my colleague Brittany Gordon, who will be taking care of the constituencies on the other side of the Hallover Creek. And of course, we aim to bring you the most comprehensive coverage of the municipal elections 2024 from Belize City, and of course the remaining 8 municipalities across the country. So that's it for the time being. I will be joining you guys momentarily from another location, either here in Pickstock or in the Lake Independence constituency. That does it. This is Isani Cayetano for Channel 5's coverage of the municipal elections 2024.
Wonderful.
All right, and from the Independence, from Belize City, we go all the way down south to Gwen Nunes Gonzalez. Gwen? She's not quite ready yet?
Not quite ready yet.
Man, you know, Gwen usually on the ball.
Well, she has been patrolling. She has been out there already from before us, actually.
So let me get this one thing off my chest, because on my soapbox. We started off with Belize City. There is no such thing, I think, let me rephrase that. I would like to suggest that we don't use the term, that Belizeans stop using the term out district.
Yeah. Oh.
You're not out of anywhere. You're in Belize country. Mm-hmm. You're just in a different district. Mm-hmm. And I think that's an old thing from Belize City being the center of everything, so everybody's outside of Belize City. Mm-hmm. I know where it comes from. I understand the thing of it.
Well, we still say the old capital.
I still want to, well, that's that, yeah. Okay. But let me make an example. Should give you an example. The Bahamas used to use the term out islands, because Bahamas is an archipelago, right? So a bunch of islands. And so they used to use the term out islands. Mm-hmm. And about 30 years ago, they made let me say official drive to change the language, that nobody was out island. Yeah. You were, and the term they picked was family islands. So all of them are family islands.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying we must use the word family district. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's the concept, right?
It's just I appreciate that, and I hear you, but it's just like when people say Cayo and Belmopan.
Oh yes.
Because Belmopan is within Cayo.
Yes.
Or so when and we do it. I'm guilty of doing it.
No, by Cayo they mean San Ignacio.
Yeah, and only San Ignacio, because Santa Elena is by itself as well. So Santa Elena different from Cayo.
Yes.
And then Cayo and Benque different.
But these are some of the nuances that make you Belizean.
Yes.
Only you know they think when you're
but I think I'll make a stronger statement on that. I think it's disrespectful to refer to people as out district. You're not out anywhere.
Yeah.
Because that's a Belize City centric thing, that Belize City people are looking out, or you out there. Yeah. That's I think that is insulting.
But also, the world is so much smaller than it used to be back when they used to use that, right?
But they still use it.
They still use it. But Belize City, we know they use our district today.
So say what district you're going to.
Yes. Or what municipality.
What municipality? No, I heard somebody on the radio that they said, I bought a Cayo and I moved to Belize. I mean, in today's time with a bond a Cayo, it could be
anywhere.
Virtually anywhere. I moved to Belize, meaning
anywhere. in Belize.
So, you know, just my little
We also just wanted to provide some information to our viewers that we are currently looking at the overall voter turnout, the results of the election as people are casting their ballots and so forth. If you want to see that live, you can also check out the Elections and Boundaries website at elections.gov.bz. You get to see people that are coming out, the voter turnout, persons that are casting their ballots and so forth. They've made it very user-friendly, actually, to go on the Elections and Boundaries website to check that out.
And we encourage you to do just that. But for now, we're going not out district, but we're going to Belmopan, where we have Paul Lopez. Paul?
Good morning from the beautiful, foggy city of Belmopan this morning. Good morning to everyone in studio this morning. It's a pleasure to be out here, to be live early morning for Channel 5's Municipal Coverage 2024. We are currently at the Belmopan Comprehensive School and the Belmopan Comprehensive School will house 10 polling stations today for voters from North Belmopan as well as Central Belmopan. And then we have two other locations for polling stations in Belmopan. That is St. Michael's Roman Catholic Primary School. That will host voters from West Belmopan, and then you'll have St. Martin Government Primary School for residents in East Belmopan. Polls open at 7 a.m. What time is it right now? Right now it's 6:30. So we are half an hour away from polls opening here in the capital city. Behind me, we came and we met some People's United Party machinery already activating on the ground. And so what you have out there are People's United Party individuals or representatives or employees, however you want to call them, and they are out here already early in the morning getting their machinery and their works together. And then to their right is a tent for the United Democratic Party, and it's easy to identify these tents, of course, just by the flags. And the United Democratic Party, there isn't much action taking place there right now. You see one or two persons, and I would imagine they are waiting for their machinery and their employees to come out and start this day. It's early in the morning. This is a hotly contested seat in the city of Belmopan, and I'm sure that we will have our eyes, you guys over there at the studio, you'll have your eyes on the city of Belmopan. You'll want to know all the latest, what's happening here. Pablo Kawich, the People's United Party's mayoral candidate, he is scheduled, or he is set to cast his vote in St. Martin's Government Primary School, that's in the east. I believe the United Democratic Party's mayoral candidate, Jacqueline Burns, she will be right here at the Belmopan Comprehensive School this morning. And you guys can rely on me for trusted, insightful, to-time information right here from the city of Belmopan throughout the course of this day. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Paul. And it's a little bit foggy out.
Yeah, hot.
Yeah,
so
it's gonna be a hot day over there.
Yeah.
That's the sign.
In more ways than one.
That's the sign. It's good. Yeah.
Because that is a municipality that we have our eyes on.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Belmopan will definitely be very hotly contested, this municipal.
And also Belmopan has the distinction of being a municipality fully within a constituency.
Yes.
Fully within a constituency. So
I think what we're, go ahead.
I think while we wait for the other coverages in the different municipalities, perhaps we could spend a little bit of time on Belmopan, specifically because, as we've been mentioning, it's one of those municipalities that is hotly contested. Yeah. So perhaps we can get a bit of a breakdown on why exactly we have our eyes on that municipality. As we've been mentioning, we have been providing Meet the Mayoral Candidates coverage on our morning show, and we've also been covering them in our newscast. But I don't know if either one of you want to break down Belmopan.
Let me say something first, and maybe April can chime in here, because one of the things that I realized working in Belmopan for a while is also they consider themselves one of the more educated constituencies in the country. Public officers.
Look at April's face.
Yes, they do. You know, when compared to a lot of the other areas, they really think that they're more sophisticated and the engagement has to be more meaningful.
Right.
I've never been there to actually see what that engagement looks like in comparison to Belize City.
Right.
But maybe that's something April.
Wow. I don't know if I should be offended or like.
No, you can go since you're 18, April.
It's just an observation.
It's weird because I think that for Belmopan, I wouldn't have thought of it that way. I would have thought of it as a little bit more segregated in a lot of ways, from central urban Belmopan to
with the satellite areas.
With the satellite areas, because they just got. Well, I shouldn't say they just got integrated.
It's been a while. 40 years.
It's been a while, but you know, even though it's been there for 40 years, the official integration into Belmopan, I believe it's been over a decade or so.
More formal.
But yeah, and even with that, the fact that they are officially a part of it, Salvapan, Mayoral, Las Flores, and so forth. They're officially part of Belmopan. There is still that segregation, and I believe, of course, that has to do more with cultural and so forth. But apart from that, it has definitely casted that divide amongst persons that campaign, and we saw that divide vividly during the last
But we're
election.
going to stick a pin and come back to Belmopan. We're going down south. Gwen is now ready to tell us exactly what's happening in beautiful Dangriga.
Good morning from beautiful Dangriga, and I'm near polling area number 5, Holy Ghost School. Sorry, 95, Holy Ghost. We have 2, Delil and Holy Ghost. So with me, I have one of the council candidates, Stephen Lowry. Good morning. So Big Benafi.
Good morning, Belize.
So how is it going in terms of preparation for this big day?
Well, in terms of preparation, we are well prepared, and machinery is on, and you can see our people are out to come ready to vote for the Dangriga UDP Center.
Okay, what encouraging words you want to give your people here to come out and vote this morning?
I want to encourage our people. The sun is shining, the weather is beautiful, but just come out and exercise the right to vote for the candidate of your choice. But I would like anyone to come and vote for UDP 7.
No, it's not campaigning, but we want to encourage them to come out.
And vote.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Brother Lowry. We'll quickly move on to the mayoral candidate. Thank you very much, Sir May. The mayoral candidate. So, hold it for time. Okay. All right, good morning again. If you're just tuning in, we're in beautiful Dangriga. And with me, we have the mayoral candidate for the United Democratic Party. Good morning, Mr. Lucas.
Beat Benafi Labiagi.
Hey, Margareta Benafi, the man who built in the Bashoga. So, how has it been, and what's the plan for today? You're campaigning now.
Well, the plan for today is to get our people out to the polling areas so they can vote and get PUP out.
You're campaigning it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So what is the strategy to mobilize the people?
Well, we're gonna have our people out, bringing the people to the polls so they can vote.
All right. Any final word that we wrap up quickly?
My people of beautiful Dangriga, I want you to come out, do the right thing, make sure that you check the list and get your vote counted. That's your loudest voice you have. Come out, vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, mayor candidate for the United Democratic Party. And 5,282 people are eligible to vote in this area today, so we will see how many will come out and then decide how our town will be governed. Whereby Holy Ghost, we were at Delil earlier,
but it's slow by the little. More people are in this area, but I guess they are mobilizing so that they can find the designated areas to vote. So, for Channel 5 Municipal Election 2024, I'm Gwen Nunes Gonzalez reporting from beautiful Dangriga.
Hi, Tia Gwen. Lovely. Thank you so much for that coverage. She was there with new UDP mayoral candidate Hubert Lucas. New to the scene, so I'm excited to see as well how that's going to turn out.
So I went through the comparison between the last municipal slates, all the slates, and then the slates today. So Dangriga, for the United Democratic Party, UDP, all the candidates are new.
Yes.
Not just the mayor, all are new. And then to compare that to Belmopan, where PUP is an incumbent party, almost all this slate is new.
With the exception of Mr. Sandoval.
Right. So that's an interesting thing to look at for Belmopan, that Belmopan is making a transition of virtually all new people.
What I really like about this election is because you're seeing a difference from general, of course, when it came to the opposition, right? There was a complete wave, if you will call it that, in the general elections, and you kind of saw that as well. A little bit in the municipal, you have some mixed councils and so forth. But I wonder now, with these new faces in the opposition and some in the current government, what voters will think. Because as William had said, is 2 months enough for people to get to know you better?
Yeah, I was
for
just
people to
thinking
understand your mandate. Some of them just put out their mandates this Monday, right? And so is that enough sufficient time to get voters to understand who you are, what you're about, what your policies are, what what you stand for? I don't think it's enough. I need at least a year.
I'll give you a stats, because I worked it out. So there are 86 new candidates overall. Out of all that are registered, 86 are new. Okay, and then the PUP has less new candidates, which you would expect, because they are the ones that have controlled the municipalities, so they would bring the same people who were successful back. So they have a lower percentage of new candidates than the UDP. The UDP has more newer candidates, which you would expect, because they're trying to reach it. But so to the issue of whether they can get their new candidates out, that's a function of party machinery. That's not a function of electoral system. Right? The individual and the party machinery. And I think it's really important that parties take account for themselves, and we don't expect them to do things that they're not going to do.
Right.
Like, don't expect the parties to explain laws, nitty-gritty to this thing. That's not what parties are organized to win elections.
Right.
To your point there, then would you say that municipals, it's all about the party, not necessarily the individuals?
Well, I think you're right, and that's a function of the lack of power and authority of the municipals, where the party is carrying it. Let's look at it another way. When I'm assessing, me personally, when I'm assessing I live in Belize City, so Belize City, how it functions. I'm looking at, did they build roads? Yes. But also I'm looking at service. I'm looking at how the councillors interact, what they do, right? So one of the thing is we have to expect more from the councillors. We have to expect more.
Only more
of their
visibility?
performance. No, their performance as councillors.
We're going to come back to this.
Yeah, we have to come back. That's a big issue.
That's a big
how the councillors perform.
Yes.
And we're going all the way up north, and we have from Corozal, Chactemal, the area. Right, Dwayne?
Guys, I am here at the entrance to polling area number 39 here in Corozal Town. This is, of course, where approximately 50% of the voters here in this municipality will pass through and, of course, cast their vote to determine whether or not the incumbent PUP's Rigoberto Veos is going to be re-elected as mayor for a third term, or whether Ricardo Ake, the UDP mayoral candidate, and his slate will, make that change and take it back to a UDP municipality here in Corozal. What I can tell you guys is that this morning, last night into this morning, the activities were basically dead. There was nothing really taking place. This morning, here at the entrance where the 100 yard mark is for this entrance to this polling area 39, there's minimal activity. There hasn't even been, there's just been the tents set up as you can see in the background here. But that's all that is there. Nothing else. There, the people on the ground, the campaigners, they're not here at this time as yet. We know that the polling stations are about to open momentarily, uh, but there's been no activity here. Where I can tell you that there is activity is at polling area number 40, which is at the St. Paul's Anglican Primary School. We were there earlier this morning around 6 o'clock. Busy, busy, busy. We see a lot of movement, people on the ground making sure that, oh, you know what, everything is right. Uh, but I believe that has happened because we know that that particular polling area has always been where the battleground is. They have a total of 2,433 voters there, and it's all about getting majority of them out. That's where always the ballots, when the counting takes place, that's where you have split votes and all of that. And so we're expecting that out there is where a lot of concentration, the people will be there. And so we'll be able to bring that to you. Of course, getting these mayoral candidates coming out and casting their votes, and also the area rep for Corozal Bay. We're looking forward to those interviews, line those up, and I'll be sure to get that for you guys.
That was Wayne in Corozal giving us an idea of what it looks like over there. You can tell that it's very quiet so far, but I will say it is relatively early. The polls aren't open yet.
15 more minutes.
We still have 15 minutes.
6:45.
People just debate up and they get ready for left.
So Corozal is Corozal, the Mayor Veas is leading all but one. There's one new person on his team.
Okay.
Right, so one new person, and all 7 of the UDP candidate nominees are new. They're all completely new team.
There's something that I wanted to mention, and that was based on the interactions that we've been having with the mayoral candidates. A lot of them are educators. We can see from Belmopan, I believe, also in Corozal, in Punta Gorda. There's a lot of teachers, both past teachers and current teachers as well. And I wanted to know, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, there's a reason for that as well. A lot of them are career educators who know a lot of people within their communities as well, right? And for them, it's easier, I think, very often to make that transition. Educators, I think, right?
Yeah, I agree. I'll contribute to that. Also, teachers are in unions.
Yep.
And unions help you understand organization, and collaboration, all that kind of stuff, and also energize, and important voice, and energize, and getting out there and representing yourself. So I think that's a good thing.
I really like the transition of having this kind of educators being now the voice into politics, because for a long time it was the businessman, the lawyers, the persons that colonial beliefs taught as educated. And now we are looking now at more of the who you know. And it's not just the fact that they have all of these different social spaces, but if I see my teacher going on and campaigning, I'm going to think about all of the times that I was in his class or her class. I was going to think about all of these things that was taught to me, maybe if I was in primary school or high school. And so that, the hundreds of students that
the influence that they
have contact with the families. They also have contact with families and parents. Right? So it's
and that's something that crossed my mind. Is it strategic to place a teacher there because of, obviously, one of the influences is the amount of persons that would have passed through the leadership of that educator. Also, as you mentioned, Harold, the parents too, the families that would have known that individual as well.
It's
one to think about.
So and part of politics, party politics and elections is name recognition.
Yeah.
So here's a handful of like almost useless factoids. So here's an interesting factoid. I'm looking at the list of everybody, right? And I was struck by the number of people who, in registering in the nomination form, added a nickname, alias, AKA, whatever you want to call it, right? And so I counted it.
Of course you did.
I counted that. 49% of the nominees included some other name that to be called by. Now, some of them were completely logical. Well, and not all of them are fine in this. I don't mean that some are illogical.
You mean it's not like Toucher or something like that?
Yeah, some of them, a lot of them are like that. But some of them are, you could start with things like somebody's name, one of them is, his name is Victor, but he's known as Vic. But he put that there because somebody,
it's a familiarity.
It's a familiarity thing.
Even it doesn't have to be a nickname, but even something as a familiar name. Because, for example, the mayor in Belize City, I didn't know he was Joseph. You know, we know him as Bernard.
But here's this one, though.
Right?
In Orange Rock, there's our incumbent mayor, Ladrick Mad Bull.
And the one, the Punta Gorda, he's There's Lizard, right? There's but I'm not saying it to make fun. I'm saying this is part of
the
election
and
making yourself relatable. And so people don't have to know your full name, your official first name. They can voter identification. When they go in the ballot box, it's easy. I know, I recognize this. This is who I want to vote for.
Cranka.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
I think he got that from sports.
Oh,
yeah. So that's where that came from. But we had started a conversation a little bit earlier, where we had to take a pause and really look at the idea of whether municipals, it's the party's responsibility or individuals, how the slates engage the general population in terms of getting votes and trust. Because I think you kind of, there's for a long time, vote this 9 down the line and stuff like that. There was that kind of rhetoric. You don't see that as much anymore. Right?
And I think, remember the laws for municipalities changed in 2000.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? The 11 and...
Yeah, so that, they got some more authority, some more power. Yeah. But what we don't have, so the question you're asking is whether it's party or individual. It's party a lot because there's only one party. Belize City or Dangriga or Belmopan does not have a municipal party within the national party. Right? While in other countries that does exist, where the parties will have a local branch of the party that does the local stuff, virtually independent of the central part. Well, we don't have that. So until that develops, and again, that's a function of, again, something separately, party organization. That's on them. You can't legislate that. That's party. You can change legislation to the powers of the municipality that will encourage them to do that. But that's their organization.
Well, like you and William said, we seem to like this blurred lines. We seem
the
to
powers
like
that be like it.
Yes. Yes.
The powers
it has been to their advantage.
It's been to their advantage.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
and yeah, it's been to their advantage.
It's similar to the narrative that you need a municipal government that is aligned with the central government.
Exactly what we're seeing.
And I hope we'll talk about this some more because when I came on with earlier, some other with you all earlier this last week, this issue of what you call it, subventions, right?
Yeah.
When I was asking people, they said, what's the formula? Well, it depends on how well you know the prime minister. Not this. I'm not talking about this particular prime minister. I'm about any prime minister. Right? What's your relationship with the prime minister? Which it shouldn't be.
Yeah. It
shouldn't
be at
all. It shouldn't be.
Yeah, your progress of your nation shouldn't rely whether you are red or
blue. But it goes back to the blurring. They don't want to have a fixed formula.
Okay, let me ask you this. Our population is growing substantially too. How long do you think we can keep this up as our population grows? Can you continue to influence your masses once your constituency reaches a certain point?
Well, we've been talking about electoral
reform. Yes, which I think, yes.
We need it.
Yes, we need
that's a whole other conversation. But I think there has not been enough pressure to actually get people actually engaged, and the general public I'm talking about, that they will bring pressure to bear on the politicians.
And that's the only way it's going to go.
Yeah, otherwise it won't happen. But we're going back to outside of our studio, and we have Brittany Gordon in Belize City.
Good morning, Belize viewers and studio. I am Brittany Gordon, bringing you live coverage of the 2024 municipal elections in Belize City for Channel 5. Right now, I'm standing outside of the Edward P. York polling station, where we can see that there are 2 tents set up, one for the United Democratic Party and one for the People's United Party. As of now, it's a bit under 10 minutes until the polling station open, so we will not see there many people. There's not many supporters here as yet, and not many voters at all. But we do have the tent set up, and we're hoping that more people will come out soon. I will be giving you live coverage for the north side of Belize City right now. I'm in Caribbean Shores, but I will be making my way over to other polling stations in the constituency later on today, where hopefully we will see more voters and more supporters. Reporting for Channel 5, I'm Brittany Gordon with the live coverage.
And thank you very much, Brittany. Of course, Belize City in some pockets slow to pick up as well. So
it's still early. They still have about
we have
6 more minutes.
6 minutes until the polls open.
But very few people, especially I think sometimes older persons, tend to want to go to the polls early because they don't want to stand online.
Are you saying my friends are old? Because I have a friend who told me he's going to be there at 7 o'clock. He's going to be there at 7 o'clock. I have a friend who said, I am being, what time you open?
You avoid the crowd.
Go back to the fact that people still don't understand that it is their legal right, and that even though they are working, that they are remanded by law. Their job should allow them legally by law to go out and vote. A lot of the times, people use their lunch hour to go and vote because they don't understand that they have that right to go out no matter how long it takes to stand in that line.
When do we find it being the busiest time today, or what would be the voting time? Is it lunchtime as April?
Lunch
right before and after,
And then there's a lot around too.
I mean, I think it's also important to have our voters know that if they don't head out early, they will be meeting either some blocked areas, but also the traffic will more than likely be thicker than normal.
Once they stand in that line before the polls close, they are still allowed to go in and cast their vote, yes?
Yes, that is true.
Once you're in line, right.
Once you're in line.
So just to make the point about your right to go and vote, for the obligation of your employer to let you go vote, there is a penalty. And we were talking earlier, the employer cannot directly or indirectly affect your ability to go vote. Directly or indirectly make it difficult for you to go vote. And there's a penalty of not exceeding $2,000 or imprisonment for a period of not exceeding 1 year.
Ooh, wow.
So an employer could go to jail
if they don't allow their...
even if they somehow influence negatively the ability of the employee to go and vote.
Wow. These are things that we really should talk about more, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we even have that conversation as frequent as...
And there can be no sale of liquor.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
No sale of liquor.
That we do know.
Yes.
But what we do want to find out is our second update from Paul Lopez in Belmopan.
Yes.
So we do have a pre-recorded video of what he has gathered so far there. So we're gonna share that now.
All right, and so we are here, first interview for the day from Belmopan for our coverage, and we have 2 People's United Party councillor candidates by way of Mr. Santos and who is San Ignacio. We're going to find out right about now. Gentlemen, you guys are headed in to cast your votes. Let's talk a bit about what's going through your mind as you set the pace for today.
Good morning, Paul. Good morning, residents of Belmopan, Belize. We're hoping for a smooth process today. We're expecting the victory. We know the work that we put in for the past, I would say, 8 to 9 months. Our team, the People's United Party team, led by our able leader, Pablo Kawich, we know the work we put in, so we're ready for today.
Mr. Carl, for you, what's running through your mind right now?
Well, this is not my first rodeo, so I good to go. I know like how my colleague said, we have done so many work for Belmopan and under the People's United Party. So I don't know we have this power.
This is one of the hotly contested municipals across the country. What is it that you have to have in place today? What are those priorities for you all to secure that victory?
The machinery, Paul. That's all we need to have in place today, the machinery. And our machinery is well oiled today.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, guys, all the best as you go to cast your ballots right now. And we'll catch up with you guys throughout the course of the day. Okay? All right. All the best, man. Yes,
Paul there. He was able to introduce us to two of the councillor candidates for the People's United Party there in Belmopan. We were just discussing, Harold, what we do believe is a fact is that Christopher Enrique on the councillor candidate list for the People's United Party might be the youngest of all of the candidates this municipal election.
Yes, and there are a number of candidates who are under 30 who are qualify as youth candidates.
Are we including those from BPP in PG? Because I think there is also really young.
Overall, there's a large contingent of
have you included the People's Development Movement? Because there was a young lady, Alicia, who was, I think, younger than that.
I think she's about 22, 21.
In PDM, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
yes,
that's a good sign. That's a good sign.
But, also in this sector.
We'll do our research on ages, but we'll go to Pickstock. Isani has a report from the Pickstock area.
Party Standard Bureau for Belize Rural Central, but she's working in the Pickstock constituency today to try to mobilize as many supporters for the UDP to come out and vote. Good morning, Ms. Bev.
Morning, Isani.
Begin by talking to us about the effort so far. We're a few minutes away from 7 o'clock, the start of the election process. But what has it been like since morning in terms of the logistics on your end?
Mobilizing our people to this area. I'm getting them organized with their fancy bags that we've prepared. They have all their lists, the materials to be scrutineers. I am in charge of the scrutineers, both at Central Assembly, or Christian Assembly out on Freetown and here on Mahogany Street. And so it's getting them ready. They have had their breakfast. Their bags are ready, and it's time to walk into the polling area, take your position, the voting starts.
What has it been like from the party perspective in terms of preparing itself for today's municipal elections, in terms of the legwork that has been done perhaps across all the 9 constituencies?
Well, as far as I can see, at least by pictures, and the pictures don't lie, we've been on the ground from as far north and deep south. They have been on the ground. The reception, the report is that the reception has been good, that people are saying that it's time for a change now, and we're going to vote in the UDP. So we'll wait. I see numerous blue shirts, and I say, don't be intimidated. We are scrutineers. We go in, we work, we do what we have to do, and we get out of there. And the votes will be counted after 6.
Are you guys poised for a victory in Belize City today?
We're poised for a victory across the country, right? There's a possibility in every constituency, right? And so there's no doubt we fight for the last vote.
Is there anything you would want to see, perhaps short of actively campaigning on air, for voters to come out?
It does not matter. It is your right, it is your choice. Come out and vote. Do not stay at home. Participate. It is important that we participate in the democracy. Today is going to be one of those days where history will be made. I'm pretty certain. So it is your right, it is your choice. Come out and vote.
Guys, that was Ms. Bev. She's working in the Pickstock constituency today for the municipal elections 2024.
Okay, and there you have it. But I like the encouragement for people to come out and vote.
Yes.
Regardless of whichever party, come out and vote. And I think that's a theme that should resonate with everyone.
7:02, guys.
You heard that? You heard that? You heard that?
The polls were officially open.
You didn't hear the gates open?
You can unlock the padlock.
They sounded the alarm, everything.
You know?
Yes, polls are officially open, so you have not gone out yet. to find out also where your polling station is. You can also head on over to the Elections and Boundaries website to find out where you can vote. I know for Belize City, there are about 85.
I think it's like 86
polling stations.
So for the voters,
yes,
if you go on the website to voter information,
yes,
you can actually look up by your name.
Yes.
And it will tell you where to go and vote. So there don't need to be any errors. You can just go on phone, laptop, anything, pad, notepad, and you can put in your name that you're registered under, not necessarily your nickname or your street name, right?
No, but it does save you some time because for I know example in Belmopan, for the longest time, it was only one area, which was the Belmopan Comprehensive High School. And now, for the past 2 elections, you have had other voting stations. And because, again, growing population, you need to know where you are stationed to vote. So head on over to the website, put in your name, your official government name, and find out where your polling station is. Save yourself some time.
What I really appreciate about the website as well, April, is how much information you have access to here, aside from the polling stations and where you would be able to cast your vote. There's also the exact figure of the number of registered electors, also a breakdown of male to female. According to the statistics provided here, there's 52% female voters, I believe, registered voters for the municipal election. There's also 224 polling stations total.
Harold, let me ask you this question because you like numbers, right? So we have a little bit over 400,000 people living in Belize, and we only have 101,190 registered electors. What does that say about the overall concept of democracy in our country?
Well, it says the first thing to think about is that Belize has an extremely young population.
Yes.
We have, I want to say like 30 or 35%, maybe 40% are under 18. That's very high. So that means that the upcoming years will see
more persons.
More people becoming of age. The other part of it is that it shows that there's still room for getting people registered, because this 101,000 does not represent the eligible people. It represents who actually went and registered. So there's still room for the parties to do work and for individuals to make the effort to go and register.
Right.
And it's not hard. It's not hard.
Not at all.
So just to encourage people to do it, it's not hard to go and register. And then the other thing is to also, it's not as important. Well, it's a separate discussion. I'll say that. It's important to make sure that you're registered where you live.
Yes.
It is illegal to be not registered where your official residence is. It's illegal.
But you find that people do that. For whatever reason, they don't change it when they move.
Sometimes it's moved, like you move and you just never got around to doing it. But sometimes it's deliberate, right? Sometimes it's deliberate, right? I mean, I know people who have lived in Belize City for decades and are still registered in Corozal South.
Is this perhaps that part of party politics where you vote towards the person or party that assists you in some kind of way? That party that you are die hard towards, that you are not going to move because at the end of the day, this is the person or this is the party in that area that has assisted you or helped you in some kind of way?
I think there's some to that, but I think sometimes it's just people just don't bother.
That's true, but you just said it's illegal, right?
But it's illegal. So I do, but it is illegal.
You know, I think for a long time too, if memory serves me right, a lot of younger people were actually taken by a political party to actually register. So, you know, for some reason, people, I always found that very strange, that that people would actually be waiting for somebody to come get them to go register.
Or to go vote. Or to go vote.
Yeah,
because
to
they're
go
coming by
vote.
the buses as well.
So one of the things we don't have in Belize, which anybody willing to, anybody willing to, is we don't have an independent voter registration drive organization outside the political parties, right? And that's something for us, food for thought. You know, for one of the NGOs or an upcoming NGO to say, we will make this part of our mission.
And I remember quite some time ago in the US, you had like Rock the Vote and all of that.
Yeah, they have numerous,
but
yes.
We're gonna go south once again, and this time, of course, it's Gwen down south. Gwen?
Good morning, once again from beautiful Dangriga, and I'm here with the former mayor and also the mayor candidate for the People's United Party here in Dangriga. We call him Honorable Mariano. Good Benafi, good morning.
Good Benafi.
So the day is here.
Yes, this is the day that the Lord has made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it.
So what has been the preparation for this day, and what is the strategy moving forward for today?
Well,
campaigning.
Strategy is something I don't like to talk on election day, because I've learned over the past few months that the opposition listen to what I say and they do and follow what I do. And so it's not, okay, it's important for me not to share my strategy. But the main thing for today is to bring out the voters. That's the number one thing. Right? But to say how, I don't want to discuss that. But yes, over the past few weeks, we have been preparing for today. The machine is well oiled, and we are now taking action. As you can see, several of our People's United Party supporters are out already in numbers, and I'm sure that at the end of the day, victory will prevail for the People's United Party.
Okay, you are the former mayor, I use that term because your term in the 29th of February, but you are also offering yourself to be to have another term.
Yes.
Why you personally have made that decision?
Well, the people have seen the hard work that myself and my team have done over the past 3 years, and the people are satisfied and pleased with our performance, and so they have requested of me that I run for another term, and that is the reason why I am running again. Again, I have the full support and the backing of the government of the day at this time, and if you go around Dangriga, you'll see the amount of work that we have done, and the time of 3 years is very short to do the amount of work that needs to be done, and so it's important for me to continue the work over the next 3 years.
Okay. Honorable Mariano, without campaigning, give the voters encouraging words so they can come out and vote, and so they can realize the importance of voting.
Yes, I want the people to understand that this is their right to come out and vote. There are countries out there that the people wish that they can vote or have voting rights. Now we have that privilege here, and we can make decisions of their own as to who they choose to represent. And so I am asking and appealing to the people of Dangriga to come out and to vote in numbers today.
Okay, now we know you're busy, so we want to thank you very much for taking time for us here on Channel 5, and hopefully throughout the day we might meet you and then get your perspective on what is going on from your neck of the woods.
Yes, thanks.
Any other parting shot?
Well, I will ask the people of Dangriga to come out and to support Team Mariano. I believe that we have the best plan for Dangriga. We have a plan comparison to the other side that doesn't have any plan at all. This plan is already pre-approved for the people of Dangriga by the government of Belize. We don't have to apply for no proposal. We don't have to go around and beg. And so it's important for the people to realize that government is with us. We are transforming Dangriga to make Dangriga a tourist destination. And so I appeal to you to come out and give us the support.
Okay, we want to say thank you, Honorable Mariano. And again, we are by Holy Ghost School, polling area number 95. We have two polling area 95 now. In the past, only Holy Ghost. Now we have Delil Academy and Holy Ghost. So we'll continue our circling. We were by Delil earlier, but it was kind of slow and pelinky. So we're going to see what's up with it and then come back and report. So from beautiful Dangriga, reporting for Channel 5's Municipal Election 2024, I'm Gwen Nunes Gonzalez, and thank you for tuning in.
For a school, it is just about 7 a.m. and as you can see behind me, there is a line of supporters of the People's United Party who are already in queue to cast their ballots at the start of the polls this morning. Of course, we will be carrying live coverage from this constituency as well as several others across Belize City, primarily on the south side. From here, we move on to Pickstock and then Colette and Mesopotamia and all the other constituencies in which there are polling stations set up. Once again, we're here live at St. Martin's de Porres Primary School here in Belize City on the south side, where we have supporters of both parties essentially who are already lined up to cast their ballots for Municipal Elections 2024. This is Zenida Moya reporting live for Channel 5's coverage.
Thank you, Sani. It's coming up. People are getting there. People are going to cast.
Belizeans on time. 7:14 and people in a line.
I propose that one day we shall no longer call it Belize time.
But apparently that's a Caribbean thing, you know. It's not necessarily just a Belize thing.
There's a lot of cultures that do this.
It's not just Belize.
Stop saying only in Belize these bad things happen. It is not true.
It is not. Well, I don't even want to call it a bad thing either. I think that at the end of the day, we're all kind of in this weird culture when it comes to time. I remember living abroad, and there was this thing about 15 minutes after the time, and everybody knew. Everybody, it wasn't something that was a law thing. It was even implemented in the schools. Yes. If they say 7, they actually mean 7:15. And watch me there in a Miley class by myself because nobody reached yet. The teacher to walk in promptly at 7:14. Yeah. Like it's this weird thing that we think it's only Belize.
It's not just
everywhere. It's everywhere.
The other thing is that I've heard this so many times. We are the worst, Belize are the worst in the world at so-and-so. I'm like, we are not the worst in the world at anything, right? And if you keep saying that, how hard is it to overcome being the worst in the world? Very hard.
Very hard, yeah.
And it's not true. So we have to keep ourselves a little bit
But I am proud that people are getting out there to cast their vote. I'm really happy to see that.
And very often, too, it's those who will work for the parties as well that go very early to make sure.
I personally like to go in early because I don't want to wait in the line. You see that fog, that Belmopan, I know they're on the waiting at the hot sun.
Yeah, they are 101.
It's going to be how much? but that's my reasoning. I don't want to be out there too long. I want to go in, get my vote in as early as possible, and then go about my day.
Yes, so I have to say, I've been enjoying the coverage that we've been providing so far. Some of the feedback that we've gotten from our correspondents across the country. I think we've gotten at least from 5 different locations so far. We've gotten Belmopan, Belize City, and several different locations.
We have yet to go more further west.
Dangriga, Corozal, and we are yet to get additional coverages from our other correspondents. But we got to take our first break.
Oh, no, not yet.
Not yet?
We're not say bye to you yet. We're not say bye
to you
yet.
So those going out, polls are open when people go in to vote. Remember, you could hopefully have your ID card.
Yes.
Or you can use Social Security.
If you don't,
you have your Social Security, you give your name and you go in. But if you have your card, take your card.
Yes.
You will be seeing 2 ballots. And remember, you don't have to vote for, I encourage you to vote for 9 candidaets. It doesn't have to be down the line. You could vote down the line you want, either side, either party, or 3 in Belize City, or PG. But you can mix. You don't have to vote for all 9. If you vote for 4, if you're a conscience or you only know 4, vote for your 4. You not spoil your ballot.
Okay, that's good.
Vote for your 4, or your 6, or your 7, or whatever you want.
I encourage you to vote based on what you think is right, who you think will be the better candidate. The whole voting down the line for me thing, it never worked.
But if you want to do it, I mean, I don't discourage you. You're in there to vote, you vote. I mean,
I love
but we're going to stick a pin. And we're going to arrange work, as Belizeans say. Arrange work. Dalila Ikal is filing this report. Dalila?
Hi, good morning, everyone in studio. Good morning, Belize. I am Dalila Ikal alongside my cameraman, Lucille Coser. We're coming to you live from Orange Walk Town. We're at polling station Louisiana Government School at the moment, where the activity really has just started to pick up. The polling station opened not too long ago, and people have actually started to trickle in. We can see the machinery for the People's United Party and the United Democratic Party also in full swing at the moment, and we will be bringing you live coverage of the day's activities from this polling station and also the other 3 polling stations, which would include San Francisco RC School, La Immaculada RC School, and Chapels School as well. So we'll be making our rounds, bringing you live coverage, speaking to the candidates, and also hearing what they have to say for today, and we'll be covering the entire day all the way until the last vote is counted.
All right,
and thank you very much, Dalila. Of course, you see some activity there as well. The North generally, they are passionate about their
politics. They bring out their people,
Passionate about
Corozal has the highest turnout. Had the highest turnout last time, rather.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break.
Wait.
You sure?
We are going to say our goodbyes to Sabrina.
It was fun, guys. She will also be here.
Ground. She will be here. She will be assisting with the coverage and so forth. But for now, we're going to say goodbye to her, and we're going to welcome our next correspondent after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Is brought to you by Full Tech, your technology center, where you come for the price but stay for the service.
At Brothers Habet and Habet, we are proud to celebrate Women's Month. This year's theme is Inspire Inclusion, and we want to inspire the creativity of our women breaking barriers in the industry. That's why for the entire month of March, we are offering all women a special 15% discount on all products store-wide. Whether you're a professional, a DIY enthusiast, or just looking to tackle home improvement projects, we have everything you need to get the job done and service that's second to none. So stop in, call, inbox, email, or WhatsApp us today. Happy Women's Month from all of us at Brothers Habet and Habet.
Welcome to our newly built intensive care unit. Our ICU is equipped with state-of-the-art technology and designed to prioritize patient care, ensuring that our patients receive the highest level of attention and treatment. Our ICU is equipped with advanced bedside monitors that continuously check and display vitals, allowing our medical team to closely monitor patients around the clock. Our dedicated nurses are stationed at the central monitoring station, which provides them with a full view of all patient rooms. Our team of doctors and nurses are trained to expertly handle critical situations with compassion and work together to provide comprehensive and personalized care to each patient. At Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, you and your family come first. Belize Healthcare Partners, your leader in healthcare.
Are you looking to turn life's goals into accomplishments? Goals like going to college, opening a small business, buying your own home, planning a wedding, taking a long overdue vacation. Looking for a financial partner that's there for you every step of the way? Then look no further. The National Bank of Belize is your bank that will be there for you for all your life's milestones. The National Bank of Belize is committed to providing every Belizean with innovative and affordable financial products and services. Visit one of your nearby branches or service centers for additional details, or contact us by phone at 822-0957 or 227-0807. WhatsApp us at 614-3133 or 676-6263 to make an appointment to find out more about what our friendly staff can do for you. For more information, you may also visit our website at nbbl.bz or find us on Facebook and Instagram. So whatever you want to do next, NBB will be there to make it possible. Certain conditions apply.
Looking for unique ways to create the mood at your special event? Want to make an impression and stand out from the crowd? Then, Prestige Productions can help you. Belize's newest event production company offers world-class production and state-of-the-art event lighting and special effects. They can also provide audio production, professional DJ services, and MCs to host your events. Make your weddings, birthdays, live shows, conferences, or corporate events come alive with innovative technology and creativity that is sure to add the wow factor to your event. Prestige Productions, elegance is our forte.
Conozcan a Chris, un repartidor que se prepara para comenzar su jornada laboral. Necesita indicaciones para llegar a su próximo punto de entrega. Pero en la carretera, cada segundo cuenta. Las distracciones y el uso de cascos inadecuados son costosos. Tu enfoque es tu mayor aliado. El daño va más allá de su vehículo. Es tu vida, tu futuro lo que está en juego. Mantén la concentración cuando conduzcas. No te distraigas y mantén la vista en la carretera. Si necesitas usar tu teléfono, busca un lugar seguro de detenerse. Verifica las direcciones de tu destino con antemano. Toma la decisión correcta para ti y para los demás. Este mensaje es del Second Road Safety Project.
At Brothers Habet and Habet, we are proud to celebrate Women's Month. This year's theme is Inspire Inclusion, and we want to inspire the creativity of our women breaking barriers in the industry. That's why, for the entire month of March, we are offering all women a special 15% discount on all products store-wide. Whether you're a professional, a DIY enthusiast, or just looking to tackle home improvement projects, we have everything you need to get the job done and service that's second to none. So stop in, call, inbox, email, or WhatsApp us today. Happy Women's Month from all of us at Brothers Habet and Habet.
And we are back right here covering the municipal elections of 2024 here live on Channel 5. We have a new host joining our panel this morning. A certified new host. No stranger to us here on News 5. Brighton, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, April. Good morning, William. Good morning, Dr. Young. Good morning, Belize and Belizean voters.
Wait, he's excited.
Municipal Elections 2024.
You are no stranger to this panel.
No, absolutely not. I looked forward to this day, actually.
Talk to us. Have you been going around How's the scene been like for young voters, new voters, persons being registered to vote? What can you tell us?
Well, we definitely have a lot more young voters as a part of the electorate population this year. You know that in 2021, there was a decrease of turnout.
Yes.
I'd say because of the COVID-19 pandemic, there was about 10,000 less people who turned out to the voting polls.
Wow.
But I would like to know from some of the people, if our correspondents could share that with us when they do interviews, how they actually strategize in reaching out to the youth population, because if we look at the youth population right now, more than 50% of our population is under the age of 18, but when you look at the electorate population, we were looking at 41.3% as per the last elections in 2021. So
yeah, that would be interesting to know. You're absolutely right. We were just talking about getting to know the persons that are on the ballot. Is 2 months enough time to get to know these persons on the ballot? How are they reaching out to young people? I know we're still in our youth, whatever Harold says, but also, for example, I was talking about things like, I no longer look at banners and posters. I'm looking at my social media. I'm trying to find out what you are saying to me virtually, because I no longer look at the flags and I no longer look at the banners and the tickets.
Well, in Belize City, you could miss the flags.
Oh, but you can't miss it
you can't
anywhere.
miss the flags, but to me, those things are antiquated, and they're so obsolete ways of trying to get votes from people.
I suppose people are still used to that, right? But at the end of the day, how much of it is necessary anymore for these new voters that are coming in?
But we'll stick a pin and we'll go outside the studio. And first we'll start off in Punta Gorda, where there has been a little bit of controversy and whether you could use your political branded T-shirts or something of that sort to enter the polling station. So let's take a look at this.
Where there's a controversy, apparently the person in charge here at polling area 95, Holy Ghost, is saying that the people in red and blue cannot enter to vote. So, and that has not been the practice. So we are here. We're getting an update on the situation. So the mayor is here in his red, and the mayoral candidates are here in their red. So we want to see what's happening, but the people are all riled up with the situation. So.
And from the controversy, let's make a correction in Dangriga, and we were talking here that is that campaigning or not. So, but wear another shirt. How about that?
That's if you really want to stick to your color, wear the color of that shirt.
Turn the shirt inside out.
Exactly.
Turn the shirt inside out. It's not the color that they're. It's not the color.
It's what is on
the
wording. Yeah.
So wear the shirt inside out and go vote.
It's so funny because we were just having this conversation not too long ago about persons that used to campaign right around the voting polls and the voting stations, giving you these shirts as a way to show your solidarity, your allegiance to whatever party, and that had faces, it had names, it had all of these things, and they were actively giving it to people to wear. So where is it now that we're getting this, that we can no longer walk in with these shirts?
Well, cut your shirt in half, wear one red and one
Wear it
blue.
inside out.
Let's go to Cayo now. We have Jose in Cayo. He's talking to Earl Trapp.
Yes, sir. All right, good to go? All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, Mayor Trapp, have you just voted?
Yes, yes. I have cast my ballot, indeed. 7 red.
Your team today, is it just you? It's different There's a lot at stake. Do you see it just as a vote just for the council itself, or you see it as something bigger? Because I see there are reps around as well.
Well, sir, in my humble opinion, it is something bigger. We have been living in crisis lately. So this is a stepping stone. This is the initiating point to catapulting into the general elections. So certainly this is very important for us. We want to win at least 5 to 6 municipalities, and then I believe we are ready for general elections. The people are suffering, and we need to begin the turning point. We need to bring back the lives of the people to normalcy.
All right, let me ask you, how many reps do you have out here, and how big is the team in terms of the campaign workers, in terms of just the whole organizational aspect of picking up people who may be invalid to vote? Exactly what work has gone into it, and how large is the team?
Well, I will tell you what. This morning, I broke down into emotions, you know. I shed tears because of the big works that I have seen through my era reps. You know, I've seen all that they have put into this campaign, and I'm sure that something fruitful will come out of this. We are treating this something similar to a general election. You know, we are bringing in most of the people that vote here, that are working in Placencia, San Pedro, Belize City, and so forth. So we are treating it something similar to a general elections.
And in terms of, I know there's been a lot done lately. Maybe they've caused some antagonism. You see, the facing of murals, projects being created that you have not been called up to be participating. It's been billed as a rivalry, just as a boxing match is a rivalry. There seems to be a rivalry, you and Mr. Preston. How has that been going? Is it bad blood? I mean, one of you won't be in the council at the end of this.
Well, first of all, I believe that they are all about attention. They're trying to seek attention. That is one. And two, they are trying to take me out of my game. They are trying to divert my attention. But I tell you what, God have blessed me with the strength and the wisdom to avoid those distractions. Okay. Yes, they burnt out most of my big billboard banners. I never one day retaliated. They have been putting craziness there about, I just saw one this morning, 21 years of hustling is enough. My God, the Bible says, so a man thinketh, so is he. If that's the way they think, then they are the one hustling, sir.
Do you see a lot of people projecting like a mixed slate at this point? I know there's a big push. Do you have any idea of the numbers of people you have campaigning or at least out here on your behalf to see the voters come out? And do you see a mixed slate coming in, being it's only been the two of you all this time?
Well, I will be honest. I have been on the grounds personally with my team, and I have been campaigning for a full slate, a full UDP 7. I think it's very important and imperative that we get a full UDP slate into the council. If you saw what happened for the past 3 years, it's just been the PUPs pushing their ulterior motive, ulterior motive that one makes the council more than anything else but counterproductive. So I am hoping for a full UDP slate, but again, with the way we have so many objective voters today, people are more independent-minded thinking. There can well be a split, but if there is a split, I'm sure that the majority will be in the favor of the UDP team.
Okay, well, Mayor Trapp, we'll check in with you later today to see how the campaigning is going and getting your voters out. So have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Full coverage from out west in San Ignacio. There is former Mayor Earl Trapp putting his hat in once again in this municipal election. We were just told a fun fact, but he has been there for how long, Mr.
21 years.
21 years. That's a long-standing time.
That's a lifetime.
And we were having the conversation off camera about it.
Yeah.
I think that there should be term limits for these positions.
I 100% agree.
I totally oppose term limits. It's
I don't
undemocratic.
But why? Don't
Because
you think
people,
that there should
it's a
be
party
time?
issue. Putting the candidates forward is a party issue. If the party decides that this is who they want, then they put them. If people who vote think you've been in there too long, don't vote for them. They're not magically or by law appearing in these positions. People are voting for them.
Yeah, agreed.
And the party is selecting them. We talked about this earlier.
Well, if
party
it ain't broke,
mechanisms.
Don't fix it.
Right, but the party mechanisms are, maybe you could call it sloppy, call it lazy,
Did
call it
you just
whatever
say
you
if
want.
it ain't broke, don't fix it? But weren't we just talking about
Well,
reform?
no, but I'm talking if somebody's winning.
Yes, that's how,
You
the,
stick
party,
with a
that's how
winner.
the parties feel.
Right.
That's what the parties feel.
But is it progressive?
But we're going to fix it after this. We're going to fix it after this. We're going all the way up north to Dwayne Moody in Corozal.
Yes.
We're just gonna get afterwards. Yeah. Right. Hi, show. Morning. Sorry, I missed a call, right, show, but
I was trying to call you this morning. You were sleeping, I think.
No, I think I was getting ready to come here.
This guy, Taximan Armando Gocom, called me about 5. He said that somebody spoke to you and
He'll be
catch
back
up.
in a bit.
Yeah,
He'll be
in
back
a
in
few.
a bit.
But we were talking about term limits or the lack thereof,
Yeah.
and we're split.
We're
right?
split. Do you also agree with Doc here?
I think you need visions to change. I don't know if term limits are the way to get that.
No.
I think the electorate, you have to trust the electorate.
But
so I think there's a balance.
There's a controversial saying that your electorate population will make decisions based on the education of the population. What I want to say in terms of governance and the polarity of leadership is that if you have someone in that position for too long, that pendulum starts to swing from that era of representative democracy to more authoritative leadership styles. And that is where my issue lies.
But you're using the wrong term. You're saying if you have the person, the person is not placed in the position by some magical one or some right of inheritance.
Through the party, yes, because the party could have selected them, and that may not be the best candidate for the people.
But that is a party issue. You can't.
So do we continue to have political parties give us exact?
No,
Well, I'll tell you what is not a political issue. We'll go to Belmopan. We'll go back to Corozal. All right? We'll go back to Corozal because I like this.
Yes, we did.
You do real reform.
All right, guys, so we are here at polling area number 39 here at St. Francis Xavier Primary School. As you know, 3,800 plus voters are to pass through these lines and go and cast their votes. But I am here with the incumbent PUP Mayor, Rigoberto Vellos, who has just completed that task, his civic right of going and casting his vote. Rigo, let's talk about it. First of all, you're one of the first people to pass through to go and cast your vote because I know today is going to be a really busy day for you. Let's talk about that day. Machinery on the ground, getting people out to vote. to bring you back, to re-elect you on your slate for Corozal Town?
Mr. Dune, I can tell you that the machine is ready, oiled up, energetic. As it is, it's a little constant, little flow that we have right now when it comes to bringing in our people. Our goal is to ensure that we take out as much as possible and as early as possible. That way we can know what's happening before the end of the day. But the most important thing is to win today, and I am confident, I am sure that we will be victorious. We have done all the work. It's seen, people can see it, so I am confident today.
What do you think is going to determine whether you do in fact get re-elected? Because we know that there are several issues that people talk about and that concerns that they have.
Yes, actually, you know, when it comes to what will get us elected is the hard work that we've been doing, and that it is noticeable, right? Compared to prior to 2018 when we won, it's night and day. Of course, there will be room for improvement, and we recognize and we respect that, and that's what we want to do. Actually, we're here for betterment. Right.
Where do you think the battleground is going to be? Because we know that Mr. Ake, your UDP competitor, he's from the north. From the north, and so that polling area number 41 might be where the battle really takes place.
Well, let me refresh everybody's mind. That's what everyone said last elections, right? And we still came out. I won over 800 votes, by over 800 votes. I believe there will be no exact battleground. The three polls are very important, regardless which of the three, and we plan to win the three. Right? That's our goal.
The campaign, you were telling me earlier that the campaign went straight up to last night, yes. But everybody know our election is won on the day. So you think we're ready? What is it that you're going to do different? Well,
Mr. Nguyen, the people already have made up their mind. By now, even up to last night. Last night was literally just visiting our people, making sure that we touch base with them, reminding them about today, encourage especially the young people to come out and vote. They are the ones who will make the difference. But by now, everybody has made up their mind, and we are confident, extremely confident actually, not cocky, confident. There's a total different thing, right? But we know that the people will definitely allow us to go back into town council. I have absolutely no worries. I slept good last night, and I'm here energetic. And I want to encourage everyone to come out actually. It is a very important day for all Belizeans. A day that you can literally allow your voice to be heard through one X, right? And we should not ignore that.
Thank you. There you have it, guys. The incumbent Rigoberto Vellos seeking a third term as the mayor for Corozal Town. We'll have more from all the different polling areas in Corozal. This is Channel 5's coverage of the Municipal Elections 2024. I'm Dwayne Moody reporting from Corozal Town.
All right.
There we have it. Well, he said something just now. You can literally let your voice be heard with one X. What are your thoughts on that, April?
You can literally let your voice be heard with one X. I agree. We were just talking about not times 9, but like I do agree that you do have to go out there and exercise your democratic right. I often hear people are talking about, I don't want to vote because it doesn't make a difference. But that right there of not voting, that does make the difference, because you are excluding an entire population of exercising their freedom of what they want.
So I'm going to be an angelic troublemaker this morning.
Why? It's early.
Because I've heard a lot of young people say that it's not that I don't want to express my constitutional right to vote, but the people that were up on the ballot just not work getting my vote. Well, because they just not work being in the government.
But that's what we were talking about in terms of this particular election.
You're saying you should not, you would not vote?
No. I'm just putting it out there that that's how some people feel.
Well, and this comes back to the same conversation we were having earlier about how long does it take to get to know a candidate. Because even in certain municipalities, you see people just tossing in their ring hat for the first time. Some are very young. Some are very young to politics, not necessarily young by age, but young to politics. And there is a particular language, there's a particular etiquette that comes with running and campaigning for politics. And it's not just about giving a speech, but how you approach people and hearing the needs of people.
Yeah. I like some of that, but I also am bothered by some of that because then you don't have young, and I'm not only talking about age, but people with different views just entering a political party because you have to be groomed by the party, so
I don't know if you have to be groomed by
very
the party. I think you have to
if you go with one of the
I don't think you have to be groomed by the
parties.
party, but I do think that there is a certain amount of language and approach that you need to be able to have when you run for these political
I agree with what William said, because to me, municipal elections is the breeding ground for those who will become leaders in national government.
Okay, we're going to pause though, right? Because we have Paul in Belmopan. So go ahead, Paul.
Go. Hold on. We can start you back over. Go.
All right, and so we are here in the city of Belmopan back once again, and we are with the People's United Party mayoral candidate, Mr. Pablo Kawish himself. Good morning, sir. First of all, let's talk a bit about how you woke up this morning, feeling. Did you get a chance to drink your cup of coffee, have breakfast? I see that you've been really busy on the ground here in Belmopan East, and you've casted your vote already.
Good morning, Mr. Lopez. Good morning, Belmopan. Good morning, Belize. I woke up very energized, ready to hit the ground and
Tell me a bit about how the machinery will work today and how much how the decision is being taken to split up your resources, because just for a bit of interesting statistics for our viewers, Belmopan has approximately 10,000 registered voters, and it seems as if the majority of those voters are concentrated right here in Belmopan East. That's your area, the area where you vote and the area where you live. And so is that taken into consideration when you're working your machinery today and when you're splitting your resources?
yes, that is taken into consideration. Not just the population of the different areas. The Belmopan Central and North areas don't tend to like being picked up. They prefer to come out on their own. So the periphery, the east and the west are the areas that require that assistance of pickups. So that is where the machinery is focused. Yes, we have assistances in the central and north area as well, but depending on the dynamics of the culture is how we divide up the resources.
As a newcomer, though you're the People's United Party is in central government, how do you resource, how do you finance all of this work that is being done today? It's a lot that has to be done throughout the course of the next 12, 11 hours.
Well, I do belong to a mass party, and the mass party does provide that assistance to some level. We also reach out to the business community and other entities to assist, and that is how we tend to move forward for the campaign.
Let's talk a bit about your reach to the youth population in Belmopan and what that has been like in terms of trying to get as much young people to come out and vote and participate in this process as possible.
Well, one of the portions that we used is the structure of the team for one. We have three very young persons on the team. We also utilize a lot of the new technology coming from technology background. We ensured that we utilize social media and other mediums of that sort to reach out to the youth.
Is there any nerves for you at this point in time as a newcomer to this? Your opponent has been in this rodeo for some time. You are new. I know your dad, he participated in similar processes. Your brother participated in a similar process and lost, and now here you are. How does it feel for you? Is there some sort of nerves? You have many more hours to go before the polls are actually closed.
No, there are no nerves. As I mentioned to your other colleague, I feel energized, and we know the work that we have put in on the ground, and we have heard the feedback from the residents. So, in terms of nervousness, there is none. It's just to ensure that the plan.
We're having a little bit of a technical glitch there, but thank you, Paul. We'll of course come back. That was the PUP mayoral hopeful. All right.
Yes.
So, but we're back in Belize City, and this time we're talking with one of the councillor candidates, Isani.
Constituency. We are joined by Brian Yellowman Ardinet, who's a UDP councillor candidate. Good morning, Mr. Ardinet.
Good morning, Wally.
Talk to us about how it's been going so far. It's a little bit after 7 o'clock. The polls are officially open. What are you seeing?
Well, we already mobilized up our people already. We have some people on the ground. We are hoping to get at least 100 votes before 8 o'clock this polling station for the UDP. Our machinery is idle. There is about 682 votes back here in polling area 13, and we expect to get at least 380 of those.
What has it been like for you in terms of walking this particular constituency and, of course, speaking to the residents and hearing their needs?
No, well, the residents in polling area 13 is love. There are concerns, like everybody else believes, and right now about cost of living. Things is very, very high, and they are prepared to come out today to send a message to the People's United Party that they are fed up of the hard time.
You have been around politics for quite some time. You've made your name from being a stalwart of the United Democratic Party. Why did you decide to offer yourself as a candidate this time around?
No, I'm around in the constituency, well, all over Belize, and I am seeing the way how people are living, and I see where I can make a change. There are easy things that can be happen to better people's life, which some politicians refuse to do, and this administration that are in right now refuse to do minimal thing that is going to affect people's life, like in terms of the same food pantry that the UDP used to give out, and so they take that away, and so having the Belizean people is suffer. But we have things that we have in place that we want to do to better the lives of people.
Is there anything else you want to mention in terms of perhaps asking persons to come out and exercise their democratic right, short of campaigning?
Yeah, we want to beg the Belizean people to come out and cast their vote. The government, the people of this country need to come out and vote, because they just send a message to this administration. If by any mistake the people go and allow them to get back to these municipal and so, it will be a clear signal to the PUP that everything is fine and we can continue to treat the way how we want to be treated. So it is up to them to send this message to the PUP that they are completely fed up of the hard time.
Once again, viewers, this is Brian Yellowman Ardinet for the United Democratic Party. We're here with him at polling station 13 in the Mesopotamia Division for Channel 5's coverage of the Municipal Elections 2024. I am Isani Cretano. Back to studio, guys.
Morning, Mr. Khalid. It's good to see you once again.
Likewise, brother.
You're out here early this morning. Let's talk a bit about, first of all, your decision to come out so early. Was it just based on your schedule?
Well, work around my wife's schedule, really, and also to beat the heat. I checked the weather report and we're projected for 95 degrees today. I think it's probably going to be the hottest day of the year so far. So I wanted definitely to be out there before it got too hot.
What's going through your mind as you went to cast your ballot, you and your wife? What were the discussions behind the scene?
It's just glad to once again be back at an election day. It means that our democracy is still alive and healthy, vibrant, booming. So that's really what it's about for me. Come out and make a voice heard. It's an opportunity to directly influence the leadership of our community for the next 3 years, and just I want to encourage everybody to take that opportunity. Your vote is your voice, as they say, and to sit it out means that you're kind of forfeiting it to a certain extent.
You're on a different side of the fence right now for some time. You came out and you would have been a mayoral candidate, right, and all that anxiety and that work that would have come with that was there, but now it's different. You seem more relaxed, you seem younger, you're smiling at this point in time. How does it feel to be on the other side?
We now keep it in Cayo and we go to Jose Sanchez live.
Coming to you live in front of the primary school here in Santa Elena. I have with me the PUP mayoral candidate, Mr. Matthew Preston. Good morning.
Mr. President, good morning.
How is the morning going so far? You've exercised your right to vote already?
No, not as yet. I've been caught up greeting the residents of San Ignacio, Santa Elena, and enjoying a nice fresh saho.
All right, so my first question of curiosity is that you're now a former councillor going for mayor, so this is like do or die. If you lose, you're not going to be a councillor. If you win, you're the mayor running the whole ship. A lot probably has gone into making this decision, and in terms of your numbers out there today, tell me a little bit of what went into it.
Well, a lot of family and friends, supporters, they asked me to run for mayor. And so I decided, and as a person that always done a lot of community service, always willing to serve our community, I said running for mayor, I'll be able to serve at a higher capacity and working with other NGOs and other entities to bring better progress for the Twin Towns.
Okay, there are different teams operating today. Now, specifically in terms of your what would have been a regular team for you as City Council? How many members or approximately how many numbers do you have for that? And then speak to maybe the various representatives in the PUP who are also campaigning as well. What are their numbers like? It's a different sort of campaigning occurring.
Okay, numbers meaning as in
the amount of people.
Okay, we have, I think in Santa Elena we have about 50 to 60 campaigners. And in San Ignacio about the same, and in Carinartis about the same.
And in relation to area representatives, for example, that you may have out here as well.
Okay, we have, sorry about that, yes, we have, so we have one mayoral candidate for the blue and then 6 mayoral candidates for the blue as well. And then we have 3 area reps. We have Honorable Landy Habet, Honorable Misho Shebat, and Honorable Alex Balona.
And each of them are also with their teams to bring out the people as well?
Yes, exactly. Each constituency has been running the machinery to bring the victory for the Twin Towns for the PUP.
It does seem a little bit different from in the past, whereby when the councillors were just running on their own. Now that you have everyone out, it's a feeling somewhat similar to general elections, for example, don't you think?
No, last year the ministers and the area reps were out with us as well. It's just that this year we're trying to show and work for the people, because with a PUP Town Council and a PUP government, there's much more we can do. And the unity that we have, it's greater than it's been in probably 20 years. So the unity is strong, and with that unity we can build a stronger community as well.
Similar to a boxing match, there's a lot of rivalry. So some people are saying, oh, they're defacing signs, you're taking stuff, you're not inviting the mayor to different things. There's a lot of feelings going back and forth. Do you feel it? Is there any ill will on anybody's part? And how do you see it going forward if, for example, another mixed slate comes up?
Well, I'm hoping to be that change, and I think our generation wants to be that change. We're tired of that old politics with vandalism and tearing down and burning and all that stuff, graffiti. And I don't know who did it. And when it comes to a mixed council, if I'm the mayor and we have a mixed council, I pledge to work with everyone. I don't want to be a dictator. I want to be someone who's diplomatic and work for the community. If it's a red councillor, let's see what we can do. Let's work together and let's build the Twin Towns.
Usually there's a lot of fanfare, especially at this specific location. Do you see an increase in energy as the day progresses from both camps?
Well, later on today, the energy will pick up. Right now it's still early. A lot of people are still trying to wake up. We also have a lot of our residents at work. A lot of them will be getting the afternoon off. But I think this election should be calm, because on our side, I'm friendly with all the campaigners on both sides of the camp. So this should be a fairly positive and peaceful elections.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. President. Hope you have a good day. We'll be checking back at you later today.
Sure. Thank you.
So next we'll be moving on to Benque to see what's happening on that side. So Jose Sanchez for the Channel 5 team from Cayo, signing off.
Have a big space to cover over on that side. Thank you so much, Jose.
All right, and we want to make a clarification. You are allowed to wear politically branded shirts to go in and vote. Yeah. Apparently, it's very clear in the manual, and we checked with the chief elections officer, and she verified that they are indeed allowed to do such. So just
but you can't talk about the party that you have the shirt on. You can't, because that's campaigning.
Right.
But you can wear the shirt.
Right.
Which is scream out that, you know.
You're the campaign.
Yes,
what better way to show your colors than to show your colors?
Yeah.
You can't voice it.
Well, we have some coverage coming to us from Corozal with an independent candidate, Hernan Riverol. So we're going to move over to Dwayne up in Corozal.
Welcome back, guys. We are here just outside polling station, polling area number 39. That is the St. Francis Xavier Primary School, where over 3,800 voters are expected to come out and cast their vote for either the UDP slate, either the PUP incumbent, or for mayoral candidate, independent mayoral candidate, Mr. Riverol, Hernan Riverol. Yeah. Sir, morning, it's early morning, the polls have just opened. Let's talk about, you know what, your strategy to get voters out for them to come and cast their vote for you.
Well, actually, I already did my groundwork, right? So just to be greeting people today, I'll let them know I'm present here, and they can, the people say they'll give me the support today, right? So that just depends on the people, you know. That's the decision.
Is it a daunting task to you know what, say you want to do this on your own, as an independent candidate?
Yeah, it's by myself. Yeah, you know, I took this step by myself, and I said, well, let's see what the Corozalianos will do, right? Because I believe everyone has their own mind and think, you know, that we have got a better our tongue, you know, better our people from Corozal. You know? That's the only reason.
Some may say it has always been a red or blue. You think you can make that difference?
Well, at the end of the day, we'll see the decisions of the people, right? So we'll see how many people are really unsatisfied with both parties, you know, being played already so long. You know.
What's the machinery, your machinery looking like in terms of getting people out, bringing them to the polls?
As you see, I'm an independent candidate, and I also talked with a lot of people, and I told them it's your own independent right to go and vote by yourself. You know, we don't need to be pampering anyone, you know, because everyone knows the decision that you're going to vote for. You know, I'm telling you a real thing.
So you're leaving it up to them to decide.
Yeah, but I know I already did my groundwork, and I went house to house, you know, passed over 5,000 houses already, you know, so in about a month and a half. So, you know, and I'm not a stranger in Corozal. Like I tell everybody, you know, they know me good, right? Yeah. I've been active for a couple of years now, active parades and Christmas parades, you know, giving away gifts, Easter egg hunt, back to school, you know.
Yeah, so in the independent candidate, mayoral candidate, Hernan Riverol, is confident that, you know what, voters are going to come to the polls and cast their vote for who is the right person to lead this municipality. We're going to have more right here from Corozal, reporting for Channel 5's Municipal Elections. I'm Dwayne Moody from Corozal Town.
Independent, we now switch back to Belize City, where Isani Caetano is talking to Elude Miller.
I'm out here on Freetown. I'm with candidate Elude. I'm speaking with him. Can you please tell me how you're feeling this morning about today?
I'm feeling very excited. Seeing our residents flow in to cast their votes. It's a really beautiful moment, right? And so we've been working very hard over the past couple of weeks, past couple of months, and so it all comes down to today, right? Today is what matters most. So I'm very excited. Yeah, I'm happy.
I know that it's still quite early. The polling stations opened a little over half an hour ago. What is it looking like, the turnout?
Yeah, well, here in Freetown, it's a sea of blue, right? So we're hoping that we could maintain that throughout the course of the day. Of course, we want the best outcome for our entire team, right? And so I'm happy about that, yeah. Hopefully we can maintain that, yeah.
All right.
And we're back, we're having conversations here. So Don't worry, we'll rehash all of it for you.
We are.
We're talking about his, path to in politics, actually predating actually community work in that sense, but starting at the university level.
Of course, he was shadowing Mayor Wagner for most of this.
And to bring up just to touch on something, we'll talk about more later, that Brighton brought up. The idea of one of the things municipalities could be is an incubator for national level.
Right.
And it has happened sometimes, but it's not something that the parties have tried to seriously promote. So just a quick thing. We've had 5 prime ministers, right?
All of them.
No, not, the only one has not been a mayor.
Right.
And that was,
but they all have been a part of municipal elections.
Yeah, but they have not been. They have not been in a municipal office.
Yeah.
And that was former Prime Minister Musa, right? The other kind of not strange but different one is the current Prime Minister Briceño. He became a city councillor after he was successful in a constituency. He then, when the party was not in power, he then went but he has voiced the experience and used the experience he learned municipal as being really instructive for national.
Let's stick a pin in there as we go to another live coverage from Belize City with Minister Francis Fonseca.
Good morning. Okay, I'm here at Freetown with Area Representative Mr. Francis Fonseca. Can you tell me a little bit about the bringing people here today?
Yeah, well, we're absolutely excited. It's been a robust campaign. We're glad that the day is finally here, March 6th. So we're, in Freetown, we've run many elections, so we have a lot of experience. So we're energized. Our team is ready. We've planned properly, and today is all about executing our election day plan. So we're very happy. We're very pleased with the early start. We've gotten a very good start early. We brought out, we had about at least 100 people in the line at 7 o'clock, our supporters. So we always like to get a good start. So we're feeling very good about it. Obviously, we have a long way to go for the rest of the day. And our street captains are out in Belama and in Kings Park, bringing out their voters, our supporters.
I was just speaking with Mr. Miller, and he was telling me that it is a sea of blue here today. What kind of work have you been putting in, and what type of voters are you trying to attract here today?
Yeah, well, as I said, I have myself run 5 general elections in Freetown successfully. So we have a lot of experience, have a lot of good people who support me. We have a very good Freetown committee, PUP committee, who have a lot of experience. So today for us is all about executing our plan, our election day plan. But we've been working very hard. The city council team under the leadership of Mayor Bernard Wagner has been campaigning in Freetown as they have been doing across the city. But we've spent a lot of time in Freetown engaging with our voters, making sure that we get to meet new young voters. So it's been a very good experience, and we certainly hope that all of those people that we engage with will come out today and show their support for Mayor Wagner and his team.
Okay, and there we had Francis Fonseca, Minister. Of course, we were having a conversation that the infusion of technology could be something that would be useful in Belize City. But I think that's a good conversation for us to have, that especially in municipals, why can't you vote at any polling station, given that it will be cumulative?
Yes.
At the end.
It's at large. Everybody's running at large.
Yeah.
So you're not tied to your constituency. You should be able to go. So if you work in, Caribbean shores, but you live in Port Loyola,
you should be able to.
You should just be able to go and vote in the closest one.
Yeah.
But again, the part of the reasoning is.
Do we want to change the system as it is?
No, part of the reasoning is self-serving. First of all, it's easy because you already have thing. But the other thing is self-serving for the national leaders, that they can keep tabs on their...
I want to continue this conversation because there's a lot of things about casting ballots, sending in ballots early, voting, and so forth. But we do have coverage coming to us for the first time from PG. Yay. So you're going to head on over to beautiful Paine to get some footage.
Good morning. I am here with Ms. Jareen Avila. So Ms. Jareen, how are you feeling this morning?
Well, I must say that I'm feeling great, even though this is my first time participating in this municipal elections supporting the People's United Party. This feeling this morning is a really great one. Our supporters are out, our workers are out, and if you can notice out here, you're probably seeing a blue wave from when you see we walked in this morning at our polling station at St. Peter Claver. So the feeling out here is great. We're confident about later, so we're just awaiting what the day would be like today.
Can you please speak to us about the journey? How the journey has been for you to get here?
This has been a great experience, but yet a challenging one, you know, as a first-timer going around, but just to hear the feedback of the people makes you build that confidence. So it has been a great one, a great experience hearing from our people in Punta Gorda what are the struggles we are facing today, and we're just sharing our ideas to what we plan to do if given the opportunity to sit in office.
If elected, what could the PG people expect from you personally?
For me, I'm a big advocate for the youths, and anybody who knows me know that I've been in several youth groups and youth programs supporting different NGOs and governmental institutions. So my plan is to work along with young persons in terms of supporting them in terms of education, and also see how we can develop entrepreneurial opportunities for them. At least that's what I want to do, and of course serve my people to the best of my capacity.
All right, thank you so much. And you had it live here from Ms. Jareen Avila from Paine, Punta Gorda for the Channel 5's 2024 municipal elections. I am Stefan Alberto.
All right, and from Deep South, we come just a little bit up to Gwen in Dangriga. Take it away, Gwen.
All right, George, you ready? All right. Stand right. Go.
Okay, hello. So good morning from beautiful Dangriga, and I am at polling station 95. We have 295 as I've explained earlier, Holy Ghost and Delil Academy. And with me I have Miss Lina, an educator, and she is the person in charge for this area. With Benafi, good morning. With Benafi. Okay, so tell us the area that you are in charge of. Okay, the scope of the area. Okay, I'm responsible for polling area 95, the Delil Academy. I'm also the chairlady of the People's United Party. So we are here from 6 o'clock this morning, setting up our people together, getting things ready. And so, who can come and vote at Delil? Because in the past, everybody's area we went to Holy Ghost. So from last election, there's a split, right? So there's still confusion because there were some people. I met a young man here. He belonged to Begute. He didn't realize that it was by address. I met some people. They were by Holy Ghost. When they came here, they are here because they were sent from Holy Ghost here. So can you tell us who can come and vote at Delil? Okay. And who can go to Holy Ghost? Okay, the persons who can come and vote here are people who resides in first new site, second new site, third new site, monument site, Carib Reserve. All the people living in that area, they are responsible to come and vote here at Delil Academy. Okay. And then actually north of Ecumenical Drive. Right. Okay. Because all of that are part of polling area 95, Delil Academy. Okay. And so the others will vote at Holy Ghost. Who normally, if we're not in that area, then normally go to Holy Ghost, then you go to Holy Ghost. So what has it been like since morning? I noticed that I was here earlier and it was slow, and like it's still slower. Maybe people came while we were in the other area. How has it been? Well, yes, it's not fast as yet. Okay. It is slow, but we are bringing in our people. We are making sure that they know that the polling area, the place is open at 7 o'clock. So we are just liaising with them. We are visiting their homes. We are calling them.
those who gave us a surety were going to their houses as we are just scoping the area and see how fast people are voting, how slow they are voting, and their willingness to vote.
Okay. So far in your judgment, how many of your people have come out in your judgment?
Well, when it comes to us here at the Lille Academy, along with the workers and the polling agents, it's about 45 of us.
Working.
So working.
But in terms of the voters,
I know that when I was there, I saw about 25 to 30 people who came in between 7 to 7:30.
Okay.
So now I think it's after 8. So people are coming in slowly but surely.
Okay.
And the time when we know that people will come 11, 12, and the crunch time 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, people will be coming in.
All right.
But we're confident that people will come and vote. The voter turnout last 3 years, I think it was 60 something percent. And we're trying to keep that momentum.
Okay.
So we did due diligence to our campaigning, so we're positive that people are coming out to exercise their rights.
Okay. So thank you very much, Ms. Nina. We're very anxious that Justice of the Peace.
Yes, I am, yeah.
So you, my sister Justice. So we want to thank you very much for engaging us on Channel 5, and we wish you the best for today. Yes, so, well, my finger is here, I've voted, and we continue to encourage people to come out and exercise your right, because there's so many women who cannot vote. So many people have died fighting to vote. So this is our opportunity to have a voice in our community. So you'll hear from us from another polling area, because we are circling Dangriga. We've been at Holy Ghost. Now we are at Delhi Academy, so we've covered polling area 95. So according to the stats, 5,282 people in all the voting boxes voting area can vote. So we hope that more than half of that amount will come out, because it's unrealistic to say 100%. So reporting from beautiful Dangriga for Channel 5 Municipal Election 2024, I'm Gwen Nunes Gonzalez, and I thank you.
Gwen Nunes Gonzalez, beautiful. That
love it.
Woman has a beautiful spirit.
She does. She really, really does. But from beautiful Dangriga, Grigadan, we head on over to the gateway of Chactamal in Corozal with Dwayne Moody.
And Dwayne.
Right, guys, we are back here at polling area number 39 here in Corozal Town, and I'm with the UDP mayoral candidate Ricardo Rick Ake, who wants to unseat the incumbent Rigoberto Vellos. Mr. Ake, let's talk about it. You know what? Getting into the race, mobilizing people. We are just past an hour since polls have been open. Let's talk about that machinery, getting people out to vote.
Well, good morning, Dwayne. Thank you for bringing Channel 5, radio viewers, all listening to in country of Belize. It's been a pleasure early morning, get them early and having the people move and mobilize, always keeping that positive motivation of what I have been also telling here, right? So, and that's what we have been doing from this morning. 5 o'clock in the morning, we start to gather up people to start to move in the different polling areas, which is 40, 39, and 41, right? Which is one of them that we have to be moving and pumping. And that is the motivation we have right now. We're still energized. You might be looking, but we are energized. We know what we have done and what we will put at the polls.
Right here where we are, almost 50% of the voting population comes to this polling area. Talk to us about that in getting them out and making sure that, you get the votes in your favor.
Yes, and that's one of the things. St. Francis Xavier is the more, I would say, is the battleground to get in all the votes, over 3,000 voters here, and that's what we need to be getting in here. And that's one of the things that we have been looking. We have mobilized our vehicle street captains, and some of them we know that who are seasoned in the area and know the people, and they have contacted all of them, and so they are moving left, right, and center right now. I know it was very early in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Some of them are just getting up, 8 o'clock, and they say, you know what, they're still sleeping, but they're coming up. And that is what our street captains are moving right now. So they are already around moving up, and people are gearing up. Some of them are walking in and say, I am ready here, Mr. Ake, good to go, let's go, he said. So I'm there.
You know, we've seen individuals, entire families coming out to vote. How important is it for them to exercise that right, for come out and really do what by law it gives them the power to do?
You know, and that's one of the things that I always instill with them, with the voters, especially the voters in Corozal Town. I told them, it's your right, it is your duty. And if you come and vote, then you have somewhere you can go and mandate the municipal election to give you account of so many things. But if you don't come and exercise this vote for you to write, then what voice do you have at the municipal body? So I insisted to them that it is the right to come out, vote exactly what is happening. And the only way we can see democracy and process and progress within ourselves and the municipal body going up is because you exercise your vote, right?
You know, sir, we were here from last night. We're seeing, you know, the first set of people going in, but it seems to be a trickle. It's not a lot of people. What are your numbers showing so far, people coming in?
Well, one of the things that I can say I'm doing is that our people are coming slowly. They're coming one by one. They're coming in. We're not hurrying right now for them to come out here because you say, you know what, Mr. Okay, we're just having breakfast, but we're getting there, just give me, and then I'll come again. So that's one of the things that I've been looking slowly, but they're coming out. Yes, when it's a family, big family that's coming, I appreciate it because already, you know, it's already 5, 8 votes that are getting in there. When they come one by one, I say, okay, that's no problem, and they say, we're good to go. Good, Mr. Ake, you know.
So you have any figures more or less?
Not as yet. I will go back right now into our main data person, so to give us more or less how many we have tallied for the hour that we have passed.
You know, despite all the campaigns and everything, an election is won on the day of the election.
That is very true, Dwayne, you know, and I've always said, I have done my job during the past months on the ground, 2 times on the ground, walking house to house. And I believe in me, I have been on that ground. It's that people are telling me, or because I sent people to go and visit. No, I have been to every single house with the people, you know, and that is the thing. So I did my part. And I told the people, my part is done. Now your part is on election day. So I just need to finish polishing it off, what they have done, and instigate with them, hey, let's give it. We need that change. We need to be positive. We need to get going. All right? And whatever happens, the good Lord knows exactly what has been done, and it's up to them for him to finalize it.
So lastly, sir, just in terms of your confidence, do you feel that even though preliminary, do you feel that, you know what, you've done enough that you will come out on top at the end of today?
I have done 150 more of what I have been doing, right? And believe you me, I am very confident. I have very positive. I have never stepped down. If I would have been very negative, you know what, because of so much people walking around, that will intimidate. No, that doesn't intimidate me because I know what I have done. Deep down what I have done, I have touched the people every single day in Corozal. And if they come out and the numbers, whatever they come out, they walk in, I know what they have been doing and they have room. So it's them that they decide, right? At the end of the day, if everything comes good, then you will see what happens from there and how we move from there onwards.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ake. There you have it, Ricardo Ake, UDP mayoral candidate for Corozal Town, saying that, you know what, it's up to you, the voters. I think over 7,826 voters in this municipality. It's up to them to come out and vote and decide who is going to be the next leader of their municipality. Will it be Rigo Bertaveos from the PUP? Will it be Ricardo Ake from UDP? Or will it be the independent mayoral candidate, Hernan Riverol? It's anyone's guess, guys. Back to you in the studio. This is Dwayne Moody. I'm reporting for Channel 5's coverage of the Municipal Elections 2024.
Thank you so much, Dwayne. Before we head to our next break, I would just like to remind viewers to head on over to our social media pages on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and tell us what you're thinking about this year's municipal election.
Or what you're seeing.
We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more of Municipal Elections 2024 right here on Channel 5.
This broadcast is brought to you by
Brighton
Brothers
will go
Tibet.
in.
All women enjoy 15% off store-wide for Women's Month.
At Brothers Habet and Habet,
we are proud to celebrate Women's Month. This year's theme is Inspire Inclusion, and we want to inspire the creativity of our women breaking barriers in the industry. That's why, for the entire month of March, we are offering all women a special 15% discount on all products store-wide. Whether you're a professional, a DIY enthusiast, or just looking to tackle home improvement projects, we have everything you need to get the job done and service that's second to none. So stop in, call, inbox, email, or WhatsApp us today. Happy Women's Month from all of us at Brothers Habet and Habet and Habet.
Introducing our new general ward at Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, designed to provide the care you and your loved ones deserve. Our new wing offers 12 rooms for our patients, ensuring that each patient receives the attention they need. Our spacious rooms are thoughtfully designed to offer comfort not only to patients but also to their visitors, recognizing the importance of having loved ones nearby during the healing process. But of course, safety is our top priority. With strategically placed nurse call buttons, help is just a push away if you need an extra hand. What truly sets our new general ward apart is our exceptional team of medical professionals, our dedicated doctors and nurses skilled to provide the best possible care, ensuring that your loved ones receive the attention they deserve. Belize Healthcare Partners, your leader in healthcare.
As motorcyclists, we know the thrill of the open road, but improper overtaking can result in severe injury or worse. It can shatter your life and dreams. It can shatter the emotions of the people you love. Or, in the best case scenario, you're left with a hefty fine. Driving recklessly is not worth it. Follow the rules of the road and stay alert. Safe overtaking leads to a smooth journey. Choose patience and safety over impatience and recklessness. It can make all the difference. A message from the Second Road Safety Project and the Caribbean Development Bank.
Introducing Unitex Company Limited's Spark LED bulbs. Brighten your world with our new line of Spark LED bulbs. Affordable, long-lasting, and energy efficient. Say goodbye to pesky mosquitoes with our innovative mosquito killer bulbs, providing a comfortable and insect-free environment. Choose from our rechargeable options for sustainable, eco-friendly lighting solutions. We also offer a range of regular bulbs to suit your every need. Spark LED bulbs, exclusively distributed by Unitex Company Limited. Call us at 610-3626.
The new wing of Belize Healthcare Partners Limited is the home of our newly expanded birthing room and neonatal unit. We understand that childbirth is a memorable experience for expecting mothers and their families. That's why the new unit was designed with your comfort and safety in mind. For the expecting mom, our spacious and well-equipped birthing rooms will create a comfortable and supportive environment for your labor and delivery. We also offer the option of water delivery in our birthing pool, allowing you to have a soothing and safe delivery supervised by experienced doctors and nurses. Our neonatal nursery is equipped with the latest technology and staffed by skilled and compassionate professionals dedicated to providing the best care for your newborn. At Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, we are here to support you every step of the way, from the moment you arrive until you and your baby are safe to go home. Belize Healthcare Partners, your leader in healthcare.
At Brothers Habet and Habet, we are proud to celebrate Women's Month. This year's theme is Inspire Inclusion, and we want to inspire the creativity of our women breaking barriers in the industry. That's why, for the entire month of March, we are offering all women a special 15% discount on all products store-wide. Whether you're a professional, a DIY enthusiast, or just looking to tackle home improvement projects, we have everything you need to get the job done and service that's second to none. So stop in, call, inbox, email, or WhatsApp us today. Happy Women's Month from all of us at Brothers Habet and Habet and Habet.
Technology is ubiquitous, and it's transforming how, when, and where we work. Fulltech Systems is placing award-winning devices in the hands of information workers, allowing them to work without compromise in a world without wires, to innovate, create, and to maximize productivity anytime, anywhere, satisfying the needs of the desk-centric remote and field worker and every other worker in between. We are providing the industry's best devices to businesses going through the process of digital transformation. Partner with us today to provide the solutions that will allow your employees to work effectively and efficiently to enhance your customers' experience. Fulltech Systems, your technology center, where you'll come for the price, but stay for the service.
Congratulations! You are a winner of Digi's Live for Free!
Oh, babe, you almost done. You ready for your next one? All right, we'll get one. Actually, let me get two. Because we will live free, Digi.
Are you looking to turn life's goals into accomplishments? Goals like going to college, opening a small business, buying your own home, planning a wedding, taking a long overdue vacation. Looking for a financial partner that's there for you every step of the way? Then look no further. The National Bank of Belize is your bank that will be there for you for all your life's milestones. The National Bank of Belize is committed to providing every Belizean with innovative and affordable financial products and services. Visit one of your nearby branches or service centers for additional details, or contact us by phone at 822-0957 or 227-0807. WhatsApp us at 614-3133 or 676-6263 to make an appointment to find out more about what our friendly staff can do for you. For more information, you may also visit our website at nbbl.bz or find us on Facebook and Instagram. So whatever you want to do next, NBB will be there to make it possible. Certain conditions apply.
And I get it from the National Bank of Belize.
Looking for unique ways to create the mood at your special event? Want to make an impression and stand out from the crowd? Then, Prestige Productions can help you. Belize's newest event production company offers world-class production and state-of-the-art event lighting and special effects. They can also provide audio production, professional DJ services, and MCs to host your events. Make your weddings, birthdays, live shows, conferences, or corporate events come alive with innovative technology and creativity that is sure to add the wow factor to your event. Prestige Productions, elegance is our forte.
Chris, un repartidor que se prepara para comenzar su jornada laboral. Necesita indicaciones para llegar a su próximo punto de entrega. Pero en la carretera, cada segundo cuenta. Las distracciones y el uso de cascos inadecuados son costosos. Tu enfoque es tu mayor aliado. El daño va más allá de su vehículo. Es tu vida, tu futuro lo que está en juego. Mantén la concentración cuando conduzcas. No te distraigas y mantén la vista en la carretera. Si necesitas usar tu teléfono, busca un lugar seguro, detenerse. Verifica las direcciones de tu destino con antemano. Toma la decisión correcta para ti y para los demás. Este mensaje es del Second Road Safety Project.
Welcome to a new era of emergency care. Introducing the new and improved Accident and Emergency Ward at Belize Healthcare Partners Limited. Conveniently located in the heart of Belize City and accessible by ambulance and helicopter, our new state-of-the-art facility is designed to provide the highest level of care for patients at their most critical moments. With a new A&E equipped with advanced diagnostic tools, our healthcare professionals are better equipped than ever to swiftly and accurately diagnose a wide range of medical conditions. Whether it's a life-threatening condition or a minor injury, each patient is treated with the utmost urgency and compassion. The new Accident and Emergency Wing is a testament to our commitment to delivering exceptional medical care when it matters most. Belize Healthcare Partners, your leader in healthcare.
At Brothers Habet and Habet, we are proud to celebrate Women's Month. This year's theme is Inspire Inclusion, and we want to inspire the creativity of our women breaking barriers in the industry. That's why, for the entire month of March, we are offering all women a special 15% discount on all products store-wide. Whether you're a professional, a DIY enthusiast, or just looking to tackle home improvement projects, we have everything you need to get the job done and service that's second to none. So stop in, call, inbox, email, or WhatsApp us today. Happy Women's Month from all of us at Brothers Habet and Habet.
And welcome back. Of course, our municipal elections coverage for 2024 continues, and we've covered a myriad of topics so far, but we'd like to drill down deep into some of them, and I know Brighton said that he is raring to go. So, Brighton.
Okay, so William, we want to talk about some of the results for past elections. We're starting with 2003, and we're going to go right up to 2021 to bring us up to speed. In 2003, the UDP won 29.9% of the seats, and the PUP won 70.1%. 2006, UDP won 95.5%, and PUP won 4.5%. So we saw that there was a complete shift in the turnout there.
Yeah.
In 2009, the UDP won 94% and PUP won 6%. In 2012, the UDP won 59.7% and the PUP won 40.3%, so that was a close one. 2015, UDP won 92.5%, PUP won 7.5%. 2018, 61.2% for UDP and 38.8% for PUP. And in 2021, there was a complete turnaround. The PUP won 97% and the UDP won 3%.
Wow.
Do we see that transcending into today's election?
So another way to trace the trend that Brighton just put is to look at where the elections fall, where municipal elections fall in relation to national elections.
Right.
So if you look back from 1964, every party, this is the blanket statement, every party that wins the national election wins the subsequent municipal elections, except one time. Once it didn't happen, and that was 1998, I think it was. What happened right here? Yeah, where the PUP won the national election, won the municipal elections and lost the national elections. It happened once. But the other aspect of it is how close the proximity within a year or so of the cycle, the municipal are to national elections. So this year, this time, we have municipal elections that will probably, by law, has to be followed with national elections like a year and 3/4, a year, because we're in March, right? So a year and 7 months, 9 months, I'm sorry, because the outer limit is in November, right? So we have a fairly proximal time. So the variable is when will the ruling party call elections, and that could be discussed at a different time.
Right.
So as far as using it as a barometer or a litmus of strength, usually the party that's in power loses seats as well at this point. Usually they lose
So
seats.
when leader opposition Shine Barrow says he's counting 9 elections and it's not far-fetched, what are your thoughts on that? Nine municipalities in order for things to turn around. He said,
what
did he say? I'm not sure what he said.
Honestly, I don't see that happening.
Red in all.
He's saying he's going to go red in all things.
In all municipalities.
I don't.
Not for red,
I don't think that will happen.
I don't think that will
I
happen.
don't even think it will be closer like the 2009.
Okay.
And part of that is part of it. I think you're right. I think part of it is a function of the internal organization and strength of the parties.
Okay.
They have too much things happening within their internal affairs.
Yeah, we don't have
their
to.
Party.
Yeah, we don't have to itemize it. Everybody
Right.
knows the internal struggles
Issues,
that the
yeah.
opposition party has, which I in no way celebrate because I'm a believer
We
in
need a strong
having
opposition.
strong opposition parties if possible. Right?
Agreed.
I'm a believer in that as part of democracy.
But we're gonna take a quick pause here on set, and we go to Belmopan, and Paul Lopez is with UDP's mayoral candidate. We're having a little bit of a challenge with audio, but maybe we can come back to that as soon as it's ready. Just keep that in mind. But I think this conversation about how much of a test this will be for both parties, I think is a key one. It either builds your momentum or deflates you entirely, right? I think at this juncture. And so it's important for both parties to really have good representation. You don't necessarily, I don't think you have to win, but you have to have some kind of momentum.
But I do think predictions and certain municipalities, predictions are, I'm curious. I'm curious necessarily because of some of the issues, not just in the opposition, but just in various areas. We're talking about the differentiating between what a municipal government can do and what a central government can do. And a lot of the times, those issues do sway where a voter will put their ticket, their X on. And if you don't know the differences in where your central government and your municipal government stand or what they can do for you, you're going to vote in a particular way because you feel like this particular party can do something for you or more for you than the other.
You know, there are 2 municipalities that I look at. We need to go.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead
I'll hold my
and do Belmopan very quickly, or report from Belmopan. Take it away, Paul.
All right, and we are back in the city of Belmopan for News 5's Municipal Elections coverage 2024. And we are here with none other than the mayoral candidate for the United Democratic Party, Ms. Jacqueline Burns. Ms. Burns, good morning. You've been out here since before the polls were open.
Paul, I've been up since last night's motorcade.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you guys had an event last night.
Yes.
I guess that was to punctuate your candidacy and just to set the tone for today's event.
Definitely to energize our supporters. We had a motorcade to get everybody excited about this journey we've been on.
Let's talk a bit about your feelings. Just how you're feeling right now in terms of getting ready for this day. The voters are already coming out, and what that has been like for you on the onset.
You know, when you do your homework, you're confident in the grade you're gonna get. I've done my homework. I've walked as many houses as I could. I've spoken with the electorate in Belmopan, and so now it's just to get our voters out and get them to cast their votes.
How is the well oil is the machinery today? I know that's a huge part of these elections.
Yes, it's definitely a huge part, and because we have three different polling stations, you know, it takes quite a bit more people instead of the one traditional area that we have at Compre. But what I like about it is that individuals are, you know, it's not going to be crowded. There's not going to be long lines. One disadvantage is that some people don't know where they're supposed to cast their vote, and so that's a little problem there. But we'll figure it out.
Do you take into consideration the fact your experience as an advantage today for you when it comes to working your machinery and just in going through the process of the entire day?
Well, remember that both teams have their support, and there are people who are seasoned politicians on both ends of the spectrum here in Belmopan. And so I'm sure that my opponents have had the kind of guidance, but I certainly have endured this before. And when the sun starts licking, you know, somebody said, Ms. Burns, what will you do when the sun turns up? And I said, that's when we stand here. That's what I'm used to when it comes to election day. So yeah, the experience counts. Yes.
Campaigning is expensive, and running a machinery on election day is quite costly as well. I know that for the most part, most of what we saw you guys do was barbecue sales. How are you financing this entire process?
We've had a lot of donors for our election. We've had a lot of support coming from both local and international. A lot of my friends and family chipped in, but our party also helped to finance the bigger part of today's election.
I look at your specific poll, where you're voting polling station. This is Belmopan Central. Yes. But then you realize that based on the data, that the majority of voters, at least the concentration, is in Belmopan East. What grounds do you believe you've covered there before this day?
Practically every portion of it, and the portion that I haven't covered was walked by my standard bearer. You know the story with the leave without pay, which I wasn't granted. I would have walked all of Belmopan had time permitted, but when that was denied, we had to re-strategize.
Did you just decide to leave that be at some point, that, you know what, I'm not even going to follow up on it anymore?
Perhaps like a week ago, when I got back the response from the appeals tribunal, they did rule that the commission had erred in their decision and had sent it back to the commission. However, I applied in November when I needed 2 months. By that time, it was only days left before the election. So any efforts would have been futile.
Ms. Burns, all the best, and we look forward to hearing from you throughout the rest of the day.
Sure. Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much.
All right, and so there you have it from the United Democratic Party's mayoral candidate right here in the city of Belmopan, Jacqueline Burns. We'll be bringing you coverage and updates from the city of Belmopan throughout the rest of the day. For now, this is Paul Lopez reporting for News 5's Municipal Coverage 2024.
Good morning, everyone at the studio. Good morning, Belize. This is Electoral and my cameraman here, Lucia Gusser from Orange Walk Town. We are going to be bringing you live coverage of the day's events, of course, all the way to the last vote counted, and bringing you the results of today's elections. We are here at the polling station, Louisiana Government School, where we see people trickling in, making a line to get into the polling station. Areas to, of course, their supporters and the voters. And we are going to be bringing you coverage from all other police stations. Those will be the San Francisco RC School, Lima Colada RC School, and the Chapels School in Orange Walk Town. This is what we have happening so far, and we will continue to bring you live coverage of today's event. And this is our Channel 5 team coverage in Orange Walk. I am Electoral alongside Monsieur Alcacel.
Going well. I think we're foot on the ground right now. Our feet are on the ground, and we are bringing out our voters early this morning. We are ready here at our table, ready to greet our voters that are coming in. And of course, I think it's a beautiful day today. So I'm inviting all voters to come out, especially our UDP supporters to come out and cast their vote. Very important election. No, I think we have more opportunity where we feel far greater. And I can tell you this personally because I've visited everybody in our this division as much home as I could have touched up in there. And I will tell you the sentiment is real. You know, certain people have lost that, they have us disconnected what is happening. You know, in terms of the executive of this country, the ministers and the representatives have lost the touch with the people. And I will tell you, the people are the ones who have the power of the election. And today I think that will speak for itself because of the frustration and the fact that people are not meeting their basic needs because things are so expensive in terms of the high cost of living and in terms of the high cost of fuel and the general hardships that we're going through under this PUP government. Yes, I do, and I also think that countrywide we will see the same sentiments because I've spoken to a lot of colleagues and the same sentiments are expressing to us. And I can tell you that that is a true sentiment, not from a campaigner, not from a second-hand person, but from me personally speaking to the people here in the East. And that is why I'm confident that today we will have a change of local government and we will do the progress here out here today. Well, we are asking our supporters to come out and vote 7 down the line. We need a change, starting from the mayoral candidate right down to our councillors.
From Orange Walk and former, minister and representative for Orange Walk, Elodio Aragon. Of course, we're nearing 9 o'clock, and we've been talking about a number of issues, but let's go back to some of the statistics from Brighton. We didn't want him to do all that crunching.
Well, I wanted to just make an intervention. The two areas that I'm really looking at are San Ignacio, Belmopan. Belmopan, why? The former mayor did not leave a nice taste in the mouths of Belmopanese. Let's just put it that way. I understand that the PUP has an entire new slate, but we know that Jacqueline Burns, she has also a presence there in Belmopan, and they say that a vote for Jacqueline Burns is a vote for Jan Saldiva. And this is where we see the nexus or the crossover now between the municipal and the national government. Right? So I'm looking at Belmopan, that's one area of interest for me, but also San Ignacio. Earl Chapa has been mayor, how many years you said that?
Been in the city council 21 years.
City council 21 years.
The town board, part of it, yeah.
So obviously there is confidence in him by the people there in that municipality. However, the PUP, there was a mixed council, there was a split council, and I'd like to go over some of the statistics for a split council. But those two areas are intriguing to me because we know that Benque was also once UDP stronghold, and they went completely blue in 2021. All right, so those are two areas that I think we should keep our eyes on. And we just had the interview just now from Jackie Burns, and she was talking a bit about campaign financing, and I wanted to jump into that as a point of discussion. Because where the money come from for elections? That's always the question Belizeans ask.
But both parties have refused to actually do the reform necessary to declare exactly where those funds are coming from.
And why is that so?
Because it serves their purpose. And we know that you have, listen, you've had key people who support both sides, right? And there's a pendulum swing depending on whether they got what they wanted or didn't get it, right? So that's a whole part of it. But that's not peculiar, I think, to Belize. Because when you travel through the Caribbean, the manufacturing or merchant class control the politicians because they are the ones who have the monies that can actually support campaigns, etc. And they will need the policy to. It's the same as the gun lobby in the US or
the campaign finance in the US, which is completely broken, and they have the most rules in the world, and it doesn't work.
No,
it doesn't work.
But are we echoing that in
so
some
let's I think we start with a really basic level. Let's start with something we have, the Declaration of Assets, right?
Which we still can't enforce.
Which we still cannot enforce. So let's start with that. Let's advocate that be enforced. And then let's also put it at the municipal level. So at least the individual's personal aggrandizement and enrichment, we could at least start with that. And the reason, and I'm not poo-pooing, I'm not totally dismissing overall reform, but what happens is that when you, as I said, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, but what will happen is that when you have to have an official ledger, let's use the old-fashioned word, right? Account, spreadsheet of who gave you money and how you spent it, the real money will not show up there. Right? The real money will not show up there.
Transparency and all of that stuff goes out the window.
And the thing is, what happens in the States that they actually have legalized the corruption in the sense that they've created these PACs, political action committees, who can spend any billions of dollars and no account for not who gave it to them and how they spend it.
Trump shoes.
Right? Well, that's not a PAC, but yes, that's the idea. But and I'm saying, in the age of technology and interconnectedness, that's what would happen here in Belize. You would end up with this side entity that will then be spending money doing ads and saying support. They don't have their party label. They just will say William is running, support William. William has done this. William this. Blah blah blah. All inherit. Oh. Brighton, no, don't support him. You don't have to have the name. You don't have to say which party you are. Just say, no, support this person. And then how you regulate that? So I am not saying we shouldn't look at it. I'm just saying, let's not make rules that then we then turn around and say, look, we got rules and nobody pay attention to it. Ignore it. Let's not put ourselves in that position. And let's just start with declaration of.
Well, you know, enforcement has always been an issue in Belize across sectors. So perhaps enforcement is what we need to focus on. I want to go through some of the candidates who became members of the House of Representatives, either the President or the Senate for Belize, and these are all people who are part of municipal elections at some point in time. So we have George Price, who became Prime Minister. He was in the City Council 1962, CLB Rogers, DPM 1962, Gwen Lizarraga, she was a minister, Philip Golson, minister, Calvin Young, Governor General, Paul Rodriguez, Ombudsman, Manuel Esquivel, Prime Minister, Carl Thompson, he was a minister and Deputy Prime Minister, Said Musa, Prime Minister and Minister, George Dakers, President of the Senate, William Coffin, President of the Senate, Edward Flowers, President of the Senate, Samuel Rayburn, who was a minister, Romeo Montejo, Minister, Derek Aikman, Minister, Hubert Ellington, Minister, Carlos Diaz, Minister, BQ Pitt, Speaker of the House and AG, Jose Coy, Minister, Faith Bob, Minister, Anthony Martinez, Minister, Patrick Farber, Minister, Denise Sister B. Barrow, Darrell Bradley, President of the Senate, Dean Barrow, PM and Minister. All these individuals were a part of City Council at some point in time in our history.
Wow. And that have gotten into
and that is the reason why we say that this is basically the breeding ground. Municipal elections is a breeding ground for the leaders who we will see in the near future. So when we look at young leaders like Eliud Miller, or when we look at Alan Pollard, right? And we've seen Alan Pollard enter into national government against Sister and it was a good showing for him.
Yep.
And so it also makes me question what was the reason why he decided to step down from running for mayor? And so these questions come up as a young person who is going to the voting polls.
Right. I think we do have one coverage that is coming in from
Belize City.
So we're
and
going
we'll talk to the independent
candidate. Mr. Torres.
Yeah.
So we're going to have that for you now.
Listen.
I'm here at Caribbean Shores, right in front of Buttonwood Bay polling station. I'm here with Mr. Ernesto Torres, an independent candidate. Can you talk to me about today, sir?
Well, I don't know if Wednesday the Torres Day, but let me tell you, I've been out and I get a lot of response that looks, after 20 years, most favorable. Thumbs up, the tapping of horn, the people slowing down. I got your back, we'll tow you in, we'll put you in, we'll recruit you, all kind of response in different terms. And truthfully speaking, indeed, this is my 7th year. All right? This is my 7th year into this thing. I beat once President Franklin of the USA, I understand he run 6 times. So I got a gold medal now. This is my 7th time. So yes, I feel like, well, we can't tell because people, they say hooray and they tap hand. And at the end of the day, when the votes are counted, then we know if it is the Torres MD. We know then.
All right, well, 7 times is a lot, sir, as you mentioned. And even though you're not sure what the turnout will be like in your favor, what made you decide that you're going to run again this year? What is driving you to run, put yourself up?
If you ask me and I will ask you. Do you favor how the traffic flowing today in Belize City countrywide? Yeah, no, that is the purpose reason I continued, because my aim, I have so many ideas, so many proposals that I will bring to the council when I become a member of the council. So much things to do with traffic in general, road. All our use the road for taxi, for bus, for reach for work, for walk, for ride, for all, for dump trash on the streets when are favorable, park Middle Street, and because I tell you, for move you, and I smile you want to come out and beat me or the pull out gun. Man, in general with traffic, road traffic not safe in Belize City. And I strongly feel and believe that I could make a difference. I strongly feel and believe, all right, brother. I strongly feel and believe that if the people give me this time around, that opportunity, only the community will benefit me. I wish I could have gone into office and continue to live the way they live and not pay me no income. I know. Hurry, forget people money. I don't want to make one difference. I have been making a difference from ever since. From 1981, I improved the traffic in Belize. The traffic in Belize improved a lot, even though I am not in office. But I have a lot of catching up to do with road traffic.
And finally, I noticed even in the midst of this interview, you're getting many hails and lots of people are rooting for you. Are you optimistic today, sir?
Darling, I cannot. I will wait till the votes count. Then I could say people are real. All right? But in the past, I never yet get this kind of response. Never. And this is the time that I get less recognition from the media, but I thank you all for stopping by and giving me a leash out.
You know, William, Doc, and April, I want to be consistent like Mr. Torres.
I applaud his efforts. I really do. And I think that for a healthy democracy, you need independent candidates at all times. I think so.
Mr. Torres, to his credit, the last elections I mentioned to you all, he got just over 500 votes.
Yes, people are
nothing
noticing
to sneeze
him.
at. I don't think the 500 people will vote for me. I mean,
But just to give a quick update on votes, and since we're talking about numbers here, between the hours of 7 and 8 a.m. in Corozal Town, we have already a few ballots that have been casted from the station poll at St. Francis Xavier. You have 210 cast with no spoiled ballots. At St. Paul's Anglican, 158 cast with 1 spoiled ballot. Our Lady of Guadalupe, 96 cast with 0 spoiled. And this was as of 7 to 8 a.m. So I haven't gotten an update as yet. And this is from Corozal Town.
So, and then in Orange Walk Town, the report is, unofficial report is that 1,044 people have gone to the polls and voted.
Wow, okay. So
in the
people
first
are
hour,
coming out.
first
People
hour,
are coming
in
out.
the first hour, in the first
Yeah.
hour. Yeah. So,
and
go ahead.
I think from the Election and Boundaries site, they're reporting that we have about 6,800, a little bit more than that, who have voted already.
Yes.
Countrywide.
That's
So
the
that's
unofficial.
unofficial.
6,800 countrywide.
6,828, yes.
And usually it's around 50,000 plus,
Mm-hmm.
except for the year, in exception for the year where we saw the COVID-19 pandemic.
Right, but this is just within the first hour. So
Right.
remember, we're going to be providing these updates as we go along.
That was at 8 a.m.
8
So, but I think that still is pretty good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yes, people
Yeah.
are coming
That's a good
out.
clip. That's a good clip.
Yeah.
All right, so as we are talking about voters, we're talking about the significance of this particular election. And I'm glad that Brighton brought up the numbers from the last municipal elections, because we were in a pandemic. That is also something that we haven't really discussed, the numbers that are coming out now that we are post-pandemic. We are now officially back to quote-unquote normal. And we've seen term of events in terms of the technology and how we can track it. More and more people are coming out to vote in terms of comparing it to last three years ago. So we're seeing people coming out to vote. And I think that for a lot of residents, this particular election is probably the most significant one. You have people that are first-time voters, first-time registered voters that are coming out to cast their ballot.
But we're going to go to Orange Walk since we have Dalila Ikal live there. Dalila?
Hi, good morning again. We are currently at the polling station here at Chapel School in Orange Walk Town. I am presently in the company of Mr. Monchi Cervantes, and of course one of the PUP's councillor candidates, Miss Alondra de la Fuente. Thank you so much. So could you tell me, sir, how has it been going this morning? I know some of the polling stations is a little slow. What's it looking like here?
I think we have taken out about 20% of our voters have come out up to now, and so that is very encouraging. And as the day goes by, more and more people will come out in stronger numbers.
This is one of the smallest sections in the town, right? I understand it's a little over 700 voters that you're expecting?
756, yes. Yes, and so far about close to 130 people have come out. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
so good response, you would say?
Yes, good response so far. We're having our people out, so that's very good. We encourage everyone to start coming out earlier, not to wait last minute. And this is the moment where we share our true democracy, the chance to get that decision to vote for who we want to be represented by.
So how is the confidence on your part for today? How is it looking like and feeling like for you after your campaigning?
Well, I'm feeling very confident with the people of Benque since I'm here in this polling station. I'm feeling very proud of the Orange Walk people as well, because they have welcomed us in their home, and I'm sure that they're going to be doing the right decision today in choosing the PUP Team 7 back in office.
So on your part, sir, how has it been, in terms of how have you seen the response of the people for this team? You positive about what's going, the outcome for today in favor of the PUP?
Well, we did our campaign. We went house to house to ask for the support for the PUP 7, and the response was very, very positive, very encouraging, and the people that are coming out right now is showing that is demonstrating, is proving, is mirroring exactly what we saw during the campaign. So we just, first God, the results will be according to our predictions. So I think we will win by a good margin.
Care to share what that prediction is?
Not yet.
But you're positive.
Yes, very positive.
Yes. We don't want to take our voters lightly. We trust in them, but we will wait until the last vote is counted. There is where we win the election. Yes.
It's just that so much work has been done and the people are seeing it, and so they will come out and support. Like I said, the numbers up to now are very encouraging. Very encouraging. So.
All right. Thank you very much, you guys. Appreciate the time. And so this is Channel 5's team for today's coverage of the elections 2024. I am Dalila Kal alongside Lucia Alcocer for Orange Walk.
So good morning, ma'am. Can you start by telling me your name?
My name is Delarai Sanchez.
Okay. So I noticed that you came out quite early to vote. How are you feeling today?
Oh, I'm feeling very optimistic. I'm glad that I came to vote, and I want to encourage everybody to come out. The earlier you do it, the better. And the process was very good. I like the way how they have it set up on the outside. You show your card, and they look up for your name. And then when you enter the gate, you are also scrutinized. You have to be identified. And then you look on the door alphabetically and see where you should go. And when you go in there, you show your card. There is somebody who looks for your name, call out your name, and then you see all heads go down and they tick it off. And then you go and you dip your finger in the ink, which means there can't be any sort of compromise or things like that. And then you get your paper, you go to the back, it's secluded, you vote, fold your paper, and they watch you put it in the box. So it was a very good process.
And so can you walk me through a little bit of what informed your decision today?
Well, I love my country, and there are certain people in there that I am acquainted with, and I think that they will have the country at heart, especially for the young people. So that is what drove me to vote.
Confident in your decision?
Yes, I am.
All right. So there we have it. And we're back here with some more statistics.
Yes.
Some updates on the current voter turnout. We have in Belize City, and this is as of 8:45 a.m. in Belize City, 7.43%. In Orange Walk Town, 7.07%. San Pedro Town, 6.99%. San Ignacio, Santa Elena, 6.99%. Corozal Town, 6.01%. Punta Gorda Town, 5.97%. Belmopan City, 5.79%. Benque Viejo del Carmen Town, 5.59%. Dangriga Town, 5.19%. Ballots casted thus far, 6,828 ballots casted. Registered electors, 101,190. We have 47.84% male being a part of the electorate population, and 52.16% female.
You know what I really, really like about these statistics, Brighton, is that when we took out our, our survey to the people from Channel 5, Hipólito Novello asked some of these questions, if they're registered to vote, male or female, and so forth. And we kind of saw similar statistics from just regular citizens, albeit the population, the persons that were taking place in the survey were a lot smaller than the registered electors, but still, you're still seeing the persons interested in getting their votes.
Right.
Yeah.
And even though we've been talking about low voter turnout for Belize City in the past, they're actually leading the pack.
But they were leading the pack in that survey as well.
7.4.
Yeah, so far.
0.43%.
And then
I like that. I'll be ecstatic.
Encouraged, right?
Oh, yes.
And then you had low turnout in Benque and Dangriga.
So
which is reflected here.
We were talking earlier, and we have statistics, we were talking earlier about one of the places to watch, and we did mention Punta Gorda, not as the highest, not as the top, but we did mention Punta Gorda. But the reason Punta Gorda, I think, is worth looking at, we always talking about second parties, alternative parties or third parties or fourth parties. But Punta Gorda only has 2,000, for the municipality, 2,870 registered voters. And if you have three parties, three slates, one of the questions is, the third slate, which is a small party, who are they pulling votes from? And will it make a difference in the outcome? Right? So we need to look at that. They could win, of course, it's always possible, they could win. But the next question would be, if you don't win, how much do you pull that causes a change in what the outcome could be between the two major parties?
But let's go outside the studio again and to see exactly what's happening in the south. Gwen?
Good morning once again from beautiful Dangriga. We want to thank our listeners, and again we are on the next side, on the northern side of Dangriga. I would say northeast. We're at Sacred Heart School, polling area 92. We have been to polling area 95 and 94, so now we're at 92. With me I have Miss Yadira, the coordinator for the United Democratic Party for this zone. Brit Benafi, good morning.
Good morning. Brit Benafi, everybody.
All right, so this area, who are come to vote in this area?
The people in Secretariat area.
So what? Who that? Which area?
That's Harlem. We have Harlem. We have Gans, and from Sawai coming on to Secretariat to Commerce Street.
Okay.
And Gans area.
Okay, yes, so they are the ones
who vote in this area.
So how has the turnout been since polling area?
Well,
polls open at 9.
It's coming in 1-1, but slow. Yes, but I know before the end of the day it will be a better turnout.
Okay, so normally this is your first time in this area, or you've voted this area before?
I've been voting in this area as a past candidate.
Yes. So how has traditionally lunchtime, towards the end?
Traditionally, I know back then in my days, we used to come in early. We had the crowd in the morning, but now I think the new generation are different things. So,
we'll see how it
turns out. I don't use the crowd in the morning and not in the evening.
All right. Yeah. So we said it's slow, but how many approximately have you seen vote in this area approximately?
Approximately, I think from 7 this morning to 8, if I'm not mistaken, I had 20. Approximately.
Okay.
I'm not sure though. That's approximate.
Yes, and I noticed that the area is quiet. I've been to the polling area and I don't see a line.
That is what I'm telling you about.
No line.
Normally in the morning we have a long line in Secretariat area. That normally. But now you see they come in 1-1. You don't see that line.
All right. Why do you think that is happening now?
I think everybody have their own views and their own mind on what's going on, but some people don't want to vote blue, some people don't want to vote red. But we need to put somebody in there who will do the right thing.
Okay. So without campaigning, I want to encourage the people to come out and vote. So because that's the secretary.
Yeah, normally, guys, you need to come out and show your vote, because sometimes we talk out there, talk a whole lot of things, and then we don't cast our vote. Normally people say when you don't vote, you don't have a say. Let's have a say. You come out and vote. Make something happen at Dangriga. Come out and cast your vote, guys. Come out and cast a vote. That is important.
Amen. So we want to thank you very much for your time to Channel 5, and we hope and pray that everything will go well today.
Thank you too.
All right, thanks. And thank you very much, Ms. Adira from the United Democratic Party. I have now with me a councillor candidate. Introduce yourself, sir.
Hello, good morning. It's a beautiful morning from beautiful Dangriga. It's hot and it's sunny. My name is Roberto Bernardes, a councillor candidate.
Okay, so Bernardes, I know that you are from the other side of town, but I've seen you all over the place. So, but one thing that I noticed, you were pacifying an issue. Tell us about it, right? Because I saw that same issue at Holy Ghost. So,
right. The issue is the police officer is saying that the persons who are wearing the shirt cannot go inside and vote. So I had to explain to the police officer that is not so. That is not right. Our right is the people who are working inside the polling station can wear a red shirt, they can wear a blue shirt without the political slogan. Right? So I had to explain that to the officer that anybody who votes can go inside with a UDP shirt or a PUP shirt. And so the officer said that yes, he understood. Right? And you could have seen that the officer did agree. At the end of the day, education is everything. We need to educate our officers. They are not involved per se with election. They don't know the rules. I've been in this since 2020 for general election, 2021 for municipal election, and now coming as a councillor candidate in 2024.
Okay, because we saw that issue this morning at Holy Ghost, right? And I saw people from the UDP side and the PUP side will be united
as long
as to ensure that
as long as you're a voter, you can walk in with your political color shirt.
Okay. So how has the preparation been leading up to?
The preparation leading up to for the past 2 months, our team have been very busy, combing the street, doing what we need to do, and ensure that we dot our I's and cross our T's to be ready for this day, which the people will decide at the end of the day who will be the victor. But I know who will be the victor, but I will not say. But if you look at the color of my shirt and you know the party that I'm representing, of course, you know exactly what I would say in this situation.
Okay, so without campaigning,
right?
Please encourage the people to come out and vote.
You say without campaigning, Ms. Glenn, but I don't see how I can convince the people without even telling them all the goodies. But I will not get into all the goodies. You know what the both political teams are offering. You know what UDP is offering. You know what PUP is offering. We need our people to come out and do the right thing so that we can have a municipal body that will represent us properly and ensure that we get all the goods and services that we so ask for, that we so desire here in Dangriga.
Okay, we want to thank you for your encouraging words and wish you the best as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we've heard from this area and we're going to continue our tour of beautiful Dangriga. The sun is hot, I tell you, but we're grateful. We're taking over the rain any day and the snow. So from beautiful Dangriga, reporting for Channel 5's Municipal Election 2024, I'm Gwen Nunes Gonzalez, and I thank you.
There from Grigadan and moving more south into footage from Punta Gorda. All right, we're getting Stefan's footage.
Good morning, I am Stefan Roberto reporting live from the beautiful, painting Punta Gorda, and to my right I have a UDP councillor candidate, Mr. Victor Jacobs. Mr. Victor Jacobs. So sir, could you please explain to us the journey for you to be here today? How was the journey for a couple of months campaigning to the people of Punta Gorda?
Then it has been a pleasure because basically we were hitting the ground hard and the people were welcoming us, telling us that we need a change, need to send a message to the government because the cost of food, the cost of the fuel just gone up again today, right? So I feel so overwhelmed right now that I nearly want to say we don't win, but election win by election day. So after 6 o'clock, we are giving the final result.
So speak to us about those people who are at home wondering if they should come and vote or not. What would you tell those people?
Man, what I will have to tell those people that basically come out and vote. It is your right. And at the end of the day, if you support the red, the blue, the green, or the brown, come out and vote. That is your sovereign right. Come out. Because whosoever want to put in the power, that the people will respect and work for the other 3 years moving from today forward. So I will tell them, please come out and vote. Bring on a support. In a lot of countries, people can't vote. So come out and do what belongs to them and be a real Belizean. Show the strength of the people, the power of the people that the power at the end of the day.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm Stefan Alberto reporting live for Channel 5 coverage of the 2024 municipal elections. I am Stefan Alberto. Thank you so much.
All right, and from Punta Gorda, we go back into the streets in Belize City.
I'm here on Freetown with Mr. Alan Pollard. So can you please talk to me today about how you're feeling?
I'm feeling blessed, man. I'm feeling good. I woke up this morning, prayed up just to put everything in God's hands. And of course, making sure that we meet the residents, make sure we bring out to people, and the rest is up to them. So we feel good overall. We feel confident. We feel all right.
Talk to me about the turnout and the people that you're bringing here today.
It's getting better, it's slow, but it's ramping up over time, and that's just how the machinery usually works, no? I'm quickly taking a cruise around each polling area to try to see what's happening, so that's what we're working on now.
I see that you're on the move going about. What's some of the works that you're doing here today?
I'm sorry?
I see that you're on the move and you're moving about. Where are you going? What's some of the work here?
Well, we're just going to each polling station and trying to make sure we get everybody hyped up. In the morning sometimes you could see a bit of nervousness within our people working, but we just have to get them hyped up and amped up for a victory at the end of the day. That's what we're really in this for.
From Belize City, but it's time for us to take a look at the candidates in Belize City. And of course, we have 3 slates that are contesting in Belize City. Of course, Mayor Wagner, or former Mayor Wagner, and his 10. And then you have Dr. Nelma Mortis Jones and her 10. And then PDM candidate Esteban Pereira Sr. And I think they have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So he was talking about the woes of trying to fill a complete slate. But I think, it's interesting because when you look at the slates themselves, is it on the strength of your mayoral candidate or on the strength of the individual candidates? Because we've been talking a little bit about it's all a party movement, the machinery that really pulls everyone. Yeah. But I think and in the past you've had some very strong mayoral candidates that have not performed well with their party alignment.
Well, William, I'm glad you opened up this area of discussion because I want to go through one by one through the names for PUP, UDP, and PDM. First of all, I didn't even know there was a PDM until I got the list of people who are going to be.
That means you know what should be the mayoral candidates.
But PUP, let's go through. Bernard Wagner is the incumbent. We have Alan Pollard, who is a councillor as well. Javier Castellanos, Kaya Catus, Elud Miller, who was the executive aide to the mayor, Malcolm Nunes, who is the son of former mayor, Evan Thompson, I'll come back to him, Stefan Hamilton, who was a councillor as well, Edmond Kwan, we have Dorian Usher and Sherwin Garcia. Now, when it comes to Evan Thompson, the talk around the tongue was, well, he did run in the previous city council elections as a part of the Progressive Party, I believe. Yes. And I heard through the grapevines that he had registered for the United Democratic Party as well, and now he's under the PUP slate. This is where I have an issue. Anybody who puts themselves up for political leadership I need to know as a voter where you stand in terms of your principles and in terms of what you bring to the table.
But can I say,
if your principles aligned with a specific party, you would not be hopscotching around parties to be able to find a home.
But
and I say this.
But is there any difference between the two parties in Belize? Because their platforms have not been clearly
Yeah, they're not different, but if we look historically at what these parties stood for, right? One would say one stood more for people, social movement, the other stood more for infrastructural development, what have you.
But those aren't ideologies.
But my thing is, I need to know as a voter where you stand in terms of your principles, right? What's your philosophy? What do you bring to the table? What's your innovative idea that you have to transform our city? I don't want you to just be going off the power
does not,
of...
You make that, but that does not stop him from saying that if he's a PUP. What you're asking him to do, he could do it as a PUP. He could say, I stand for bringing up great children and better roads.
I mean, a lot of people stand on these parties because of lineage and family and what their families had supported.
What the criticism is, you are saying somebody cannot change parties. And if they change parties, it was explained to you what their principles are.
What's your reasoning for changing political parties?
But then he should be asked.
Besides blatantly appearing to be an opportunist.
But that is what the media is there for. That's what the public debate is there for. That's what the campaigns are there for. It is not a critic. I don't think it's it is a criticism. But I don't think it's a criticism that carries a whole lot of water to assail a person, a candidate, because they have changed parties. If you join the party and you are saying, this is it, then you ask the person. I don't think there should be a sale.
Well, maybe that's the reason why we should have more municipal debates leading up to municipal elections. So that we could have clarification as to why.
Municipalities that were doing that. PG, for example, did that with their
and that's why I mentioned PG about the pulling of the votes and how that would distribute itself.
No, I'm not saying that to distort his character in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying that this is the obvious reality.
I hear what you're saying, but for me, I have to understand it, and of course, and please back me up if I'm wrong, there has been no party from I have been eligible to vote that can tell me what their philosophies are and what their ideologies are, what they stand for on grounds. Everybody has, this is what we're going to do for you if you elect us, but in terms of properly explaining to me where you stand for ideologically and philosophically.
So stand half a dozen.
Hold on.
Wait.
You want historical perspective?
Can we just go to Belmopan because we have a live, and then we'll come back because this is hot. Go ahead. Paul, take it away.
All right, so we're here with another voter in the city of Belmopan, Central. Mr. Penner, you're no stranger to our cameras, canoeing, politics, etc. The list goes on. But here today in Belmopan, what was going through your mind as you went to place your X beside certain names?
Not really much. Life is what it is. I have resorted to take care of myself and my family, and I think I did my service in politics. But it's just good to see that there is still movement, there is still hope. A day like today is hope for a lot of people. Regardless of what the turnout is, the people will have spoken, and it will be probably you call it the midterm report card for the People's United Party.
As a former politician and then even as a voter, what are some of the qualities that you believe that a leader in the city of Belmopan must have to run this municipality effectively?
First of all, the support of the people, which will be noticed here today. I am not going to criticize either party, because if I do, I have to criticize both. I am not a fanatic by any means. I am branded red for life because I ran under the UDP ticket. But really and truly, I'm just looking at a better country, a better Belize. Whatever any government can do to make this country better, I am in support of that government. I am not playing party politics. It's really just simply what I think is better for the country, what is better for Belmopan. At this point in time, I won't make any predictions. I think it's going to be an interesting day. There are a lot of things that could happen today. But it really will show the people's feeling and the people's satisfaction or lack thereof at this point in time for the general and for the central government. It's really a municipal election, but at this time during their 5-year period, it will really show if the people are happy with them or not. So some people will vote today with that in mind. Others would simply vote for their municipality and think what's best for their municipality, which is the way it should be. It's the way it should be. So,
Sir, thank you very much for your time.
thank you, sir.
All right, and so we are here with another voter. Mr. Dekas, no stranger to our cameras, but let's talk a bit about what was going through your mind, or what are the important things that you were thinking when you placed your X beside certain names.
Good morning and thanks for the interview. When I placed my X, I was thinking more in terms of good governance, and also the individuals have to have integrity and a good track record. Without those, I personally would never support any individual or his or her party. So it's not just party. In my view, it's also the individual, his or her integrity, honesty, and some kind of a track record that tells me him or she has done some community work in the past.
Thank you very much for your time, and thumbs up to you for exercising your right this morning.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but let's get back into our conversation and talking about ideologies and philosophies. But before we get back here, we have Marian in San Pedro, and since we've not heard from her, let's check in. Marian?
Okay.
Prepares to go live. This conversation is much too hot for it to be bridged or paused. So that's why. Okay, well, now here's Marian cued.
Good morning. We're live here from San Pedro, Marian Alley, and my able camera person, Maria Novello. We're here at the San Pedro RC Primary School, the San Pedro High School here on Barrier Reef Drive in San Pedro Town. And my understanding is that since the polls opened at 7 this morning, there have been unofficially a little over 1,000 voters that have come out to cast their votes. I just arrived a short while ago, having cast my vote in Collet, where I live. With me right now, I have UDP Councilor candidate Byron Duarte. Mr. Duarte, how has it been going for you?
Well, good morning, San Pedro. Good morning, Belize. I'm very happy that our people has been coming out slowly, little by little. But since, like you said, since they opened the polling stations, people coming out. I know later on it's gonna be more hectic because a lot of workers coming out, a lot of people that are working. We have construction workers. There is a lot of people that are taking their time later on. But it's been very smooth. It's been very I am grateful that San Pedro is very peaceful. We are working for a better community. Everybody comes out to cast their votes to whoever they're voting for, and that's that's what we're happy for.
Thank you so much for sharing a little bit of your time with us,
Yes.
as we will catch up with your mayoral candidate a little later on, as well as the PUP mayoral candidate as well. I also have joining us one of the PUP councillor candidates, Ms. Jonia Duarte. How has it been going since the polls opened this morning? Your observations?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zenida Duarte.
I'm a councillor candidate for the People's United Party. Since polls open, it's been looking good. It's been looking good. We have a steady trickle of our steady flow of our voters coming out, and they're supporting us, wearing our shirts and everything. So that looks good for us.
Thank you so much. Just a little bit of notes that I've been taking. Again, just to report that up to 9 o'clock, that's 40 minutes ago, up to 9 o'clock, there have been a little over 1,000 voters who have come out here in San Pedro to cast their votes. For polling areas, we have 2 polling areas out here. People with surnames starting with the letters A to G, you are coming to the San Pedro High School. That is where we are right now, corner Laguna Drive and Seagull Street. And people with surnames starting with the letters H to Z, you will be voting at the San Pedro RC Primary School. That's on Barrier Reef Drive. We have out here 7 seats for the San Pedro Town Council. That is one mayoral seat and 7 councillor seats. So you can vote for one of 2 mayoral candidates, either red or blue, and six councillor candidates, either red or blue, to have your ballot valid. The PUP slate is led by Wally Nunes. He is the mayoral candidate, and the councillor candidates for the PUP are Jose Castellanos, Dianelli Aranda, Adali Ayuso, Marina Kay, Joania Duarte, and Ernesto Bardales. And the UDP slate comprises Wilfred Alamia for mayor, councillor candidates Gian Rivero, Gabriel Zetina, Ana Lilia Rodriguez, Yacarelis Hernandez, Abner Diaz, and Byron Duarte. So you have those options, the councillor slates that I already presented to you. We will be taking a short trip over to the other polling area, and we'll be filing another report to tell you how it looks on the ground on that side. Reporting live from San Pedro, this is Marian Ali for Channel 5.
Wonderful to hear from San Pedro. We're going to be looking for more footage from that side of the country later on. But back to a conversation, because we can't stick a pin in at that one day yet. Dr. Young, you were about to state your your claims, or
no, we were talking a little bit about ideology and whether the parties have distinguished themselves currently by ideology. I beg to differ. I say no.
Yeah.
You know, most people don't see any difference between the 2 parties, right? Traditionally, you know, their historical or their birth was, you know, definitely tied to certain values, so to speak, if people would call it that. But I think we have shifted completely from that. You know, like I have friends who not Belizean, and they want to know which is the Progressive Party and which is conservative. Like, we don't even do that here, you know. So I think it's interesting, but at the same time, to Brighton's point about whether Evan Thompson was hopscotching from party to party, sometimes in my mind suggests just that there's no difference between the parties and that you can move because you're not shifting your ideology. You know, it's not like being a conservative, you know, and going to something else that represents something completely different.
When you have newcomers, when you have new persons that are entering the political field, is it that something that is taught to them?
No, I think the party might just not be cracked up, be all that it was cracked up to be, so you go to somewhere else, you know? And I think shifting for me does not necessarily suggest loyalty. It might mean that it's just not where I want to be, and so I go and find something else. I mean, but talking about going somewhere else, let's go to Benque and Jose Sanchez.
Benque.
79. Good morning, everyone. Jose Sanchez, coming to you live from Benque in front of the Mount Carmel School. I'm here with the returning officer, Mr. Marvin Pook, and he has some numbers to share with us this morning about the turnout so far. Good morning, Mr. Pook.
Hi, good morning. I'm the returning officer for Benque Viejo Municipal Elections. And what I could share with you is unofficial. Okay?
Unofficial.
We have two polling stations, polling station 83 and polling station 84. Up to date, what I could share with you guys is that for information unofficial from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock for polling station 83, we had a total of 230 persons who have come in to cast their vote. For polling station 84, from 7 to 8, we had 38 persons. That's giving us a total for 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock for both polling station was 268. We just got in our other information for 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock. For polling station 83, another 230 persons have cast in. For 84, 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock was 74. So giving us a grand total up to 9 o'clock for both polling station. We have a total of 572 persons who have cast their vote unofficially.
Yeah, and it's early in the day, so it's a little bit slow, you would say?
I would say that it's very slow. It's mid-20s, you know, that they're coming in. It's very slow, peaceful in there, no trouble. Everything is working out very good.
Yes. All right then, Mr. Pook, we will be checking into you later on in the day as well to get some additional updates. So thank you for your time. I know you have to run back.
Very well, sure. Thank you very much.
So from Benque Viejo del Carmen for the Channel 5 team here, on behalf of Jorge Tabrana, Jose Sanchez, we're signing off until we're back in San Ignacio, Santa Elena.
Thank you so much, Jose. That's also the first time that we are hearing from Benque, but Jose has a lot of ground to cover over on that west side.
Yeah, and the statistics have recently been updated, and Belize City again is showing a very strong showing with 13.7% of the voters turning out at this point.
With over 12,000 voters casting their ballots at this time.
Followed by San Ignacio, Santa Elena, and then where we just left, which was Benque. Benque has moved into, is now at third place. They were, they were pretty low down the bottom.
And we are seeing your statistics a little bit shifting at this point in time so far, because Corozal seem to have the lowest turnout this time around. But we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have more coverage here of the Municipal Elections 2024 right here live on 5. We'll see you soon.
But we're saying bye to April.
Yes, I'll be back. I'll be back after a while.
This broadcast is brought to you by National Bank of Belize.
At Brothers Habet and Habet, we are proud to celebrate Women's Month. This year's theme is Inspire Inclusion, and we want to inspire the creativity of our women breaking barriers in the industry. That's why, for the entire month of March, we are offering all women a special 15% discount on all products store-wide. Whether you're a professional, a DIY enthusiast, or just looking to tackle home improvement projects, we have everything you need to get the job done and service that's second to none. So stop in, call, inbox, email, or WhatsApp us today. Happy Women's Month from all of us at Brothers Habet and Habet.
Technology is ubiquitous, and it's transforming how, when, and where we work. Fulltech Systems is placing award-winning devices in the hands of information workers, allowing them to work without compromise in a world without wires, to innovate, create, and to maximize productivity anytime, anywhere, satisfying the needs of the desk-centric remote and field worker and every other worker in between. We are providing the industry's best devices to businesses going through the process of digital transformation. Partner with us today to provide the solutions that will allow your employees to work effectively and efficiently to enhance your customers' experience. Tech Systems, your technology center, where you'll come for the price, but stay for the service.
As motorcyclists, we know the thrill of the open road, but improper overtaking can result in severe injury or worse. It can shatter your life and dreams. It can shatter the emotions of the people you love. Or, in the best case scenario, you're left with a hefty fine. Driving recklessly is not worth it. Follow the rules of the road and stay alert. Safe overtaking leads to a smooth journey. Choose patience and safety over impatience and recklessness. It can make all the difference. A message from the Second Road Safety Project and the Caribbean Development Bank.
I never have to worry about traffic. I never have to worry about parking. And I'm always on time.
Spark Beach Cruiser, available in 16, 20, 24, and 26-inch in a variety of colors. Distributed by Unitex Company Limited. Contact us at 620-6465 or 610-3626.
Technology is ubiquitous, and it's transforming how, when, and where we work. Full Tech Systems is placing award-winning devices in the hands of information workers, allowing them to work without compromise in a world without wires, to innovate, create, and to maximize productivity anytime, anywhere, satisfying the needs of the desk-centric remote and field worker and every other worker in between. We are providing the industry's best devices to businesses going through the process of digital transformation. Partner with us today to provide the solutions that will allow your employees to work effectively and efficiently to enhance your customers' experience. Full Tech Systems, your technology center, where you'll come for the price, but stay for the service.
that easy. Welcome to our newly built intensive care unit. Our ICU is equipped with state-of-the-art technology and designed to prioritize patient care, ensuring that our patients receive the highest level of attention and treatment. Our ICU is equipped with advanced bedside monitors that continuously check and display vitals, allowing our medical team to closely monitor patients around the clock. Our dedicated nurses are stationed at the central monitoring station, which provides them with a full view of all patient rooms. Our team of doctors and nurses are trained to expertly handle critical situations with compassion and work together to provide comprehensive and personalized care to each patient. At Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, you and your family come first. Belize Healthcare Partners, your leader in healthcare.
National Bank of Belize.
Are you looking to turn life's goals into accomplishments? Goals like going to college, opening a small business, buying your own home, planning a wedding, taking a long overdue vacation. Looking for a financial partner that's there for you every step of the way? Then look no further. The National Bank of Belize is your bank that will be there for you for all your life's milestones. The National Bank of Belize is committed to providing every Belizean with innovative and affordable financial products and services. Visit one of your nearby branches or service centers for additional details, or contact us by phone at 822-0957 or 227-0807. WhatsApp us at 614-3133 or 676-6263 to make an appointment to find out more about what our friendly staff can do for you. For more information, you may also visit our website at nbbl.bz or find us on Facebook and Instagram. So whatever you want to do next, NBB will be there to make it possible. Certain conditions apply.
And I get it from the National Bank of Belize.
Looking for unique ways to create the mood at your special event? Want to make an impression and stand out from the crowd? Then, Prestige Productions can help you. Belize's newest event production company offers world-class production and state-of-the-art event lighting and special effects. They can also provide audio production, professional DJ services, and MCs to host your events. Make your weddings, birthdays, live shows, conferences, or corporate events come alive with innovative technology and creativity that is sure to add the wow factor to your event. Prestige Productions, elegance is our forte.
I show my love for Belize.
I show my love for Belize.
I show my love for Belize.
I show love for Belize.
I show my love for Belize.
I show my love for Belize.
I show my love for Belize by putting trash in its proper place.
By making sure people enjoy it sustainably.
By wearing my patriotic colors.
By flying our flag.
I show my love for my country by staying up to date on current events.
By being a responsible consumer, buying local, and when I can't use a reusable shopping bag.
By celebrating its heroes.
I show love for my country by speaking about issues that I care about.
By volunteering and helping others, not only myself.
I show my love of country by showcasing culture and traditions to people all over the world.
By obeying laws and advocating for better ones.
I show love for my country by voting.
How do you show your love for Belize? Be an active citizen. Vote.
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 Vote. Vote.
Vote. Vote. Vote. Vote.
And welcome back. Of course, we've had some switching out of persons on the panel, and we are now joined by former Mayor Daryl Bradley. Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here on this very important day.
Now, we were having a conversation about ideology, and I contend that there's no difference between the two parties at this point in terms of ideology. Is that a sentiment that you share?
I agree with that. One of the things that I would add, though, is that when you look at the municipal government and municipal elections, it's a little bit different. The legislation speaks about the municipality being the administrator of the city. So you're responsible for streets, drains, cemeteries, parks, the physical infrastructure of the city. So from a discussion of ideology at the local level, that's less significant. But certainly from the central government level and from the parties, like I would challenge a voter when they go to vote to explain to me a set of policies that are based on ideology that you're motivated to vote, and I would say that they can't explain why.
I have another question, because we were talking earlier, Harold said that you know, when it comes to municipal elections, you actually go through the party. It's not about individuals.
Yeah.
But I think that you have some kind of individual aspect of it based on the mayor itself, the candidate, especially in Belize City, I would say, and probably in other places, the mayor drives some of that traffic as well.
Well, that's a very loaded question because it has a lot of aspects to it. For example, there's a lot of focus on, I think, from the media perspective and for purposes of things like debates and commercials and who we know from the slate. There's a lot of attention to the mayor because that's the leader of the slate. That's the person that you would most be connected with and you would most know. And if you look at the selections for mayoral candidates, they tend generally to choose or select somebody who has name recognition. So from a practical standpoint, your mayoral candidate will be somebody who can really drive the team and drive the media attention. That being said, I think that when you put together a slate, you want people who reflect the diversity of the municipality. You want a mixture of younger and older people. You want females adequately represented on the slate. So you want to pick a group of people, if it's Belize City 10-1, or if it's a municipality 6-1, that can galvanize or mobilize your voters. And then the last point that I would contribute to that is that because of how our political system is set up, municipal elections are very much based in terms of the party. You are a slate, you're a team, you work together, you walk the streets. But both political parties, it's been my experience that you have to rely heavily on the area representatives because that is where the machine relies. So that, for example, when you look at Belize City and the makeup, one of the things that you have to look at from a numbers game, because it's voting, you have to look at areas like Lake Independence that has a significant amount of voters that's controlled by the People's United Party. You want to match that and be able to say how can you mobilize or neutralize those numbers so that you can win and pull votes from other areas. And that's not something that the municipal slate does. That's something that you have to depend on the party for.
We're going to come back to this conversation because we have Jose Sanchez in Benque. Take it away, Jose.
Good morning. I'm Jose Sanchez. I'm here in Benque Viejo del Carmen with UDP mayoral candidate, Mr. Marky. How do you pronounce your nickname?
Tesukum.
Tesukum. All right, Mr. Tesukum. Tell me a little bit about the mobility of the day. As I was mentioning earlier, COVID had kept back people from crossing the border who were registered voters. Now the borders are opening. What has been the movement like from the border itself this morning?
Well, it has been very, very moving very fast. For example, when we are looking at the voters list, in between 7 and 8, we had counted about 112 persons from Melchor, residing in Melchor, that have voted already. So you can imagine, by this hour, we might say that over 200 have already voted, taking a guess.
So like, I understand like a couple of buses have come already and gone for the day from Melchor.
That's right. One of those minivans just passed us, and they just come out. They're given a blue shirt, they go and vote, they put them in again, they get their little money and they go back home. Happy, making a decision that is not theirs.
So definitely you're seeing the borders being open, registered voters nonetheless that are crossing the borders. The same way we have students coming to our schools as well. Now when it comes to your mobility in terms of the amount of people who are campaigning, the people who are moving, the invalid, the sick, whatever it may be, to get people to the stations to vote. It has been slow for the morning so far overall, I understand from the returning officer. So tell me what it is that you have on the ground to make it happen today.
Well, we are satisfied. We have, I think what it will take to get our people out. We don't have a large number of campaigners or taxis, but I think we have what I believe will be enough to get us going. Okay, I have been campaigning since September up to Sunday that just went by, and I'm very, very satisfied and confident that if our UDP voters come out and support us, there is nothing that can stop us from saying that we will be victorious later on.
Mm-hmm. And I understand like one of the issues were taxes, like who implemented versus a tax law and an increase. Is that what the the thrust has been about, or were there other issues that were relevant to the Benque area?
Well, yes, here, when we were campaigning, the people were complaining about all the different taxes, property tax, the trade and license, taxi or vehicle licenses, that everything was raised extremely.
Yeah.
It was exaggerated.
Okay, so definitely that was a way that you hone in with the people. But looking at today so far, it is still early in the morning, but now that we already have established that the voter turnout is slow so far, how do you mobilize? How do you pick up the pace with the voters who may be at work, who may be at home? Is there voter fatigue? What is it? What must you do then to get a push, and when should we expect to see that?
Okay, I think that the voter will start to come out in larger numbers around 4, 5 o'clock. Why? Because if you can notice, it's a very, very hot day. And yes, people here in Benque have that habit of coming after lunch. In the morning, it has always been kind of slow, but it will pick up, I'm sure of that.
All right, well, certainly we hope it's not about, the lunch doesn't cause any issues with the voter turnout, but thank you very much, Mr. Tissakum, and hope you have a blessed day. And we will be checking back with you later on in the day as well.
No problem.
All right, so we will also check in back with the returning officer throughout the day to see what numbers they have for us in terms of the voter turnout, and reporting live, signing off from Benque, Jose Sanchez and Jorge Tabra.
All right, thank you, Jose. And actually, we go right back to Jose. He was talking with Marco Tesacum, the UDP mayoral candidate, but we're now going to Jorge Rosales, who's also competing for the position of mayor in Benque.
Okay, so one of the points we're going to make about we're talking about ideology. First of all, I was going to say in the municipal. One thing I have to distinguish that this idea that the mayor drives the ticket is true, but there is which we have in San Ignacio, Santa Elena, where the mayor and the council is split.
Yeah.
And the mayor doesn't have the majority of his party or her party, whichever thing. So the selection of the mayor, which is an internal party issue, which we keep talking about, the internal part, this party also has to consider which person that they're going to candidate, they're going to put up, nominee, that can drive the ticket initially in the campaign, but in the eventuality that there's a split, that they can drive the council.
Yeah.
And they can appeal to, getting things done and driving it.
We'll have to go to Benque.
Yes.
Right now back with Jose. So take it away, Jose.
Good morning, Channel 5 viewers. I'm here in Benque Viejo del Carmen with incumbent mayor, Mr. Jorge Rosales. Good morning, sir. How's your morning going?
Morning, everybody who is watching the social media. Like you know, Mr. Man here. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous.
That's fine.
My name is Jorge Antonio Rosales, 51 years tomorrow. That will be my birthday, so I think we will be very victorious. Right now, I am a little bit nervous, trying to get all the people squared up to come and vote. And then, really, how I am feeling, last night I was good because we had my son's birthday, and I went to sleep about 12 o'clock without any, nerves.
Nerves, okay. Let me ask you, in terms of the dynamics of this area, Benque, we have a lot of what we call, to use the term, resident aliens. We had COVID when the borders were locked up. Do you see now that the borders are opening, that we have more registered voters being able to access the votes? Do you see any change, or what's your projections?
What do you mean by...
No, we have people who are resident but living abroad, who may be, just like how we have students coming across the border, we have people who are registered here as well that may live across the border.
Well, what I say, this has been about what you're saying, people from abroad and coming in. Yes, there are people coming in. I won't neglect it. And this has been it's not just for right now, it has been from the past 20 years, so you know exactly how things have been moving. So I think people are coming, but It's right now it maybe about 70% of movement has been. Maybe about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, things will be a little bit stronger because people have to do their like lunch and things like that. So after 1 o'clock, I think people will be more stronger around.
In terms of your team and mobility, you know, like to move the elderly, the invalid, or just moving people who may not have transportation. I mean, do you have taxis? I mean, what are you doing? What are your numbers like?
We have a machinery of 160 workers, scrutineers, counters, greeters, and taximan. Taxis we have about 45 right now working, and for the PUP council, for the PUP office, so 45, and right now more or less about 5 or 10 of them are not moving around, but we are sending out and things like that. But yes, people are coming down, and really they are not. There's a lot of people that really don't want to take a transportation, so they come on their own.
Yeah, it is moving a little bit slow at this point here in Benque in terms of the numbers coming out. At what point in the day do you say, no, we need to push, we need to go get people? When do you expect that time in the day to tell your team, like, hey, we need to do more?
That will be about 3 o'clock, but our machinery has to have this thing about maybe 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. We have to have all the people out. The people that will come out will be coming out about 1 or 2 o'clock. That will be it. And if anything needs to be done, it will be like 3 o'clock. So for the line and the distance, something like that, to get people out here, that will be about 3 o'clock that we need to get the machinery really pump up.
Okay. Well, good luck today, Mr. Rosales, and thank you for your time.
Gracias.
All right. So for the Channel 5 team here in Benque, Jose Sanchez and Jorge Tabara reporting. We're signing off.
Okay, thank you very much, Jose. And of course, in studio here, people have been chomping at the bit to really get back into this conversation about who drives the municipal and whether it's a party. Now, I have one other question before we get into that, because, you know, the thought process. You've been in the role of mayor. How do you manage this particular day as a mayor? Do you visit all constituencies? Do you get photo ops kind of with your different candidates? How do you manage a day like today?
So actually it's important to appreciate the different players within the political party on a day like this. So the standard bearers in all of the municipalities and the cities would really run the constituency base, so that you see people out, because I was driving around this morning, you see people under the tents and so forth. That would really be controlled or managed or organized by the standard bearers, because the mayoral candidate and slate doesn't really have that reach to be able to deal with all of that.
Harold had a very good point. He said if it's all cumulative, early on he said this, that if it's all cumulative, why don't we use technology that you can vote at any polling station, as opposed to going in a particular area, which brings you back into more political party control by the individual candidates.
I definitely see that there's a lot of scope for incorporating technology into our elections, which is not an area which we've really moved to, because I think when you look at this whole idea of electoral reform, we've been very, very slow to that, because I think the political parties want to keep that control. If you look at our system, it's very, very much based on
let me traditional leaders, right? And so what would be your hesitation when it comes to moving to that system that he suggested, for example, that you can just vote in whatever area?
But there would
Is
be
that
no
tracking
hesitation.
thing?
There would be no hesitation. I think that if you move to a system, which I think we need to, in terms of reforming the whole electoral system, how we vote, how we campaign, and so forth, that would be something that would be more inclusive. It would be something that would promote and increase participation in the democratic process. It would make it more based on the individual, the vote, rather than heavily controlled by the party. And one of the things that I've kind of observed in my experience with municipal government, both at the election stage and when you are actually in government, because of how the system is set up, you're really not autonomous. You don't have that level of autonomy. So it's our system of government is designed so that the political parties retain control. And I think we need to look at that, and we need to incorporate reform, including technology. Like that's.
So I have a question for you, because
wait, one second. Okay. Dwayne Moody in Corozal, take it away.
It's just past that 10 o'clock hour. We do not have the figures for the voter turnout as yet for that time. But what we know is that up to 9 a.m. today, there were 355 votes cast here in Corozal Town. That's split between the 3 polling areas. Here where I'm right now at St. Paul's Anglican Primary School, and then of course at Xavier, St. Francis Xavier, and then Our Lady of Guadalupe. I am currently here with the Corozal Bay area rep, none other than Minister Elvia Vega Samos. You're on the ground, Minister. Let's talk about, you know what, getting that machine. This is your stomping grounds. So it makes sense to keep the municipal government blue.
Yes.
Let's talk about that.
Definitely, Dwayne. From early this morning, the machinery was out, ensuring that our voters come out and exercise their right, because voting is their right. And so we're here making sure that they come out early, like I told you, and it has been on a regular basis. We do not take our voters for granted. Campaigning has been happening throughout from day one. You know, Mayor Rigo Veos and his slate have been working. And so we're here, the machinery is working. We'll be here until the last second, Dwayne, because every second counts. So I want to go ahead and tell the constituents from Corozal Bay to come out, come out and exercise your right. And we have been visiting the homes regularly, and it's like you said, it is important that Corozal Bay, box 40 and 39, and we have 41 for the elections, but that it remains blue, because the work has started, and we want to continue that work doing.
Now, it's over 7,000, I think close to 7,800 voters in this division in Corozal Town. Not even 10%. I think it's just a little over 5% that have voted so far, and we're already 3 hours in. It's just trickling, basically. Yes. Any concerns there? How do we get more people out? I know that the rule of thumb is that low voter turnout is good for the incumbent, but getting people out to vote. Yeah.
Yes, as you know, it's a working day today. It's a non-school day, but we have made arrangements with people to come out. Some will be coming out during lunchtime. Some were taking a special time in the afternoon. So we are ensuring that they come out.
Have you been able to go on the ground and find out what are some of the concerns that people have, and what they're saying that they want from Mr. Veos from this area?
Well, I had been working with Mayor Rigo Veos and his slate, yes, and many of them have said that they like the work that has happened, and they want him to continue that work. So the concern is for them wanting him to come back so that he can continue the work that he has started.
Okay, so nothing really have been coming out in terms of issues or anything like that?
No.
So confident, you know that Corozal Town is going to remain blue, and not like what is being said that, it is going to flip.
I want to believe, Dwayne, that yes, we will continue blue. I told you we walked the streets, and the people said that they're happy with the work and they want the work to continue. And so, God willing, we will be victorious. So
on that note, that is, of course, Minister Elvia Vega Samos, Corozal Bay area rep. She's saying that, Corozal Town is going to remain blue. We're still going to see what's going to happen. We're inviting people to come out, exercise your right to vote. This is one of your fundamental rights. You can do that. We have up until 5 o'clock this evening, right?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, sorry, this evening for them to vote. The machinery has to be working, getting out those voters. This is Dwayne Moody. I'm reporting for Channel 5's Municipal Elections 2024 coverage here in Corozal Town.
Thank you very much, Dwayne, and we move from Corozal directly to Orange Walk, where we have Dalila Ikal with the incumbent mayor, Ladrick Bull Shepherd.
Good morning, Belize. We are back in Orange Walk Town. At the moment, I am with the mayoral candidate, incumbent mayor, Ladrick Shepherd here. Mr. Shepherd, tell us, how has it been going so far this morning? We've been around earlier, a little movement, but at this hour, what is it like? What are your views?
Yeah, well, I cannot give you a specific numbers of what's happening, but I've been told that the numbers look quite good for us. This is my first stop. I just came just a while ago. This is the school I went, San Francisco, polling station number 53. As you can see, the movement has been good. I just got a quick glance of how many people was in there when I went to vote. About 675 people had already entered and voted already at this moment, and we're just about after 9 o'clock, heading for 10. So I must say that it looks good for us right now, but this is politics. You cannot take none for granted. I think we have done enough work in the town so that the people from Orange Walk, the 100 Kenyans, can vote for the POP team. But at the end of the day, like I said, they have made up their mind. So at this, we just finally trying to meet and greet them, trying to see if we could squeeze a little from them. And those ones were uncertain that they were going to vote for us. Well, we're going to try to touch them and see if they can put that pull on the blue side for us.
Right. So how is the team feeling today? I mean, do you come with the same enthusiasm, the same optimism from nominations?
Well, yes, we have. I think we have done a lot. The house campaign where we went overall this entire town, and we went to meet everybody's house, and we were greeted nicely by both UDPs and POPs because we didn't miss any house. And I can tell you that the councillors at this moment are in different locations. Some are at Chapel School, they're at La Macolada, and then the rest is at Louisiana where they vote. So this is how the campaign manager designed the route where we're going. So I can say that you should always be confident in the work that you do. But at the end of the day, this is politics, and I always tell you that. And I'm a Judge Price's son. Judge Price said the election is one election day after 6 o'clock, and that last ballot is counted. And if you can find somebody that is drunk over there, and you see that that person's hand is not painted, and you can pick him up and take him to the poll and put him in, and he can vote for you, you can win by 1 vote. That's how we think.
So you cast your vote earlier this morning, no?
Yes, I did. Yes, and like I said, I must big up the machinery that we have here. I know that there is 3 representatives. We have Munch in the north, we have the Prime Minister here in Central, and we have Kevin Bernard in the east. These guys have done their part. Why? Because at the end of the day, the municipal election is first. This will catapult you into the general election in 2025. So these guys are prepared to pull their weight, making sure that this election sounds the alarm for the next one coming up in just a few.
Now I have to ask, is there any pressure on you, or do you feel any pressure?
Yes, I was pressured yesterday. You asked me about pressure. Yes, this is politics. I couldn't sleep last night. Why? Because the jitters and the feeling of this moment. And it's funny because I've been in this going for my 5th time. 3 times as councillor, and my first time as mayor was a little different. This time I think I've done more than what I've probably done prior to, but at the end of the day, I always tell myself, you gotta go and just continue doing what you're doing. I'm confident enough that we're gonna win, but I'd like to put you in my shoes and see how you feel.
Well, I have to ask because the PUP has held this municipality for 12 years straight. So, I can only imagine that there's pressure there regardless.
Yeah, every time it's like sports. When you continue to be winning and winning and winning, there's going to be someone that want to try to take you down. But if you continue doing and you have that chemistry of what has you winning, I don't think it's going to be hard for us. And I tell you that you can see on the PUP machinery at the back, these people are set and ready. They know what they're doing. This is like, for these people at the back, this is like a game for them. They show up out here, they prepare themselves, and the kids are out here showing the support for the PUP team. So I'm confident that with my machinery at the back and with the help of the 3 representative, we're definitely going to pull this off.
Straight down or any projection?
Straight down the line, 7 down the line. No split votes for my squad. No split votes, 7 down the line.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shepherd. We're going to be talking to you a bit more later on the day as we cover, the process throughout the day. So this is
I'd like to finish off my spine and say, PP all the way, stay on track.
Thank you so much. This is Channel 5's team in Orange Walk, Dalila Ikal and Lucia Coser here.
And thank you very much, Dalila. Of course, each community has their own energy and their personalities. But we have to say that the Election and Boundaries has been doing a really good job of updating the information there. And we have our touch screen here, and Brighton is the expert, the resident expert. So he will be utilizing that to show us exactly where we are in terms of the numbers and who have cast their votes so far.
All right, William, so our last update was at 9:30 a.m. and we've seen 12,453 ballots casted thus far. Belize City at 13.70%, San Ignacio and Santa Elena 12.27%, Benque Viejo 11.92%, Orange Walk Town 11.90%, San Pedro Town 11.68%, Belmopan City 11.63%, Punta Gorda Town 10.39%, Dangriga Town 10.24%, and Corozal Town 10.21%. And again, just to go over some of the figures, we have a voting electorate of 47.84% male, 52.16% female. And there's 224 polling stations countrywide. Total of 101,190 electors.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brighton. And we were having a conversation here where we were talking about reform and the infusion of technology, whether that should be something that we consider within the near future. You said you didn't have any hesitation, but I know Harold had a question for you. So,
since you're speaking of municipalities, and you mentioned it just last time you and I were on screen, that when you came into office, there was a proposal or a report on municipal reform. So it's 2009 Dr. Darren Vernon did it. That was what, 14, 15, 16 years ago? 15 years ago. Why hasn't that moved forward? Or at least been considered in any real serious public? With the power that because somebody has to.
Well, I believe that you will never have reform that is top-down. Reform has to be organic. Reform has to be led not necessarily bottom-up, but it has to be led by civil society organizations. And you will never have a situation where the fox guarding the chickens will reform themselves. Like you won't have that.
I understand that. I totally agree with that. But the thing is, the same thing. At the ground will not originate a document like this.
No, of course.
So the point is, why wouldn't an association like the Association of Mayors, why wouldn't they ignite, advocate for reform with the base? They are the ones that have access to the base.
I think in fairness, though, the Mayors Association did do some work in terms of trying to do
significant amount of work.
My question wasn't why didn't they do anything. I'm saying my initial question is, what is the resistance? Why hasn't it moved further?
I think that when you look at our structure of government, the structure of government in Belize is very much the executive, the central government. And you will never have any reform unless you deal with the central government. We're looking at the People's Constitution Commission. We're looking at a lot of proposals in terms of reform. And unless you have buy-in and movement and the political will from the central government, the cabinet, you're not going to have that. For example, when I was mayor, we really put forward significant proposals in relation to municipal reform, tax reform, electoral reform, but unless you have the buy-in from they will kill proposals that do not align with certain objectives. And my view is that people who are in control never want to give up control. That's a human thing. We have systemic issues in the country, and in order for those things to be reformed, you need a body of persons. You can really have a counterbalance, because we have had reform movements in Belize, led by the unions, there have been examples where the churches have come together and they've blocked legislation. So if you have a sustained movement that we will say that these are a set of policies that we want to be enacted into law, like that's going to happen. But we don't have that level of unity among social partners and civil society agencies that they could actually be a check and balance on the powerful central government.
You said something just now that struck me, and you said people in control don't want to give up control, and it leads me to the conversation that Dr. Young and I were having earlier on the show, and it's basically around term limits. What's your perspective on term limits, considering that you are probably one of the mayors who could have easily run for another municipal elections?
But this is one of the things that I think we need to look at. For example, how do you break the control of the central government? Term limits is an important factor. If you have term limits that say, well, 2 terms or 3 terms, that's an important limit, because the people in the central government will not be there for so long. You're going to recycle ideas. You're going to more than likely have more participation of women and young people. If you have an elected official who occupies a seat for 30 years, 35 years, that's something that's good, because that person will likely bring ideas. But after a certain period of time, you get tired. After a certain period of time, you buy into this bureaucratic government kind of approach, control, and just in terms of being comfortable. And so the idea of term limits is something that's an important feature that I think can bring a lot of new ideas and a lot.
Well, I respond to you the exact way I responded to Brighton earlier. Term limits are inherently anti-democratic. And what it does, and it's more than anti-democratic. What it's doing, it's relieving the responsibility of the parties from being vibrant and organizing themselves and recruiting good candidates and promoting good candidates. So they don't have to do it anymore, because they know that after 2 years, you're going.
Yeah.
So I really feel that shirking that responsibility into law that takes away the people's ability to choose who they want is inherently anti-democratic. And should not be something that's advanced.
I would look at this, and when you look at politics on a whole, you're a political scientist. I come from the more practical perspective. Politics is inherently undemocratic. If you look at government, not only in Belize, the involvement of special interests, money in politics, the extent to which the average citizen can really be a check and balance, the extent to which the vote is actually important. So when you look at the areas where reform and change comes from, it doesn't come from the bottom, it doesn't come from the top, it actually comes from the middle. So you have technocrats, you have people who are part of civil society, so that when you look at a criticism and you say that term limits are anti-democratic, it is, but a lot of things that we do are.
But to generalize from me saying that one thing is anti-democratic and then say the whole system is anti-democratic, goes to my point. I think the system should be reformed basically at the base too. I think how we elect people, I think our system is highly unrepresentative and unresponsive, and I believe that that should be reformed as well. But so I'm not conflating things. I'm not, we're not saying different things.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, I agree that we should have reform from the thing. Now, one more point. You mentioned something very interesting just now. You said reform comes from the middle. And I have said this in public, and I've said it in private. We have a very complacent elite. A very complacent elite. And I'll give you an example of it in action. Concerned Citizens of Belize, whatever it's called, right? Advocated and appeared to champion everything the Belizean people were complaining about. Corruption, nepotism, and what happened after elections? What happened after elections? Every single, almost, I can't be for sure, almost every single one of them got something.
Yep.
And it dissipated.
But I think
it dissipated. And it dissipated. It did not continue.
Wait, I'm going to go ahead and before, everything dissipates out.
I'm Stefan Alberto here at St. Benedict, polling station 109. I'm here with Mr. Requena. Mr. Requena, how are you today, sir?
Good morning. I am okay, and good morning, Belize.
Could you please explain to us what you are doing here in Indianville, Punta Gorda?
Well, as you know, today is election day across the country, and certainly we are coordinating here the elections for the People's United Party here at St. Benedict.
How is your party going into this municipal election? Do you guys feel very confident? I see a wave of blue to the back of you.
Absolutely, we feel very confident. The people are coming. You know, it's a little bit slow because it's the morning, but people are coming in, they're trickling in, and we feel very well. We are confident that at the end of the day, we are going to prevail and deliver a blue town council for the People's United Party here in Punta Gorda.
Can you speak to us about the work that your party has been doing, especially here in PG?
Well, certainly our party, the government rather, has been doing a lot of work here in Punta Gorda. We have 6 streets that are scheduled to be paved. We have the Jotela Bridge, that is under construction. And certainly, other works in terms of infrastructure and supporting the Punta Gorda Town Council. We are doing, a lot of drainage work. That's important. We are also doing bushing in the town. So we are supporting the Town Council, and certainly we look forward, to working with the new Town Council because there's a lot of work that needs to be done in Punta Gorda.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And you heard it live. I am Stefan Roberto reporting from Paine, Punta Gorda for Channel 5's Municipal 2024 elections. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and from Punta Gorda, we go back to Belize City. And take it away.
Good morning. I'm here at Caribbean Shores with Minister Anthony Mahler. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did here today?
Well, I just went to vote, that's all. PUP down the line.
What informed your decision today, sir?
No, not I represent the government too, so.
How are you feeling?
Good. Yeah, very good. In Pickstock, we're looking extremely well. We have a large turnout at early voting, and so we will deliver Pickstock as well.
You heading on over there soon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you're going to take some people with you?
Yeah, I'm mobilizing my list as well. So the work continues until 6 o'clock tonight, and when the counting is completed.
Are you optimistic?
Very optimistic.
Okay.
Come out and vote.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and from the streets of Belize City, we're back here where we're talking about reform and movement in the middle. All right, definitely being a key part. But I want to just ask one question, again, tapping into your experience. We're talking about, Harold raised a good point about concerned citizens and groups such as those. We don't have a sustained, history of any group advocating. SPARE, I think, was very important, and we've lost a SPARE in the community where you had these kind of independent kind of overviews. We don't have that anymore. Yeah. So where do we get that kind of infusion in the public discourse? Because we don't have people who people trust that can actually come out and say things that are, thought-provoking.
Yeah. I think when you look at the whole system, you do have elements of civil society, social partners. For example, I think that the churches are very important voice in terms of political discussion. I think the unions are very organized and very active, but everyone within the political space will have their own agenda. They will have their own ideology, and that's good because that creates plurality of thought and that creates checks and balances and accountability. But we do have significant representation in our government. When we look at this election, one of the things that I really want to underscore is that it's really a testament of our Belizean commitment to democratic process. It's a peaceful election. In some cases,
which we take for granted.
Which we take for granted, but that in of itself, the fact that people are voting, is really a testament that we have a healthy democracy. We just have to look at areas, and when we're talking about term limits, it's not only that one thing, it's a slew of reform that we need. Like doing and looking at it from like a myopic way like that would not really have a result. But if we have a slew of reform, we're actually going to change the system.
Before we jump to our next slide, I just want to say something very quickly. Some people, you said that we have a healthy democracy, but some people will say it's tainted as well. Because you have the incentivized, reasoning for people to vote. So how do we determine whether it is a healthy democracy to look at? But before we do that, let's go to Marian, who's out in San Pedro and speaking with one of our independent candidates.
Go ahead. And we're here again in San Pedro, and this time we do have an independent candidate running for the San Pedro Mayoral position, Mr. Abner Bakab. Good morning, Mr. Bakab. How has
Yes,
it been going?
good morning to everyone. Yes, we're very happy to be here today. Very proud to be the independent mayoral candidate for the San Pedro town mayor position. Yes.
What has been your platform on which you have led your campaign?
Yes, definitely good question. I have been working in San Pedro for the last 24 years. I've been basically working in the emergency medical service, the ambulance service. I basically have been campaigning since the day I started my business, helping our community, making our community safer, making our tourism safer. Tourism is a big part of our country, our economy here in San Pedro. So as you know, the island gives so much back to the whole country. So we're not thinking only on the island, but nationally, countrywide. So we've been working in the health sector to improve many things.
So as you go from house to house, meeting the residents, you've been pushing those topics, tourism and health?
That is a very important question. Actually, I didn't do any campaign, but on the last 2 months, last week, I've been doing my campaign, like I said, since I brought my ambulance 3 to 4 years ago. So all the people that I help, they know what I do, they know what I've been doing here in San Pedro.
You don't have a council team. Why is that?
That is a very important question. I like your questions. I'm gonna answer it, and I hope I can answer it. Here, it's been in the pipeline for many years. Me running for council. This time I hadn't decided. It was more people asking me to run. I had said many times in Reef Radio that I was not gonna run. It was not the time. I was looking for the perfect time. If you look for the perfect time, it's never gonna be. So then I decided to run this time. As you know, the other parties on their best moment. Why not challenge them on their best moment to test the water and see what we can accomplish? So that was why I decided to run. I had a lot of people behind me asking me for me to run because of the accomplishments I've done here on the island.
Okay, and how have the voters received you?
Wow, my God, I'm very happy. The turnout has been super great. I've been talking to a lot of people coming, and once I talk to them, it's a sure vote for the mayoral candidate. Why? Because it's only me. I don't need 7 votes. I only need 1. I'm not greedy. The rest you can vote however you want.
But let's say you are elected and then you have an entire team to work along with. It will be a team then regardless of party colors or philosophies.
That is correct.
So,
after elections, there's no PUP, UDP. We work for the people. We represent the people. We have the best interests of the people. And this is what people need to understand. Red, blue, whoever goes in, we work together for the betterment of our community. That's our job.
what's your color?
My color is the turquoise color. Yes.
Mr. Bakab, thank you so much for talking to Channel 5.
Thank you very
All the
much.
best of luck to you, sir.
We'll get an interview.
That's Mr. Bakab, Mr. Abner Bakab, and he is the independent mayoral candidate. And I have with me one of the ballot papers for San Pedro. And if you look at it, we have here the ballot paper for San Pedro, the way the councillors appear on the ballot. First the PUP councillors, and then the UDP, followed by Mr. Bakab at the bottom. So reporting here from San Pedro, near the San Pedro High School, near the San Pedro RC Primary School, where we will be headed in a short bit for more information. This is Marian Ali reporting for News 5.
Very much, Marian. And before we bid farewell to Brighton,
just until the afternoon, I need to go and cast my vote as well. But I have one more question for you, Mr. Bradley, and it's along the lines of what I think is necessary for the legislation in terms of reform or adjusting legislation to suit what society is desiring for. We know that there are certain duties and responsibilities listed in the municipal legislation as to what's the responsibilities of councillors and the mayor. Do you see now in this era that there has to be an adjustment to that legislation?
I do. I think that people's expectations are different. And I think that people expect more of municipal leaders because that's the leaders that they most see. You are more likely to see your mayor, you're more likely to see your councillors on the street. They mostly deal with what I would consider bread and butter issues, your neighborhood, the safety and security of your space, economic development within your space, community activism. And people want more from the municipal government, but there isn't that resource base there. The tax base can't fund the city effectively. So most of our cities are in the red in terms of their finances. And I think that there needs to be a realignment in relation to how you deal with subventions, how you deal with the resources that are passed to municipal government. We may want even to look at something like constitutionalizing the right of local government, not only in cities and towns, but also in terms of villages, and looking at things like access to land and the power of village leaders, which is something that has been litigated. So we do need reform, and we do need to create legislatively the right of autonomy to have the municipalities exist and to have the power within their space to make change.
Before we go to break, and I know because we were talking about the blurring of lines between municipal and central government, and I think that's an important part to raise here, because I think the mayoral candidate for the UDP spoke of the fact that more people seem to be more concerned about national issues than municipal issues. And we contended that it really has to do with the fact that more times than not, you know, you feel as if though that the municipal can't perform without central government, right? So my question, long and short of it, is when we're talking about reform and we're talking about giving more power to municipalities, right? Can they do it on their own? And what would be, perhaps in your view, necessary for that to happen in its truest sense? No, they can do it, and they should do it. And we have a duty to empower municipalities, because when you empower municipalities, you empower communities. You're not, government is a conduit. Government is a process of engagement and dialogue to empower people within local spaces to really control their space and to make decisions for the improvement of their space. So that when you empower municipalities, it's not to say that I want a powerful mayor, I want a powerful councilor. I want a powerful local government as an effective arm of government to translate goods and services to people and to communities. But when you talk about autonomy, you have to look at things like practicality, financial autonomy, ensuring that the municipalities have resources, that they have appropriate checks and balances, that they could deliver for their communities. And I don't think that that exists within the structure of government. It's very much a central government-led operation. And when you look at elections like this, you mentioned an important point. People always say when the municipality goes a certain way, or when the central government goes a certain way, the municipality goes that way, because people internalize this idea that, okay, well, I want there to be alignment because I want the central government not to be at odds with the municipal government. So that itself undermines people's confidence in this vote, because if I vote for a PUP mayor and there's a UDP central government, I think that there's going to be friction and I won't get my street.
Right.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and take a break, or we won't have any money to pay any bills around here. So we don't have financial autonomy in this. Meter, but he will be replaced on set by a first-time voter. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage continues after these messages.
The world's ocean.
Introducing our new general ward at Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, designed to provide the care you and your loved ones deserve. Our new wing offers 12 rooms for our patients, ensuring that each patient receives the attention they need. Our spacious rooms are thoughtfully designed to offer comfort not only to patients but also to their visitors, recognizing the importance of having loved ones nearby during the healing process. But of course, safety is our top priority. With strategically placed nurse call buttons, help is just a push away if you need an extra hand. What truly sets our new general ward apart is our exceptional team of medical professionals, our dedicated doctors and nurses skilled to provide the best possible care, ensuring that your loved ones receive the attention they deserve. Belize Healthcare Partners, your leader in healthcare.
Technology is ubiquitous, and it's transforming how, when, and where we work. Fulltech Systems is placing award-winning devices in the hands of information workers, allowing them to work without compromise in a world without wires, to innovate, create, and to maximize productivity anytime, anywhere, satisfying the needs of the desk-centric remote and field worker and every other worker in between. We are providing the industry's best devices to businesses going through the process of digital transformation. Partner with us today to provide the solutions that will allow your employees to work effectively and efficiently to enhance your customers' experience. Fulltech Systems, your technology center, where you'll come for the price, but stay for the service.
Are you looking to turn life's goals into accomplishments? Goals like going to college, opening a small business, buying your own home, planning a wedding, taking a long overdue vacation. Looking for a financial partner that's there for you every step of the way? Then look no further. The National Bank of Belize is your bank that will be there for you for all your life's milestones. The National Bank of Belize is committed to providing every Belizean with innovative and affordable financial products and services. Visit one of your nearby branches or service centers for additional details, or contact us by phone at 822-0957 or 227-0807. WhatsApp us at 614-3133 or 676-6263 to make an appointment to find out more about what our friendly staff can do for you. For more information, you may also visit our website at nbbl.bz or find us on Facebook and Instagram. So whatever you want to do next, NBB will be there to make it possible. Certain conditions apply.
As motorcyclists, we know the thrill of the open road, but improper overtaking can result in severe injury or worse. It can shatter your life and dreams. It can shatter the emotions of the people you love. Or, in the best case scenario, you're left with a hefty fine. Driving recklessly is not worth it. Follow the rules of the road and stay alert. Safe overtaking leads to a smooth journey. Choose patience and safety over impatience and recklessness. It can make all the difference. A message from the Second Road Safety Project and the Caribbean Development Bank.
Are you looking for the right product to keep your family and your home safe? Then Spark Alcohol is exactly what you've been looking for. It prevents the spread of many diseases. It's also fast-drying, safe, and conveniently packaged in a spray bottle. Protect your family and your home with Spark Alcohol. Exclusively distributed by Unitex Company Limited. Coming in January 2023, a new line of Spark products. The new wing of Belize Healthcare Partners Limited is the home of our newly expanded birthing room and neonatal unit. We understand that childbirth is a memorable experience for expecting mothers and their families. That's why the new unit was designed with your comfort and safety in mind. For the expecting mom, our spacious and well-equipped birthing rooms will create a comfortable and supportive environment for your labor and delivery. We also offer the option of water delivery in our birthing pool, allowing you to have a soothing and safe delivery supervised by experienced doctors and nurses. Our neonatal nursery is equipped with the latest technology and staffed by skilled and compassionate professionals dedicated to providing the best care for your newborn. At Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, we are here to support you every step of the way, from the moment you arrive until you and your baby are safe to go home. Belize Healthcare Partners, your leader in healthcare.
At Brothers Habet and Habet, we are proud to celebrate Women's Month. This year's theme is Inspire Inclusion. and we want to inspire the creativity of our women breaking barriers in the industry. That's why, for the entire month of March, we are offering all women a special 15% discount on all products store-wide. Whether you're a professional, a DIY enthusiast, or just looking to tackle home improvement projects, we have everything you need to get the job done and service that's second to none. So stop in, call, inbox, email, or WhatsApp us today. Happy Women's Month from all of us at Brothers Habet and Habet and Habet.
Securing your business has never been easier. With DigiWallet, you can now transfer to any bank or credit union account, anytime, anywhere. No more long lines or delays. Ready to sign up your business? Contact us today. DigiWallet, your ultimate safe and reliable mobile wallet provider.
Are you looking to turn life's goals into accomplishments? Goals like going to college, opening a small business, buying your own home, planning a wedding, taking a long overdue vacation. Looking for a financial partner that's there for you every step of the way? Then look no further. The National Bank of Belize is your bank that will be there for you for all your life's milestones. The National Bank of Belize is committed to providing every Belizean with innovative and affordable financial products and services. Visit one of your nearby branches or service centers for additional details, or contact us by phone at 822-0957 or 227-0807. WhatsApp us at 614-3133 or 676-6263 to make an appointment to find out more about what our friendly staff can do for you. For more information, you may also visit our website at nbbl.bz or find us on Facebook and Instagram. So whatever you want to do next, NBB will be there to make it possible. Certain conditions apply.
And I get it from the National Bank of Belize.
Conozcan a Chris, un repartidor que se prepara para comenzar su jornada laboral. Necesita indicaciones para llegar a su próximo punto de entrega. Pero en la carretera, cada segundo cuenta. Las distracciones y el uso de cascos inadecuados son costosos. Tu enfoque es tu mayor aliado. El daño va más allá de su vehículo. Es tu vida, tu futuro lo que está en juego. Mantén la concentración cuando conduzcas. No te distraigas y mantén la vista en la carretera. Si necesitas usar tu teléfono, busca un lugar seguro de detenerse. Verifica las direcciones de tu destino con antemano. Toma la decisión correcta para ti y para los demás. Este mensaje es del Second Road Safety Project.
Introducing Unitex Company Limited's Spark LED bulbs. Brighten your world with our new line of Spark LED bulbs. Affordable, long-lasting, and energy efficient. Say goodbye to pesky mosquitoes with our innovative mosquito killer bulbs, providing a comfortable and insect-free environment. Choose from our rechargeable options for sustainable, eco-friendly lighting solutions. We also offer a range of regular bulbs to suit your every need. Spark LED bulbs, exclusively distributed by Unitex Company Limited. Call us at 610-3626.
And welcome back. And of course, our coverage of the municipals continues right here on Channel 5. And we have a first-time voter, Filani Palacio, who's joining us. Welcome to the set, Filani. You're not scared, are you?
No.
All right. I like that. And you were telling us that you're actually pursuing a paralegal degree?
Yes, I am pursuing paralegal degree in Wesley Junior College at the moment. I'm just in my first year, so it's a bit new to me, but I'm enjoying it very much.
Now, your parents were both very much involved in politics and community and stuff. How did that shape your perspectives when it comes to voting, for example, and getting involved?
Honestly, it swayed me away from it because I was in the details of it. I saw the ins and outs and what happens and the corrupted part, the good parts, all of it. It was kind of overwhelming, honestly, and I never wanted to be a part of it. But growing up, being in the paralegal degree, like I said, and pursuing it, getting to research and know my actual rights and know what I am capable of just by posting one vote, I swayed myself, I think. I don't think my parents really had any part in that, so that I can, you know, cast my vote and have a voice.
Who registered you to vote? Did you go on your own, or were you encouraged by one of the parties or by your parents?
I went on my own, actually.
Why?
I thought that because I'm 21 years old, I could have voted 3 years ago. But like I said, I did the research. I took the time for myself to say, okay, I'm not going to vote this party because my parents are part of that party, or I'm not going to vote this because they gave me this or whatever. I'm going to vote because I think that these people are going to further my community as well as myself individually.
I don't know if the others...
No, I want to say, give the listeners just a brief process of how you went about registering. Like, what was that experience like, so that people get more information about what happens when you get there? Talk about that.
Okay, so my area is Lake Eye. So I went to the pharmacy on, I don't remember the name of the street, something one pharmacy, something like that. But I went upstairs. The registration process was very easy. It was flowing. There were people there, but it went one by one and individually. They made us go up there with either our passport or a social security card. We show it to them. They ask us some questions, our height, our age, where we live, colors of our houses, stuff like that. And then they gave us a receipt at the end. They take our picture to be on the card. And then that's it. From there we go, then we come back for the ID, I think like
you get something like this, right? You get
yes,
the ID,
something like
you come
that.
back for
That's
it.
correct.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think are some of the big issues for young people in this municipal election?
I think the basic information, because when I went to go register, I had to ask a lot of questions. I think the young people aren't really into the whole politics thing because, like I said, it's a bit overwhelming. It's a lot of information, and it's a lot of things that you get put in that you don't know. So I think the basic thing that young people would have a problem with is knowing what to do or how to go about registering or why they would register, basically.
So, all right, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Okay. We'll go to our team in Belize City to get an update there. I think we have Nelma Mortis.
Yeah. Good morning. We are here in the Collett constituency. Sorry. Start again. Go ahead. Good morning. We are here in the Collett constituency with the UDP mayoral candidate, Dr. Nelma Mortis Jones. Good morning, Nelma. Talk to us a bit about what's going on here in this constituency. This is your stamping ground. A lot of voters and persons are around. Talk to us a bit.
Well, we just arrived here. I went out early and voted. I think I voted before 8 o'clock. And then drove around a bit. If you notice, I think thus far when I check, about 320 of our pledges have casted their vote.
What has been the process in terms of being able to bring out as many votes across Belize City?
It is left, I'm glad you asked that question, it is left in the standard bearer's hand. I think we spoke about that yesterday. Each standard bearer is responsible for their constituency and for bringing out the vote. We collaborate with them in terms of when people approach us, we pass it on to the standard bearers. So each standard bearer has their machinery set up for today.
We are in Collett. This is a United Democratic Party stronghold. How confident are you in delivering this particular constituency in terms of the number of votes for your slate?
Very confident with Collett. I'm a Collett what should I use the word? I'm from Khaled, and my entire family votes in Khaled. I believe we will definitely do well here.
Are you at all perhaps either concerned or a bit put off in terms of the low voter turnout so far?
As I had spoken before, it somewhat seems as though people don't understand the importance of local government. A lot of people still think that they're voting for the standard bearers. So a lot of education has to be put into having them understand what municipal elections are about. And that, again, comes with us providing that kind of empowerment to people. I'm not concerned. I've done my best. I walk in confidence, knowing that I've done my best, I've done the work, and I will rely on the voters to decide based on my work and my sincerity about what I'm doing.
Are you at all intimidated when you look around and perhaps there are other parts of the city where there's a strong presence of PUP supporters?
I am not. Some people are wearing those shirts to get monies for today. It's the electioneering that is actually happening. People, we know that Belize City, people don't have a job. The days, today is like a payday for a lot of them. So what can I do? I am hoping that they would think farther than just today though.
Any word of advice you'd want to give for voters to come out, short of campaigning?
Yes, I am appealing to all Belize City residents. If we want to make Belize a safer, better place, then it is your right to come out and cast your vote so that you could choose a good leader to govern the city.
That was the United Democratic Party's mayoral candidate for Belize City. We're here in the College Division where she's from. This is her home base, her stamping ground, and other than Dr. Nelme. Thanks.
Thank you, Isani.
And we're back. Thank you, Isani. Back to Channel 5's coverage, Election 2024. And we have the honor in our studio of a registered first-time voter, Felani Palacio. And we've been talking to her. And we have one final question, Felani. So you talked about information for young people, to get more young people to vote. So my question is, what sort of formal introduction to government or importance of governance structures, why it's important to participate, did you encounter while in school?
Oh, great question. I have amazing teachers at the school that I'm at the moment. And I think more or less they don't sway it saying which party to go to, but they tell you the importance. Now, the importance of it is you need to have a voice. You need to speak up. As much as, young people will say it's overwhelming or it doesn't make sense, or there will be a puppy love stage where the candidates will give you this or that right before the election, and then it just goes flat throughout the term. But I think that it's important for our young people to speak up. They have a voice, they have the right. We fought for that right, we have the right. So I think that they should pursue that.
So we see you more politically active in the future?
Definitely.
Great.
Felani, thank you very much for joining us. And we hope that this is not the last time that we see you here. Right?
Definitely not.
What we're going to do right now is we're going back into the streets for another of our reports being filed by Team Channel 5 in Belize City.
Hello, viewers and studio. I'm Brittany Gordon reporting live for Channel 5 for the 2024 municipal elections in Belize City. I'm standing here in the Colette area in front of the Grace Primary School polling area on Fabers Road, and I'm here with the People's Democratic Movement mayoral candidate, Mr. Esteban Pereira. Talk to me how you're feeling, sir.
Well, to be honest, I'm not feeling as good as I want to.
And why is that, sir?
Because when I see so many I see all these people working for the UDPs and the PUPs, all dressed up, spending, wasting the people's money, and I can't do the same. I can only do the little I can. But it hurt me to see that these people are supporting the said parties that are suppressing them, that are making their lives miserable. And that is what I cannot understand with my people. Why do you keep supporting these people that make your lives miserable? When you have young generation, people, young people like one behind us right now working hard, trying to make a living, coming out of school, can't even get a job. And you have these people from the UDPs and the PUPs still wasting our money, taking advantage of the people. It's hard to understand.
So I know you have your team is hard to go up against the big, you know, as you were saying, the bigger contenders, the PUP and the UDP. How has it been trying to put yourself up, you and your team, as this new party?
Well, we have we've been getting good results. You know, people are saying they're going to vote for us, and these are people who are in some good positions. People from the UDP and the PUP. So I don't have a problem with that. I think we're going to do pretty good. I'm almost sure we're going to do good. But when I see the machinery coming out, then it starts to come back to me again. Boy, this is real, you know.
So it sounds like you're a bit optimistic. You think you're going to secure some spots on the stage today?
I think we will. I think definitely we will. But we have to understand that politics, now I'm beginning to understand politics a little more, that my people have been living in poverty for so long that now when you have an election coming up, my Belizean brothers and sisters believe that this is the time for me to get something out of the parties, even if it's $100. And they're so happy that they dress up in red, they dress up in blue, because they need the money. It's not, I don't think it's because they have the love of those parties. I hope not, but it's the love of the money. They have to do it. They can't help themselves. And I am hoping that these people open their eyes and make the right decisions, because today they have a choice. It's up to them to make that decision, voting for a new political movement.
And what's the turnout looking like here today? I noticed there's not many people here. How has it been gathering people?
No, out here the turnout looks pretty slow. It's not, but I guess it's because of the heat.
Yeah.
Maybe after 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, that's when they will start coming. Plus, you know, they're working too. They haven't given them time to come out. But up right now, it's a little slow. But I think it's going to get better. And I'm hoping that when they come, they vote yellow. Don't look at red or blue. Give us a break. Let us show them how to run this Belize City Council. Because I believe that both red and blue have failed this country miserable. They have never made drains. When last did you see them make a drain? When last they cleaned the drains? You know. So there's a lot of things involved whereby our Belizean people have to pay mind to their country and their people and stop worrying about the political parties, because after today they will go back to the same old story again. So I'm hoping that they open their eyes and they make the right choice, the right decisions, and they come out voting for the yellow party.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, and welcome back, of course. We're from the streets, and we switched out one lady for another.
Thank you.
We have Audrey Matura with us, Blondie.
Thank you. The new look. Not laugh that too much, Darren. We're there for analyze politics, okay? No hairstyles.
Well, I have no hair, so. In terms of coming from the streets into the studio, what does the energy look like out there?
Well, right now the energy is low. I expected more energy. I was surprised that the energy is low. But I guess by this afternoon it will be better and people will be more motivated. I think at this point people already know if they want to vote or don't want to vote and whom they'll vote for. I think maybe 1% might say, I'm not sure what to do yet. But people basically know they'll go vote. Like I know for sure I'll go vote this afternoon after I leave here. I know people tell me outright they don't want to vote. So people have made up their mind. Today, the election is only a reflection of what people have been thinking for the past days and weeks. And the election, to me, I don't know how you all see,
is not about municipal election. It's literally, to me, a litmus test on the government and a litmus test on whether the United Democratic Party under the leadership of Shine Barrow has had any traction. And their last minute kumbaya, as Jules called it yesterday, I don't think was done timely enough to give the traction they would have needed. I mean, I could tell you no more about that. I have all my insight of how I see it. I want to tell you as it is for both sides.
But we've been looking at the statistics that posted by the Election and Boundaries on their website, and Belize City is not showing a dismal performance at all.
No, it's trickling, but it's consistent.
It's at 17.97% now.
But it's usually low in the mornings, right? It's usually low. Remember, it's low because those people
you think 17% for Belize City is low at this point?
Yeah, I think so, but the bulk can be this evening. Remember what people do. They stay home, they want to play hard, forget, and you come afternoon something, and then they come out this afternoon. It's a trend. If I get to drive wrong this afternoon, anytime between 5, just after 5, you'd be amazed how you see between 4 and 5, you will see traction picking up, and you will see the category of people who are voting at that hour. It's the people who sit back and wait for you to come and entice them or give them more. It's the people who feel that this is the only day I want to get money extra. That's the reality. Every election I see it. And there was a time when there was a general election, and I made sure, believe it or not, it sounds crazy, I drove from Belize all the way to Halakte and back in one day just to see for myself what the mood was like and how people voted. And you could see the mass difference. In the districts, in the rural areas, in the villages, people came out because they wanted to vote. Belize City, right there, people sit back and they hope you're going to beg them, go vote, no, go vote for me. And then they stretch out their hand. It's reality. And okay, who get vexed at the truth of what happened in the city especially?
Well,
we're going to take we're hitting the streets, and Isani is out there, and he's about to speak with Bernard Wagner.
You want him to go? Guys, we're coming to you live from the corners of Freetown Road and St. Thomas Street, where we have been joined by the mayoral candidate for the People's United Party, Bernard Wagner. Good morning, Mr. Wagner.
That about says it, right? That says it. Step on track. Huh?
How's it been going? I know you've been on the ground since this morning at the start of the election process. What has it been like so far?
All excitement. Anticipation. People want to ensure that we stay on track, that we continue the development of the city, working in tandem with the national government.
You've been around the city at the various polling stations. What is your observation in terms of the voter turnout so far, and how do you feel about what you've seen?
Well, typically you always have either a surge or an early amount of people going, or a lull. Between 10 and 11 people come out. Between midday you would get a surge, and that continues throughout the day. But today it has been different, and people have been consistent. That is what I'm seeing on the ground, that it has been a consistent flow of voters all across the areas I've visited. I've been in Collet, Messop, in Port Loyola, Freetown, Fort George. Consistent, and that says a lot in terms of how people's appetite are about ensuring that we stay on track.
What does that say about the machinery of your party in terms of being able to mobilize as many voters as is possible given the overall turnout so far?
Yeah, it has been, we are no strangers to election day. That was taught to us by the father of our nation, that elections are won on election day. Today is Super Wednesday for us. We are all energized, we are motivated, we want to stay on track.
Is there anything of concern that you would have seen either on the campaign trail or you would have observed so far this morning that you would want to address, either in terms of the process itself or in terms of some of the concerns being raised by other residents of Belize City?
No, there's a normal, in respect to mobilization, movement of people, ensuring that workers have the opportunity to get out to work. I think maybe if today was a national holiday, more energy you would have seen. But despite that, there is people are making with what they have. It's a working day, right? And so I'm very pleased overall with the turnout so far. I know we always would be around 50-60%. I think we'll reach that again between that range. So I'm looking forward to it.
Have you given any thought, perhaps, to the possibility of not being successful this time around?
I've not even thought about it. I know, right? I know, and the people know in the city that this Belize City Council has been one of the best performing council ever in the history of Belize. We have surpassed over 100 streets in terms of physical infrastructure. We have also ensured that we stay in touch with the people, that we are about the people with all our social programs. We have our child advisory body, we have our youth shadow council, we have our incubator summer programs, we have our student hub, we have our Pee-wee leagues, we have the night festivals. I could go on and on about the social input that we have put within the entire Belize City. We have re-energized Belize City into a modern, smart, inclusive city.
As you mentioned earlier, elections are won on the day. You have a slate that includes yourself and 10 other candidates. Do you believe that sufficient work has been done on their part to be able to garner as many votes in the favor of this particular slate?
Yeah, we have been on the ground before the Christmas holidays, feeling out. Just this past week, we were able to launch our manifesto, which really represents what the people see and what the people need in the city. We can't touch 735 streets, obviously, but we have other mechanisms that we have utilized in terms of phone calls, in terms of texting, and I am having the opportunity to really do one-on-one with some of the residents of the city, walk in the streets, reaching them in their homes. That is always special for people, that you are able to reach their homes. And so I feel very good about our chances in this election.
Finally, give an appeal or make an appeal to voters as to why they should come out and participate today, short of actually campaigning.
Yeah, it is important. We see it on the global stage every day, where people have the less human rights all across the world. I always tell people we live in a very good country. We live in a great country. Every night I am bombarded by the events in the Gaza. Children dying, people wanting human rights, people wanting just to vote, and we have it here, but yet we don't embrace it and appreciate it. We need to change mindsets. It will take time, obviously. I am here to be a part of that machinery that changes mindset. I'm motivated to it. My team is motivated to it. Our government is motivated to it. But that is essentially what we need to do.
All right, guys, that was the mayoral candidate for the People's United Party, none other than Bernard Wagner. He's aspiring for a third term in office. I'll throw it back to you guys in studio. This is Isani Cayetano for Channel 5's Municipal Elections Coverage 2024.
All right, thank you very much, Isani. And that whispering in my ear, and I like it, is Audrey saying that we've had Bernard is going for his third term.
Yes.
How many mayors, maybe Harold, how many three-time mayors we've had countrywide?
No, back in the day.
Recently, back in the days, I know KB Smith.
Colin Coffin was mayor for a long time. Then David Akers was mayor for a long time.
And didn't KB Smith as well? And Mr. Lizama too?
And in Fonseca.
And Mayor Fonseca too?
Fonseca.
Darrell, how many terms you did?
2 years.
Two terms.
6 years.
Yeah, 6 years. Yeah.
So
there have been a number of long terms.
And we were talking
especially in
about
the city.
Term limits, right? Do you think there should be a term limit?
That's
Audrey?
a tricky one. I see it this way. There should be, but you take a break and you could come back. I don't think you should be excluded. I think there should be a term limit. Why I say that is because I want to see that when you are a leader, you have a succession plan. So I noticed that Mayor Bernard is pushing Elude, right? So Elude is a younger person. I am hoping that the reason that person is shadowing him is because he sees a future there for this person to have a succession. The reason the UDP
Some
is in
people
the chaos.
would have said that the person the succession plan was Alan Pollard.
Yes, yes, I will agree that. That's a whole controversy. But I wanted to say the reason the UDP is in the creek when and there right now is because their succession plan was supposed to be Patrick Farber. And whatever went wrong, there wasn't a real succession plan, because when you have a succession plan, it can't be only one person. You have to have plan A, plan B, and plan C. And then all the mess that happened, and that's the problem with the parties and the nepotism in politics is there, where you want to put your son, your daughter, yeah, because we're people of high standards and morals. That doesn't make it right. We're not people of integrity. That's a fact. I've seen it in every sphere I've had to deal with. And I will say what it is. That's what it is. It is what it is, and it's a cultural thing that we need to change. I always say to people, a good example was when Trump told the military in the U.S. seize the election machines them. In Belize, our military would have obeyed. In the U.S.,
how you know they would have?
Well, most likely, maybe no, because he used to be ex-BDF.
How you know they would have?
Because they have interfered with how they elect who becomes a BDF high command.
So,
you know that, you all had one of the best structure. You were Indian, Harold. They had the best structure.
Are you suggesting that our democracy is not as healthy?
No, it's not. It's not.
As has been.
I know, even fool myself. Well, no could believe that. I'm old enough to know it's not.
Well, you know, Darrell, this is your opportunity to defend that.
Because we were talking about this a lot, but I think that term limits would change the attitude towards government that has it less about an individual and more about the succession plan and more about the, because if you are there for a limited period of time, then you know that I have to deal with the future. If my political party wants to stay in power, I have to bring in more people. I have to recycle the leadership and the thought and the ideas so that it changes the whole culture away from a strong person, a man or a woman, to the party and to the people.
I think the effect would be different. I think the effect would be, I only got 2 terms, so I will do everything I can for myself today in 2 terms because I don't know how long this is. I don't need, what you're taking away from, by putting in term limits, what you're taking away from the person who is in there, any incentive to do more to be re-elected. You become lame duck in your second, say it's 2, just say it's 2 for argument's sake, right? No matter. You become a lame duck in your final, your second term, because you don't have to work for election again, so you just grab as much as you can.
I don't believe
so. You could not believe it, Audrey, but that is what happens in reality.
But this is a larger point.
In reality.
This is a larger point which comes from the political scientists and the role of government. I do not believe that the role of government is what you're saying, that I should go there and, like, as a leader, I am going to transform. There are entities within the society that lead development. The private sector leads development. That's not
what I said, though.
No, I'm not saying that what you're saying, but I'm saying that when you have term limits, one of the things that does is that it takes less of an importance from the government, because the government should play less of a role in the overall national development process. You can have civil society, you can have the private sector. These are the entities that drive development. And if we have less emphasis, our problem right now is that we have too much government. People expect too much from government. They expect government to do this for that, and that should not be. And when you have term limits together with a slew of other reform processes, it kind of refocuses it, that say that there should be more individual responsibility, there should be more empowerment of local government, of the private sector, of other entities that drive development.
But Audrey mentioned a very important thing that she started out, which I will hitch my wagon to it against term limits. And I said it earlier, by putting in term limits, you're taking away the responsibility of the party for finding good candidates and keeping the party vibrant, and succession planning, which is what you were just talking about. You're taking that away. You are telling the thing that we will tell you what you must do. No, the party must plan. That is the party's role, to plan for succession, plan to have good candidates, plan to put forward good candidates, and plan to execute when in office. Into power.
But I will say something that goes a little bit outside of just the political sphere. because I think retirement in Belize at 55 creates that exact same problem. There's no succession because very often people at 55, they're experts in a particular area, and instead of mentoring someone to continue their work,
they walk out with all the knowledge.
Yeah, they walk out, or the rehire process makes it where they hoard that information instead of share it to continue. So you see it in other areas. I'm just saying that, to me, is also tantamount to what we're talking about in terms of a succession plan. It's an inherent issue that we have in Belize where people don't think about how their work continues into the future.
But the way to fix
always
it is,
personality.
But the way to fix it is not to put another law to stop it. The way to fix it is to put in succession planning. If you're talking about government, put in succession planning in government. Put that in there.
Let me explain why.
Here we have a report from San Pedro.
Okay.
We only had one. No, we had two.
Again, from San Pedro Town, where the voters are coming out to cast their ballots on last count. That was over an hour ago. More than 1,000 persons had come out to vote for their council of choice. And with us right now, we have the UDP mayoral candidate, Mr. Wilfredo Alamia. Sir, what is the platform upon which you have campaigned?
Well, we have been listening to the people. We have been campaigning since October, and well, what we're doing, we've been doing some canvassing. We have been getting their basic information, and we ask them that we really want to hear from them, because we take it as a plan of work.
Yes.
With listening to their concerns. So that is what we've been listening, and then from there we make our little plan that we on where we're going to work.
What have they been saying?
They have been very clear. It's not me saying it because I say I listen to them and I'm saying what they're saying.
Yes.
Close contact with them.
Okay.
They feel,
communication.
Yes,
okay.
They feel forgotten. They feel that this is what they tell us. They come only for election day to knock in our doors.
Well, people say that about both parties.
Yes, they knock their doors only for election.
Okay, but what are the issues? What are the issues?
The issues that they're saying, definitely they want a close contact. Then to be there and work with them. And work on their different areas. They've been showing us their areas. There's a lot of trash there, it's not picked up on time, and then there are some areas that the water level goes up, and there's crocodiles and all that flooding. So they're asking for help there.
Right.
Traffic is a big issue also.
Yes.
And things activities for youth and children that will lack
Social
of
events.
here in the island.
Let me ask you this, sir. There are 3 slates, if I can call it. There's only one independent mayoral candidate,
yes.
And then there is a full 7 for the UDP and a full 7 for the PUP.
Yes,
if you're lucky to get in, but there is a mixed vote. I'm just putting it out there.
Yes.
Are you willing and ready and prepared to work with that team, whoever is elected, if you are lucky?
Of course, I think that communication is the way forward.
Okay.
I think that it happens for one reason, and we're all there because of our island, because we love our island. So if that happens, why not get together, talk, communicate, and give all our love to our island and people from the island so we can work together and go forward.
Thank you so much for talking to us, Mr. Wilfredo Alamia, the UDP mayoral candidate for San Pedro. Again, there are 2 polling areas out here. We have the San Pedro Roman Catholic School and the San Pedro High School. And those are the 2 areas where San Pedro residents, voters, will come out to cast their ballots throughout today. Again, just to recap the issues as Mr. Alamia just shared with us, I have also been doing some canvassing on the ground to find out from voters randomly what are the issues affecting them. And they have told me basically the same things. Infrastructure, there is need for better drainage, and particularly there is a need for better management of the traffic situation, particularly during the peak hours out here. We know that lunch hour and 5 o'clock when people get off work, that is when the traffic is most congested, and those are the issues that they'd like to see addressed by whichever council is voted in. So we'll wrap up again for now and then file another report. That one hopefully will be with the officer in charge here in San Pedro, just to get from him on the ground how has it been since 7 o'clock this morning, if they've needed to put in any special measures or arrest anybody. So we'll file that report in due course. Reporting on behalf of my camera person, Maria Novello, this is Marian Ali for News 5.
Okay, and from SP we go to PG, and let's see what's happening down south.
Yep.
Good morning, I'm Stefan Roberto reporting from beautiful Penny Punta Gorda, and today I have here with me
Ms. Selenikos, Councilor candidate under the UDP.
Yes, ma'am. So could you please explain to us the journey that you have been for us to get here today? How has it been for you?
Oh, it's a wonderful journey. I mean, like, one of a kind experience, because knowing as young as 20 years old and just getting involved in politics, I mean, this is an experience that I think cannot be replaced anytime soon. You know, I had always looked forward to it from when I was young to join the political field, and now I'm here.
What persuaded you to join the political field?
Well, based on all my the different activities I did within the community, the elderly people and schools as well, both primary and high school, that was what actually motivated me, because then I saw how the state our town was in, and I thought, you know, I said to myself, you know what, I could go like join the political field and I could do something for our town, and hence the reason I am here now as a councillor candidate.
So for those people who haven't voted as yet, or who have not decided if they wanted to vote, what would you say to those people?
Well, right now we're 10:36 exact. You know, it's still early. The line isn't that long, you know. So I encourage other voters to come out early, cast their votes, make their decision, because their decision matters. You know, choose the right team. Vote Cranka and the UDP 7, and you know, just come out early, because then later on today, you know, you will be in that hectic line. You know, the line will be long and everything. So that is why I encourage people to come out very early.
And how about the females? We know that that females within politics is not something that we normally see every day. So what would you say to the young females out there who would want to venture into an endeavor like politics?
Take a stand. It's time for females to come out. I mean, I took a stand at my age, being a 20-year-old, first my female. You know, I took a stand, and that takes guts, I would say. So I ask that other females, you know, stand up and come out, join the political field, because we need females as well when it comes to certain things. This is not just a male dominant. Yes, you know, it's, you know, we need females to be involved as well. So I encourage them to come out.
Thank you so much, and best of luck. Again, I am Stefan Roberto reporting from beautiful Penny Punta Gorda for Channel 5's coverage of the 2024 municipal elections. Thank you.
Welcome back. Of course, from San Pedro we went to PG, but I want to revisit San Pedro simply because I noticed the conversation there has definitely focused more on municipal issues.
Yeah.
They have been talking about traffic control, about roads, etc. And maybe it's because San Pedro think it's an entity unto itself.
Stop saying that.
But I think that you don't necessarily see resonating in other
least
parts
not
of
as
the
loudly,
country.
not as loudly.
They're the only one who realize it is a municipal election and it is not a general election. Because I've been listening and monitoring, and it is just so crazy. Not only are the candidates and the people that they interview that are not candidates talking about national issues. This is not a national issue. Okay, strictly speaking, I'm not saying they're not entitled to be influenced by it. San Pedro realized a municipal election is for you to elect someone to a town council who will do the duties of what needs to be done in town. Streets, drains, roads, parks, cemeteries, slaughterhouses, garbage, and everything like that. That is a local issue. However, this election this election, like I said, is a litmus test. But what's interesting about San Pedro too, in my opinion, is that there was a national issue, scandalous national issue, that they tried to use to get traction in San Pedro. Shockingly, when I spoke to people, I was in San Pedro for a case, and of course I went to talk to the taximan and everybody. So I pointedly asked them, did that personal issue about your area rep bother you? You know when Allah didn't tell me? He said, Miss Allah, we have dirtiness in our closet. One man told me, he said, I'm a UDP, tell me. He said, I'm a UDP and I will always be a UDP. He said, but my party, if they do wrong, then do wrong. He said, I could think like that. That's a man in San Pedro. And I said, what about that personal issue? He said, look, I am not saying it's right or wrong. I know I stand judgment. But that would not influence me, he said, because if that influenced me, say, here in San Pedro, I would have to go investigate everybody's closet, he said, and it is not going to be nice. And this was a mature, older man. And sometimes I would always think that the older people are more judgmental, and we, the younger people, and I put myself in the younger, you know, more liberal. And so I asked other people around, people working at the airline, people by the court and so, and to me it was clear. My message that I got from there, and so my prediction is that San Pedro will go blue, will stay blue, and maybe there's a little number that the UDP might get, but the campaign, the negative campaign they tried does not work in San Pedro. Remember, the people there are, they think about themselves differently, and that's not a bad thing. Yeah. And they tend to be a little bit more independent-minded, and they're far more liberal in certain ways. So I could see them saying, I don't want here all the dirtiness. What are the issue? We are having traffic problems here. Yeah, they drain this. So to me, that is the only municipality that is acting like this is a municipal election. The other ones, I could tell you know about that afterwards as we go along, because I visited.
Pedro probably reflects a municipality where infrastructure is key to the industry that they totally rely on.
Yep.
Right? It's not that the rest of us don't want nice roads or you know, garbage or, you know, things like that. But they realize, they have accepted and realized that.
And their infrastructure is different. You don't have a lot of options in terms of roads itself. Not that Belize City has, you know, when you're talking about coming into the city. But in San Pedro, you know, your front street, your middle street, your back street, etc.
You have to cross the one bridge, so you need a good bridge, that kind of thing. So,
we all have to use the same
and in
roads,
San Pedro, everybody knows each other. So when they make a determination, sometimes they know that they are voting for a party, and by voting for that party, they are voting against someone they know. But again, they don't take it personal. I think San Pedro will stay blue because they want a city council or a town council that is aligned with the central government. And that matters, you know. I saw the UDP staying on track. They tell you, make
politics rhetoric.
They encourage that.
It is a rhetoric, and it's unfortunate because our former mayor could tell you that one city, no matter who the inner central government, a city properly managed has enough resources to manage itself and still do properly. Even when the central government they try to undermine you. I mean, it will have a little dent. You remember when Orange Walk was the only blue municipality and the central government was UDP, and they did try.
They did very well.
They did try to undermine her.
And they succeeded.
Right there, you do certain things you can do good. So it comes down to good management.
Update, William. You want?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So we have an update on the turnout so far, and this is showing at 11 o'clock. It's 11:45 now, but the report is from as of 11 o'clock. Belize City turnout is topping with 22.09%. Belmopan is at 21.63%. San Pedro 21.01%. Orange Walk at 20.62%. Benque Viejo del Carmen 20.60%. San Ignacio Santa Elena 20.48%. Then Corozal at 19, just over 19%. Punta Gorda at 18.43%. And Dangriga at 16.53%.
Wow.
So this has been, though the numbers have gone up and it's encouraging, the ranking has remained pretty consistent.
Interesting.
Belize City leading and Belmopan. And as we said before, ultimately in the last municipal elections, Belmopan and Belize City were at the bottom of the overall turnout.
Yeah.
So this is an encouraging sign for
I think the ones over 20 is encouraging sign for the People's United Party, honestly. That is my view from experience with numbers, but also getting the pulse of the people, you know. This show me should name Get Them Pulse, because you check them pulse, because what people...
Be your team.
That's what be my team.
Your team while you're here.
Well, pulse check, you know, because those municipalities you mentioned...
Check your vitals.
Yeah, those municipalities, when I met with people and talk and whatever, all of them had their own reasons. Belize City, people basically say, hey, you know what? The mayor, nothing for do all with the PUP, UDP, the mayor has been performing fairly well. We don't have nothing for Mekobi absolutely vexed over.
Right.
Yes, there's those certain things, not that election, but people considering that even when no election, certain things were happening. So it seems comfortable for them. Now, who all will come in with him is a different thing, but him as mayor, I think he's been leading his team. I think he'll come back in. So when it comes to
let us do
Belmopan, though.
Yeah, let us do a little you know, hopscotching across the country, right?
So we
you call it out and I'll tell you.
So let's go to Belmopan.
Oh, UDP will get blasted a week. And I'll tell you why I say that. A lot of people I talked to in Belmopan, both PUPs and UDPs, told me that one of their things that they don't like is that the mayoral candidate for Belmopan has called the name of Jan Saldivar, and they said that they, as a person, like her, and they think that she could have run on her own strength. And bringing Jan Saldivar is opening up wounds. And remember, the people in the periphery that is not forming the city are not going to vote, and his strength is in the periphery, in those areas that are not city-based, but form part of his constituency. So I call Belmopan absolutely in favor of the PUP. They like the new candidate. PUP had very bad publicity there with their former mayor, Ms. Sharon Palacio, and their controversy and whatever. I thought that her leaving would have caused a huge dent on them and would have given the UDP traction. And my pulse checked. They said no. There were a lot of people, although they didn't come out and say there were certain things she did that they didn't like. They spoke about their own personal experience, people in their own party and so. So that is not going to create the dent I thought that it would have. Her speech on Independence Day did not augur well for her to bring her against a party. Rather, that for people confirm that, no, you're the trouble then. You're the trouble, because this is never the time and place. That I'm just giving you what my pulse check.
Yes, so we'll leave the hottest one for last.
Okay.
So we'll go to Punta Gorda.
Oh, Punta Gorda, I'm getting mixed feelings. I really got mixed feelings. I can't call that one. It could go either way, and it's possible that it is a split slate.
But unless
my friends...
But you mentioned something earlier which I think is important in the mix with Punta Gorda is the small electorate.
It's small electorate.
Because you have a small electorate, because you have a plurality of candidates, like it could go either way. So the high turnout versus the low turnout would really make a difference.
Right. Yeah, I think it would. That one, I'm sorry, I can't really call it, but they have had mixed councils before and still get things done. So let's see that one up in air. Which other one?
And then the last one that's
Dangriga.
I think Mariano will stay in. I think the PUP will keep that one.
Corozal.
He has done fairly well too, you know. He has done a little bit more than many other mayors before. And I said nothing about which party or so. I want to call it as it is. The man has done more than some others have done. He like talk, yes, and he like the show up on Facebook. Good. He like the music. But I'm being honest, work to work, he has done fairly well. So I find it hard. I would be surprised if he's ousted.
Corozal.
Oh, totally blue.
Benque.
Totally blue. Totally blue.
All right.
No, but one of the things that I wanted to ask...
We're going to Belize City, Laureano.
I'm here live at Fort George with Mr. Tyrone Laureano, a UDP councillor candidate. Talk to me about how you're feeling today.
Well, since this morning it has been high energy, as you can see. Everybody is coming out, trying to get out early. We had a rush this morning between 7 and 8 o'clock. I guess those persons who rather vote before going to work. and then we had a little downtime between 8 until 9, but now the traffic is picking back up. So it's high energy from since I woke up. I was up from about 4 o'clock, did my daily devotions, you know, and prepared myself mentally to go to battle. So I'm in the battle mode right now, and I'm on the grounds, you know, getting out my voters in Fort George.
I see that the councilors, they're a bit grouped together. It's hard to find you guys. What's the plan for today? What's the movement looking like?
Well, I know that we had decided that we're going to go out and vote early, and then we will meet back as a group to traverse the different constituencies together, just to show our presence, so that the people know that we will stick to our promise, where we're going to be a visible council. We won't disappear on them. We're on the ground since October, and now we're on the ground today. We will I will join the team a little bit later on before we move out. But for me, it's a bit different, because I'm also the chairperson for the Fort George Constituency Committee. So I'm doing my work here, then I'll join the team later on for us to do what we need to do as a group.
Are you confident in you and your slate?
Well, I believe that at the end, when the last vote is counted, the United Democratic Party Sitco 11 team will be taking City Hall.
What's inspiring this optimism?
Well, the optimism is basically based on our work ethics. We have been putting in the work from the moment our names came out on the list, and I believe that if you work hard, you should be confident in whatever you put in. That is what you should be getting out. And the team that we have is very dynamic. We have been hearing a lot of positivity on the ground through our campaigning. I cannot recall there was any one house that turned us back. Everybody was excited to hear what we have to bring. I mean, we have been under the People's United Democratic Party City Council slate for the past 6 years, and the city, if you can look around, has been neglected, to be honest. And so people were anxious to hear what we have to say, and they are ready to give us their support.
Okay, and we'll continue in the streets in Belize City, and we go down this time to Isani.
We are in front of polling station number 21, which is at St. John Vianney Catholic School. Good morning, Mr. Haylock.
Morning, Isani.
Talk to us about how it's been going since morning.
This morning we had a strong start, but since that strong start, it has been a trickle. People are coming one to register their vote. I must say that we expected more people to be at the starting gates this morning, but it looks like a low voter turnout. We'll have to definitely rev up our machinery and see how many people to get out today.
How do you go about doing that in terms of being able to mobilize voters to come out and participate?
Right, the organization to get people out really begins not today, but many weeks ago, as we were canvassing, taking down information, listening to people discontent, see who really wants to come out and be there. So we have that on file. We're going to be calling people, we're going to be sending people out to get them here today.
Now, this is only a municipal elections. It's perhaps a year or so before the next general elections. Do you believe that this has any bearing on your candidacy in Queen Square?
Of course, I think every election has a bearing on not only me, but the entire party. It is that litmus test paper, you know, test that we will have.
Mm-hmm. Now, what do you do with the outcome of today in terms of being able to perhaps show up the support in Queen Square for you going into the next general elections?
Being a UDP stronghold, Isani, we try to see who come out, who didn't come out. We get back out there and see how we could get them out, because we know a bigger election is coming 2025. This one is really just to start the change for 2025.
My final question to you, Godwin. What is your sense of confidence in the Belize City Council slate for the United Democratic Party?
I'm very optimistic. I haven't been on the ground in every other constituency, so what I feel in Queen Square might be a great feeling of excitement here, but I'll wait and see what the other divisions bring in today.
All right, folks, that was Godwin Haylock. He is the standard bearer for the United Democratic Party. Once again, we are here in the Queen Square area from polling station number 21. Isani Cayetano for the municipal coverage for Channel 5 2024.
And we're still in the streets in Belize City, and this time on the stand we're catching up with Tracy Panton.
All right, guys, we're here at the constituency office of Tracy Panton. She is the area representative for Albert, and of course she has with her her supporters who are here to lend that extra push to the councillors who are vying for City Hall. Good morning, Tracy. Talk to us how it's been going so far since morning.
So this morning has been a bit slow. I believe, you know, with work, a lot of people are getting time off this afternoon, at least our pledge voters. We are about 15% of the voters list. And so we are working on the double to try and ensure that our voters come out to the polls before 6 o'clock.
In terms of the campaign leading up to today, what was it like in terms of your effort to work with the existing slate and, of course, getting their message and their platform going ahead of the elections today?
So we started working in June, actually, preparing for the new registration and transfer period in July and August. And then we worked September, October, November. We took a break in December, and then we got back on the saddle in January. So we have been consistently on the ground. Not just for this campaign, though. This office opens every week. And so we have not just come back into the division. We continue to serve the division, you know, all year round. So we've worked very closely with Dr. Nelma and her team. We've taken them to meet our constituents. So I think it has been very effective.
This municipal elections, for all intents and purposes, seen as sort of a barometer, sort of a litmus to determine how popular your party is at this point against the incumbent central government. How do you view the performance of the United Democratic Party at this juncture in terms of trying to shore up support from the voters?
Well, all we can do is reiterate to the voters what is obvious, what they have been experiencing, what they have told us they have been experiencing in terms of trying to deal with the high cost of living, the high cost of fuel, the lack of access to health care, affordable health care, you know, the lack of basic services, basic services in terms of, you know, what is expected of a municipal government. These are the things that we have heard from the voters. And these are some of the issues we attempt to address in our campaign.
Depending on the outcome today, do you believe there's still sufficient time between now and the calling of the next general elections for any changes to be made based on the way how today results?
Absolutely, absolutely. We won't stop working. It's not like we're going to close up shop. We will continue to do the work. As I said, we have been working since the last general election in 2020, and we will continue to do the work. It's not rocket science. It's about establishing key relationships with our voters, trying to address their needs as best as we can. It's hard for us in opposition to do that, but we try. And I think they recognize a genuine attempt when it is made.
Finally, the UDP came together yesterday and held a press conference ahead of today's municipals. Speak to us about the united front that's being put on by the party in opposition at the moment.
I think it's clear for us who are colleagues in the National Assembly and who are also colleagues in the United Democratic Party that the enemy is not amongst ourselves. You know, we are trying to deal with a government that has failed, with a government that continues to ignore the cries of the people. I think it's important. You know, we are not a monolithic party. We have diverse ideas and opinions. We share different views at times. But when it comes down to fighting for the people, we are clear that we are united on that front. And we will continue to hopefully grow from strength to strength.
That is the area representative for the Albert constituency. She's here at her office. She's lending all the support she can to the United Democratic Party slate, none other than Tracy Panton. Take it away back in studio, guys.
Thank you very much, Isani, for that. Of course, that is one of the things that we were talking about earlier, the role that the constituent reps play in the whole municipal lineup. We were saying about it's a matter of control. Harold had said earlier that with technology you should be able to vote at any polling station in Belize City, given that it's cumulative.
Yeah. It's a list vote, yeah.
So.
It's true. But the area rep role is important
But should it be?
Should it be as important?
No, it shouldn't be, but let's talk about the reality on the ground. If she doesn't show up there, that unity that they need to show and that support that someone new to the electoral politics like Nelma that is coming forward, she needs that.
Yeah.
And in the dynamics here, it's a woman trying to support another woman too. So you need it in this specific example. But generally, you want your municipal...
exceptions to women.
No, I don't say it should be exception. I'm just saying the reality on the ground. I didn't say I agree it should be like that, but I'm saying the reality is that those in central government or area reps will come out and then support, because if you don't, they say, the own party area rep now support now, which is not necessarily so, which goes back to the earlier conversation we had, that this is a municipal election, but it's being treated, or it has the trimmings of a general election or a litmus test, or check your pulse thing on what is coming ahead. And she said a lot that is very loaded that I would love to comment on, but I don't know if we have time. But one thing I'll say, if I don't get to comment about anything, they asked her how she felt and she said very confident. To me, my expertise in her body language and tone did not come off as confident. But I think she's doing very well as a representative of her party to say, you know what, I'm big enough. I want there and support.
But don't you think that the UDP at this juncture feels as if though they have an upward climb? Generally, that being...
They have an upward
climb.
Yeah, like the challenge to go up.
No, but I mean, the reality is that they only have 2 seats countrywide. So there's no place else to go than up. So that I think that if you look at perhaps the strategy to declare a victory, I think if the United Democratic Party picks up even 2 new seats, they would claim victory.
Seats, not necessarily
municipalities. If they pick up 2 municipalities out of all of them, they would say it. But it's anywhere to go but up. If it remains the same, I think Audrey's point will carry that it's a litmus test. That's what
I don't think they'll get two municipalities though. I think they will have to say that they were successful because maybe they will get more votes out. I don't think they...
the margins were narrow.
Yeah, they're narrow,
Not that they won.
Not that they won. Honestly, that's my view, but I'll wait to hear and see the results. Because as much as I am not a PUP fanatic, there hasn't been enough scandal or something outrageous to make people say, vote me out. It hasn't happened.
There's a tipping... We've talked about this, where there's a tipping point at
and
some
people
point
emotional.
People, I don't think they've reached that point.
I think an important point that Audrey mentioned, likewise too, that the municipal government is the litmus test, so that we have, everybody's thinking about general elections, which is within the next year or so, so that if we don't see something like a major shift in this election, that tells you what the mood of the people is. There's not a mood that we will vote out the government. And I think all of the reason why you're seeing so much central government candidates on the ground and pushing their candidate is because they know that if they lose many seats in municipal government, that will translate into an energy going into central.
And the boxes in their area. So for example, for Ms. Panton, she needs to be able to show that the people coming in that area still are voting high for the UDP, because that is a litmus test on her itself.
But the idea of without technology allowing you to vote at any station, would then weaken the grip of national.
But they asked her a question she didn't answer, like if after this election, whatever,
would there be changes?
Would there be changes? She did not answer that, but I think that is critical. Does it mean that if right now, if the UDP doesn't do well, will we see changes in the hierarchy? Or if they get some traction, will there be more support? So, but I'll leave that there because I know we have to go to a break soon, and our friend...
Right, but we want to encourage you to make your way to the polls, Belize City and everywhere in between, countrywide. We have seen good turnout at this point. So we want to encourage you to continue to register your voice, all right, via your vote. We're going to go ahead and take a break, and when we come back, Harold will be leaving for the rest of the day until 6. So we're going to go ahead and take a break, and we'll be joined, I believe, by Kevin Arthurs. Don't go anywhere. Channel 5's coverage continues after these messages.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Ministry of Economic Development's Second Road Safety Project. Advises all motorcycle riders should keep their helmets strapped on properly at all times.
Welcome to a new era of emergency care. Introducing the new and improved Accident and Emergency Ward at Belize Healthcare Partners Limited. Conveniently located in the heart of Belize City and accessible by ambulance and helicopter, our new state-of-the-art facility is designed to provide the highest level of care for patients at their most critical moments. With a new A&E equipped with advanced diagnostic tools, our healthcare professionals are better equipped than ever to swiftly and accurately diagnose a wide range of medical conditions. Whether it's a life-threatening condition or a minor injury, each patient is treated with the utmost urgency and compassion. The new Accident and Emergency Wing is a testament to our commitment to delivering exceptional medical care when it matters most. Belize Healthcare Partners, your leader in healthcare.
Technology is ubiquitous, and it's transforming how, when, and where we work. Fulltech Systems is placing award-winning devices in the hands of information workers, allowing them to work without compromise in a world without wires, to innovate, create, and to maximize productivity anytime, anywhere, satisfying the needs of the desk-centric remote and field worker and every other worker in between. We are providing the industry's best devices to businesses going through the process of digital transformation. Partner with us today to provide the solutions that will allow your employees to work effectively and efficiently to enhance your customers' experience. Fulltech Systems, your technology center, where you'll come for the price, but stay for the service.
That easy.
Looking for unique ways to create the mood at your special event? Want to make an impression and stand out from the crowd? Then, Prestige Productions can help you. Belize's newest event production company offers world-class production and state-of-the-art event lighting and special effects. They can also provide audio production, professional DJ services, and MCs to host your events. Make your weddings, birthdays, live shows, conferences, or corporate events come alive with innovative technology and creativity that is sure to add the wow factor to your event. Prestige Productions, elegance is our forte.
I'm connected. Yo.
I'm connected.
We're connected.
Create the perfect broadband bundle that fits your style with Smart Connect. With the Junior Bundle, get 50% off your national calls and up to 6 gigabytes of data at no extra cost. Get postpaid added for an additional cost of only $25 with the Prime Bundle. Stay connected with unlimited smart-to-smart calls plus 6,300 megabytes of data and free international minutes. For the family, pay $28.13 more and get the Binge Watchers bundle with Netflix. This bundle gives you 4 profiles with unlimited streaming on multiple devices. Visit a showroom near you to sign up and personalize your own bundle combination with Smart Connect. Smart, bringing people together.
Welcome to our newly built intensive care unit. Our ICU is equipped with state-of-the-art technology and designed to prioritize patient care, ensuring that our patients receive the highest level of attention and treatment. Our ICU is equipped with advanced bedside monitors that continuously check and display vitals, allowing our medical team to closely monitor patients around the clock. Our dedicated nurses are stationed at the central monitoring station, which provides them with a full view of all patient rooms. Our team of doctors and nurses are trained to expertly handle critical situations with compassion and work together to provide comprehensive and personalized care to each patient. At Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, you and your family come first. Belize Healthcare Partners, your leader in healthcare.
This plan, I can't leave this plan. Smart Belize.
Hey there, smart thinkers. We're turbocharging your mobile experience with Smart's powered up postpaid plans. Imagine a world where your data speeds flows faster than ever. Well, guess what? We've cranked up the dial and unleashed the postpaid power of Smart's lightning-fast LTE data on all our postpaid plans. That's right, no speed bumps, more data. It's like having a limitless highway of data speed at your fingertips. Whether you're a Lone Ranger with an individual plan or a squad rolling with a group plan, everyone gets to surf, stream, and share at enhanced full high-quality speed. Switch to Smart's powered-up postpaid plans today and ride the wave of postpaid power. Visit any Smart showroom or smart-bz.com for details and make your mobile experience smarter and faster. Smart, bringing people together.
I know I can't leave this plan. I can't leave this plan.
As motorcyclists, we know the thrill of the open road, but improper overtaking can result in severe injury or worse. It can shatter your life and dreams. It can shatter the emotions of the people you love. Or, in the best case scenario, you're left with a hefty fine. Driving recklessly is not worth it. Follow the rules of the road and stay alert. Safe overtaking leads to a smooth journey. Choose patience and safety over impatience and recklessness. It can make all the difference. A message from the Second Road Safety Project and the Caribbean Development Bank.
I never have to worry about traffic. I never have to worry about parking. And I'm always on time.
Spark Beach Cruiser, available in 16, 20, 24, and 26-inch in a variety of colors. Distributed by Unitex Company Limited. Contact us at 620-6465 or 610-3626.
And welcome back to our coverage here on Channel 5. And we've decided to fill a seat with Kevin Arthurs.
No better way to do it. If you put it like that.
Now, Kevin, we do a little test whenever you come on set. Your views of making your way here. What was the activity like in the streets?
The first thing I wanted to say coming on set was I had the pleasure this morning of speaking to my two daughters before I came here and explain to them how important this process was. As Belizeans, this is when you're most alive as a democratic entity. All the institutions are alive, the media, all our institutions of government. Voters are relevant. And so we really can't overstate it.
Only now.
Especially now, because to me the democratic process is a relay race. You basically make an assessment. It's like appointing a judge. You basically make assessment under certain criteria, and then you appoint that person, and then you have to let go of the wheels, and trust has to come into play. And so this is a very important process for those people who are voting for the first time. So that's the first message I wanted to send out. Congratulations to those who are voting for the very first time. Those in the diaspora and those at home are proud of you. No matter who you vote for, make sure you cast your vote. I saw, William, a commercial on television by the Elections and Boundaries Department, which was, I think they've been doing excellent work. Yeah. And one of the criteria for not having your vote counted is you don't vote for any candidate. I wouldn't encourage anyone to do that, but I thought the process of just getting out of your bed, going through the process is important. Because some people stay at home and, you know, there's a distrust in politics. I remember speaking to the current Attorney General and him saying, you know, our systems are dependent on public trust. And so the electoral process is the ultimate expression of public trust. And so as we elect these persons and go through these processes, we need to stop, pause, and appreciate the quality of the country that we're in. And this is the best time as a political entity. And being a political entity is not a nasty word. And I think that we have to put stop back into what it is that a political person is. Otherwise, we dissuade good persons like Darrell Bradley, like other people who have taken up the mantle.
We're gonna pause here.
Let's do it.
Here at the constituency office of the party leader for the UDP, none other than Shine Barrow. It is a little bit after 12 o'clock. What is the feeling on the ground? You've spoken with your constituents. What's going on?
Well, I feel great about Mesopotamia. Very appreciative of the long-standing support that we've gotten in this constituency since the days of Carl Thompson and the Honorable Michael Finnegan. And now myself, the people have been resilient and extremely committed to the United Democratic Party, and for good reason. And that is no different today. I expect that we will increase. In 2021, I believe my numbers were 1,200. Today, I believe we will do about 1,500 to 1,800 in Mesopotamia. And the rest of the city is coming along. I do believe that we will have the majority in the city, and we will deliver the city across the country. Things are moving in the direction of the UDP for at least 5 of the municipalities, as I had projected.
Can you mention to us what those municipalities are and what has been taking place in terms of your communication with the mayoral candidates in those respective cities and towns?
Belize City, Belmopan City, San Ignacio, Santa Elena, Benque, and Punta Gorda.
Now, what has been the machinery or the mechanism to try to get as much supporters and as much voters to come out, considering the fact that traditionally on municipal elections, things are a bit slow?
Well, the United Democratic Party has a policy of working all the time. My standard bearers receive support every month so that they have a constituency resource and they can engage with their constituents all year round, whether it's Easter, whether it's Christmas, whether it's back to school, whatever it is, we continuously engage the constituents. So now that it is time to get the constituents out, we've merely intensified over the last 90 to 180 days, and even more so 60 days, more so 30 days. So this is a constant work. This is not as with the PUP where it's a 30-day, 60-day quick fix. We are omnipresent in our constituencies all the time. That is the policy of the UDP. So right now it's just a matter of those people that we have relationships with coming out. And I can tell you, this has as much to do with people's support of the UDP as it does with people's rejection of the People's United Party. There are people that are PUP and people that are independent that can't wait to get to the vote, can't wait to get to the ballot, to send this People's United Party, local and central government, a message. People are not happy with the People's United Party, and we will see that today at the ballot.
Should the outcome of today not be favorable for the United Democratic Party, is there a strategy in the short or mid-term ahead of the next general elections a year or so from now?
I assure you the outcome will be positive.
All right, that was Shine Barrow. He's the party leader of the United Democratic Party. We're here in the Mesopotamia constituency, at his constituency office, actually. So I'll throw it back to you guys in studio. This is Isani Cayetano for Channel 5's coverage of the Municipal Elections 2024.
Thank you, Isani. And we now go to San Pedro, where we have Marian with Wally Nunes.
Earlier when here,
Okay, they're almost ready. Since you have your prepared speech, Kevin.
Okay, I will start back my chair. Because he did not say this will
Because I have cue cards.
And we're live here again in San Pedro. Marian Ali here with Maria Novello as our able camera person. And joining me is the former PUP mayor for San Pedro and the PUP mayoral candidate, Mr. Wally Nunes. Mr. Nunes, how has the first half of the day gone for you on the ground?
It has been really, really good. It has been quite positive. I am very happy to see the people coming out to vote. We have had a good turnout early in the morning, and it kind of slowed down a little bit, and I'm sure that a lot of people will come out in the afternoon. Usually people do come out in the afternoon after work, and they get a break in the afternoon to come out and cast their vote. But up to now, we're seeing the numbers, and it's going really good on our side. It's been really good turnout for our party.
All right, I have been doing some groundwork myself, speaking to some of the voters, and I've been asking them what's the issues that they see most important that they would like to see the next council address. And they've told me basically infrastructure, streets, drains, and particularly traffic. Are those the same concerns that you've been hearing from them?
Yes, definitely. And with infrastructure, we have been working a lot. For the past 3 years, we started the groundwork and the base work on the first year. Second year, we started the pavement, and third year now we're continuing on with the pavement. And also, with respect to traffic, there's some changes that we want to do for the next term.
Campaign upon those.
Right, that we want to do in the next term. That is to.
If you're elected.
Right, to be able to change all the traffic congestion in town.
All right. Okay, Mayor, I hope to catch up with you again sometime later on.
Definitely.
And we will certainly touch base as the day grows older. But just to recap for the benefit of our viewers, the issues on which the people have been casting their votes, it has to do with streets, drains, basic infrastructure, and the traffic congestion. I'd just like to add that up to 11 a.m., 22% of the total number of voters in San Pedro had turned out to cast their vote, and that's of a total possible number of 8,704. And up to noon, that number or percentage had gone up to 26%. So we'll be following the voter turnout as the day progresses. For now, reporting live from San Pedro, for Channel 5, this is Marian Ali.
Thank you very much, Marian. We're doing a little check to see exactly where we are with our numbers. We're still showing around 20.8% voter turnout at this juncture.
In San Pedro?
In San Pedro, okay. No, Belize City has been the highest with 22. San Pedro is around 21. So at least I'm refreshing, and that's what it's saying so far.
Yes, I found his interview very interesting. He wasn't exaggerating, over-inflated his expectation.
Are you comparing it to a previous interview?
Yes, I'm comparing to a previous interview. I could tell you a previous interview. I know.
This is not William.
See, I'm trying to be diplomatic, which I'm not usually, but since you're saying, you know, in the interview, he came off as very confident that, hey, I don't got this. I know I'd win this. And honestly, that's what I call it for there. But what I find interesting...
That's what his body language said to you.
That's what it said to me. The previous interview, though, of party leader for the United Democratic Party, what was most striking to me, two things. One, he removed his figure, his prediction, I had seen interviews where he said that he shows 9 municipalities. He's saying no 5. I don't want to bust his bubble, but it won't even be 1. Maybe a mixed one. Or maybe 1. San Ignacio, possibly. But it's not like he's saying it's not going to be 5. That's one thing. And the second thing is he's saying it and only he is drinking his own Kool-Aid, because the statistics out here is clear. I mean, William, you have to say it as it is. Honestly, if I may believe, in the municipalities that UDP would have made big traction, I would have gladly come and said UDP made big traction. I have no reason for mislead people as to what they check is happening there.
What happens if they get 4?
If they're not going to get 4, something wrong. I'm going to recount them ballots myself. Because something wrong. I'm telling you, we went.
Earlier, your silence.
In the United States in 2016, they said Trump wasn't going to win.
Yes.
And the last vote. I do agree with you because you have a certain sense. I mean, all of us know politics. We walk around. We could feel the pulse on the street. We were driving, coming here this morning. You say tents and the amount of people out there or the lack thereof. So we kind of know that. But I know in terms of politics, it's at the last vote. It's when the thing is out. Some of the people were talking about the 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock rush, and so trying to mobilize your people and so forth. So that I think the energy is there. I think as a political person, like for example in Belize, well, we say, one fisherman not say fish stink. I can't go up on TV and say that, oh, we're going to lose. Political parties are meant to win elections, and you want to, the practicality of it, the machinery of it, the media of it, all of that goes into the election day, and you want to put forward an image of victory because you want to, I mean, this is the day that actually counts, as you were saying, Kevin. People are out there watching you, they are watching the television, and they may be thinking, should I go out and vote, should I not go out and vote? So everything still is on a campaign trail, and when you look at a party leader or political candidate, they still have to be in this campaign mode up until the last minute of voting being open.
People already knew if they would go vote or not, and who they would vote for, trust me. If there is a little bit in doubt, that the ones they went and sit down on the fence and hope you can offer them more, they may going to vote anyway or no, then just going to vote, say who and give them more. I seldom find that people are saying, oh, I'm not going to vote. Like I asked my son, I said, you're going to vote? Yes, ma'am, I'm going to vote. Other times I'm playing, I'm not going to vote. I don't want to vote, whatever. So, and my children are absolutely non-political in any way. They don't even, maybe if you ask him right now who are the candidate, he not even know. But I imagine he will go there and see who he knows and vote. So those are that kind of people. Then there are the people that don't care what, this is my party and this is my party and this is where they go vote. But the ones who are sitting on the fence don't know that they're going to vote or not.
All right. Let's go to Dangriga and see what's happening over that side.
Good afternoon from beautiful Dangriga. Although it's hot and beautiful, it's still a great day. We have been enjoying the broadcast from this morning. We've been to all the polling stations, so now we're doing our second round for the polling station. We're here by Alexian Alberto Preschool, and with me I have
Aaron Anderson.
That's right. Well, Aaron Anderson, and he from the United Democratic Party is in charge of coordinating this area. So, Brother Anderson, tell us about the flow of voters since this morning, 7 o'clock.
Well, honestly, the flow kind of slow today so far, and I think because of how hot it actually hot today, we expect big influx after about 3-4 o'clock towards the end, but definitely slow right now in this area. We got vehicles to start to really circulate this area now to pick up voters, so we hope that after lunch rush will pick up steam.
Okay, so what has your team been doing to ensure that people get to the stations?
Touch base, make sure we contact them, ask them what they need as far as help for ride. We coordinate special rides for people who might be handicapped. Okay. So we want to make sure everybody could get their voice out there. So we have that in mind, and again, the campaigners, the candidates, we have their lists just to constantly. One of the things we do to make sure that phone numbers may attach, and we make the voters know that we will contact you to make sure that we could bring on out what time, what we need, and that's how we work on now. We finalize that in this area.
Okay, and we noticed that we have only 3 female voters. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just giving you the comparison. What's your take on? You feel that the small number of females will affect the females coming in to vote, or none at all?
I don't think so. I think that our team full of fresh faces, fresh young faces, and looking at the females, we have a younger lady and slightly older lady, but definitely not old, so I don't want she hurt me for that statement. But I think that the diversity in the team on a whole and the inclusion of a couple women candidates really should be an advantage, because often we could forget the ladies just looking at things from the side of a man and woman think differently. So the ladies in meetings prior to today and leading up to today have given us different insights for sure.
Okay, and then the young age of those on the slate, you think that will encourage more younger voters, or it won't have any effect on the team coming up?
We hope so. I think that it's very important that the youth voice or use their voice and understand the importance of it and get involved. And so one of the key with the younger candidates on our team is that they actually have different things already going with youth development, involved in sports and so on. So they have that outreach already with the youths, and we really hope that that will help to encourage the younger voters to come out.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, honestly, for your perspective. We appreciate that you have taken time out to talk with us here on Channel 5.
Thank you.
So, yes, there you have it. From Alexander Alberto Preschool Voting Area, we are here live, and we are encouraging people to come on out and vote. That is their sacred right. So, from beautiful Dangriga, I'm Gwen Nunes Gonzalez, reporting for Channel 5 Municipal Election 2024.
Thank you very much, Gwen. We now go to Belmopan. Paul is with the representative there, Oscar Mira, minister actually.
From this morning, as I went checking the 3 polling stations that we have in Belmopan, I think you have seen the wave of blue in all of our polling stations. It is our machinery at work. We have made sure that we have our lists, our pledge lists, and we're taking them out. The percentage of voters turnout is a bit low. So what we're doing right now, I just met with Pablo. We went through the statistics. The statistic is showing really, really well for us. But we want to ensure that our people come out. A lot of them have told us that they have time to vote after work, which is at 3 o'clock. So we expect that this afternoon is going to pick up really, really, really busy. But we are keeping on track, man, with our people, taking them out. That is, at the end of the day, it is about numbers. And once we take our pledges out, we are going to win this election.
Currently, voters turnout for Belmopan City stands at 20%. At this time, based on your experience in Belmopan, is that normal, or would you consider that low?
It's about normal. As I said, most of our pledges have said that they have gotten time after work. Work will be over at 3 o'clock for them. So at that time, we expect that we have a lot of our voters coming out, those that are working today. But as I go around Belmopan, we feel that we are doing well. I just looked at the statistics for 11 o'clock, and the statistics are showing that we are doing extremely well. I'm pleased with it. Our people are out there. The East is doing better than any other polling station right now in terms of taking out our voters. But we're doing well in all 3. Central and North as well.
Would you say that the People's United Party in Belmopan has an advantage in the East because both the mayoral candidate and yourself, you're from the East?
Well, I don't say if it's an advantage, but the people have seen and they know the work that we have put in Belmopan. And it's not just the East. We just need to remember that half of the voting population of Belmopan is from the East. So the other half is both Central, North, and West. So the amount of voters has significantly gone up since the last election. And we are keeping engaged. We are doing a lot of work in the East as well as all over Belmopan. The work continues. But today is about taking out our votes. It's about numbers and making sure that our numbers match. As I said, after 3 o'clock, we'll see a surge because a lot of our people that are working have gotten time off after 3 o'clock.
How is it that the power has shifted over to the East, and when did this happen?
The expansion of Belmopan is happening on the east. There's no more land in Central Belmopan or North Belmopan, so the expansion is happening to the east of Belmopan. So that's where most people are getting their lands. That's where more people are. That's where the subdivisions are happening right now. And in fact, we have reached the end of the east now, the end to the boundary, and we're going after the boundary now. So everything is happening to the east of Belmopan. So younger generation of Belmopanese are settling their families on the east of Belmopan.
Especially over the last 3 years. Now, do you see this municipal election as a time whereby your leadership in Belmopan will either be endorsed or, for a lack of a better term, revoked? Is that how you see it?
No, definitely not. I think that this municipal election, which I am very confident we're going to win, will solidify the People's United Party and Plan Belize. I think that as a country, the People's United Party is doing far better. We inherited a very bankrupt country. We inherited a broken system, and it has taken us a long time to fix most of those issues. I think that the municipal elections today is an endorsement of our Belizean people saying, listen, we want the People's United Party to continue governing, to continue bringing us, pushing us forward as a country. I think we have done well. Sometimes I believe that we need to do more and see more, because we have done a lot of work, and many people don't understand what all it takes to bring back the economy to where we are right now. So it is for us to work hard and continue to work hard, because the People's United Party, I think, is the best party for Belize and especially for Belmopan.
I'll put you on the spot here finally, but as the era representative, can you say with absolute certainty and honesty that nobody is getting paid to vote out here today, and that there's no bacon shop, as some would refer to it, set up in Belmopan today?
No, sir. You can go all over Belmopan, and if you find a bacon shop in Belmopan for the People's United Party, please let me know, because that is not in our plans. We have made sure that we have worked, we have campaigned, the people are supporting us, and we don't need that, man. We have the people on our side, and that's all that matters, So if you ever say one, please let me know, because that is not part of our plan.
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we had none other than the era representative himself for the city of Belmopan, Oscar Mira, People's United Party. He's out here working on the ground. He's been all over. We've been trying to get him since this morning, but he's been so busy. This is Paul Lopez reporting for News 5 from the city of Belmopan for our municipal election coverage 2024. Back to the studio.
All right. Thank you very much, Paul. And where do we go next?
I think we have an interview from Caribbean Shores. All the interesting storylines. Caribbean Shores is one, because we have some powerful interventions. And so I think we have an interview now from the area rep, the Honorable Carrie Musa.
Hello, I am Brittany Gordon reporting for Channel 5 for the 2024 municipal elections. I'm here with area representative for Caribbean Shores, Carrie Musa. Talk to me about how you're feeling today.
Feeling very good. Right now it's the midday hour, and so in our constituency we are expecting a surge of voters to be coming out. This morning I think across the country had a fairly low turnout, but that should certainly pick up after the lunch hour.
Was there any work being done to bring people out and getting them excited to vote?
Yes, absolutely. But as you would imagine, the constituency of Caribbean Shores are hardworking people, and so they're out at work, and they all pledged to come out after the lunch hour, and so we are expecting that surge. And hopefully by the end of today, we could say Caribbean Shores brought out 60% at least.
So you're optimistic about the numbers today?
Yes, I am, and particularly for the numbers that we have from our constituency in terms of our pledges and the work that our ground commanders are doing. They've been doing an exceptional job in getting out the vote so far, and so I think that will only pick up as the day goes on.
And you expect that with this surge of people that are coming in, that looks good for your party?
Yes, it does.
Of course, we had some conversations here earlier. We were talking a little bit about what areas you're feeling, Audrey, in terms of how the municipalities would line up at the end of the day.
Well, you all didn't make me conclude one. You asked me all the others, and the one I didn't get to speak about was definitely San Ignacio, Santa Elena. I am not confident that that will go fully blue. I really am not confident. And like I said, I've been checking with people on both sides of the aisles and to find out what is the check. And apparently Mayor Trapp is very popular. Some people that seem to be more the swing voters were saying that they felt that two things happened. If the whole park that was inaugurated, they thought that that was an insult, not so much to the mayor, but to them. Because if the mayor should do that function or the municipality should do that function, nothing is wrong with central government wanting to help, but don't be so obvious and exclude the mayor. So I never think that would have mattered to people. Like I never think the mayor think like that personal. That's one. And the second one, the graffiti on the wall. They're saying, well, we don't believe that the mayor set his people to do that. We believe that the person who did it comes from the PUP side and they're trying to sabotage the mayor. I was surprised when I spoke to people and they made that an issue because I was thinking different. I was thinking, okay, we're tired, I want to split council, we have too much fight, either go fully blue now because it will align with the government, or you're going fully red. But I did not think it would go fully red, in my opinion. But when I heard the insight from people, they believe that, to me, I believe from what people are saying that there's a very high chance that Mayor Trapp will stay in, and it's possibly that he will gain traction with one or two more councillors. So that's the only one where I think I'll have to agree with Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Shinebarrow, that possibly that is his only saving grace. All the other four he's imagining is simply that, a fiction of the imagination.
Your thoughts, Kevin?
Well, the truth is that you can't, predictions are opinions.
Yes.
There's no empirical way that we can determine what will happen. It's entertainment, really, right now, to say that one area is gone for sure. I think, in my opinion, and I'm talking against myself here, the most boring of races is Orange Walk.
Oh my gosh.
That there's no, you know, Vegas, there's betting pools. No one would bet that the UDP has a chance, a scintilla, as BQ used to say, of a chance to get there. And for good reasons. It has the Prime Minister as its foundation, and obviously there's been consistency.
The incumbency.
Yes, you've had a track record of very good mayors. They are actually the gold standards of municipal governments. In fact, I know that they outsource their capabilities, so they are helping in Corozal and in other areas and teaching them how to hot mix and that sort of thing. So it is the most boring. I did a list of
the most boring.
It is by far the most, as a political analyst. Well, you can put it that way, but it's the least sexy because there has to be drama in an election, and the storylines carry, and that's the beautiful thing about our democracy. And for sure, there is very little drama, even in terms of scandal in that municipality. So going back to San Ignacio, to me the interest there as to why I would not be so bold to say that Mayor Trapp will stay or not stay is that we cannot predict voters. If you don't like somebody, you find any reason, well, I know, like William Atal, he got on gray shirt today, there he wear gray. And so we find reasons to confirm what our beliefs are.
Yeah.
And any little reason, you spray on graffiti, then most of the people then do it. You know? And so, to me, what is important in that municipality is the voting history and culture. Cayo District has been a stronghold for me in the last general elections. The wins in Cayo were the most surprising, in my opinion, because traditionally it has been the red hills of Cayo. And so, to me, if there's any, and all governments have fall off.
Swings.
Well, there's fall off. Popularity, as you know, you ran. You enter, it happened to Obama too, you enter with a certain amount of popularity, and it decreases as you continue on in your term. And so, in San Ignacio, the question now is, will the UDP take back? Now, if I were the leader of the opposition, my focus would be, listen, you know what happened? I'd take back my base. My base is Santa Elena, San Ignacio, and I know that some of the most aggressive members of the United Democratic Party are from that area. I dealt with them in court, and so.
But he didn't go there and fight for that area, which was ill-advised.
And so it really is a question of, on the ground, head-to-head. What does Dan Silva do? What does Julius Espat do? What do the PUP do? There seems to be some unity in terms of the way the Cayo caucus, I believe that's the Western Caucus, how they've been moving for the UDP. And I think it's because of, there are lots of subplots, you know, that this is amazing. There are lots of subplots. One of the subplots is the impact of the Caucus for Change and that movement, because they have been steady in all of the fractions that have happened and all the quarrels. There's been a group of persons who have, a group of politicians, UDP politicians, who have stayed the course.
Yeah.
And that, to my mind, can translate. But to me, the fundamental issue with Cayo is the question of how do big families, like Preston's family, factor into what's happening.
The Silva family.
And the Silva family. That's huge.
One of the perspectives that I would add there is, and we were talking about it earlier, to what extent really is municipal elections legitimate election in a sense. You're talking about a lot of different factors, the influence of central government, major players, the influence of the caucuses, the fact that certain areas want to show that, you know what, I'm a big person, I could bring out my votes. You had the party leader for the United Democratic Party. Like, he has certain things to prove in Mesopotamia as well. He's talking about going from 1200 to 1800. And the experience that I have is that on the ground, and organization-wise, machinery-wise, because elections are numbers, elections are the ability to mobilize people and bring them out. As a candidate for municipal government, as a mayor, as a city councilor, you have very little impact or very little ability to bring out people on election day because of how it's organized. It's organized with the constituency. And you owe a lot of loyalty and a lot of your success to the constituency and the ability of various areas to bring out. There are
and area reps.
Yeah, so like, for example, in Belize City, one of the things which I would agree that it is less competitive because of how the alignments are. You have a big area like Lake Independence, which is not for the opposition. You have a big area like Port Loyola. So like, those areas will bring out at least 1,000 voters each. How do you counterbalance that? And that's not much for the candidate. That's dependent on the standard bearers in those areas, and in many of those areas the UDP doesn't have any organization whatsoever.
The PUP as well. I mean, there are certain constituencies where the past standard bearer is out of the country. Colette and Mesopotamia, both persons have taken up residency in diplomatic postings internationally. And so the question is, what is the machinery on the ground? I can't tell you, but that is important. For me though, as you say that, one of the things for me is, and the drama of the storylines is very important. Belize City itself, to me, in my listings of most interesting, is number 5 of the top 5. Because there's so many other understories. I can't understand why the voter turnout in Belize City is so high. I can't tell you. But the question there is, what has been the impact of certain other factors? As you mentioned, the party leader has something to prove. He has to bring out a certain number of voters. He has to show strength. What will Patrick Farber do? Will he kind of cut a rope to hang himself? Because if there's a good showing, it kind of undermines his own chances of becoming party leader. So how do you balance this out, that I don't let this guy look good, but at the same time, you know, I make sure I make a respectable showing in my constituency. Then going again now to another big constituency that you referred to, what is the impact of the recall mechanism in Port Loyola? Is that negatively bringing out voters? Is it paralyzing voters? Does it have any factor to play whatsoever? Those are important questions. And then you have some poor brokers in Belize City. You have the Honorable Anthony Marla, you have the deputy party leader of the PUP in Belize City, who is a beast, an absolute beast. And so, as you look at those numbers, you actually are asking yourself, what are the underplots? Because the biggest underplot is, does the opposition have sufficient money?
No. And my answer to that, Kevin, is no. I don't think they do.
We're going to take a little break and go to Belize City again. And this time we'll be talking to one of the Belize City UDP councillor candidates, Angeli Perez.
All right, so I'm here on Freetown at the YWCA polling station. I'm here with Miss
Angeli Perez.
Okay, so talk to me about how you're feeling today.
Well, I am excited. I'm also nervous. I'm just waiting to see the results this evening.
Are you optimistic?
I am, very.
So you're moving about today. What's the plan for today?
Well, I plan to go out to the different divisions to see and, you know, meet people, greet voters and so forth.
And you're confident in the slate?
I am. I'm very confident. I believe that we have a lot of excellent candidates. Couldn't get any better.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
Okay, and we're back in studios. And we're getting ready for 3 of the 4 members to leave. And we'll have Home Alone, Kevin Alfred.
For love of country,
you were talking a little bit earlier about drama in the different municipalities and what pulls people's interest. Do you think that is equally important to voters as well? And how does that translate into the engagement, you think, on the streets?
So politics is about movement. What moves people? Traditionally, what moves people is hate. If you notice, and money. But the biggest driver is hate. We look at the commercials that are on television. The commercials on television are not there to persuade. They're there to engender hate. Look at what this one did. This one did that. You suffer. And so, I mean, there's room to go in terms of the political maturity that is expected from the population, and it's reflected in the absence of that respect in the commercials. We can persuade people when you go to those sorts of petty things, which are traditional. You're really telling the voters that they're not complex enough to appreciate the quality of who you are. And Belizeans know when you have a candidate who has no merit and one who does have sway. And we have to respect that. But the drama is important because it moves even the campaigners. We're not looking at the nuts and bolts. If I feel you've disrespected my candidate, so in Belmopan, if I really strongly feel about John Saldiva, and I know that this elections is about getting John Saldiva back into Belmopan, then I campaign with a vigor that is dangerous. So the drama is important, and the mark of a good leader is the ability to sway all the negativity and say it is us against them. So come out and vote for me. And I think that that energy is almost as important as money. But drama is important.
But that's happening in Belmopan. My pulse on Belmopan is that Jackie Burns aligning herself and calling out John Saldiva as a good friend has backfired on her.
But could she lie about it? She was always in his camp.
Yeah, but bringing him on the campaign trail with you is a different thing. Yeah, you could be a good friend and I don't make people know I know you.
But this is a thing that, I mean, I think, Kevin, you...
Thank you, Audrey.
I don't mean it like that.
Maybe it is that association with John Saldiva at the end of the day is beneficial. I mean, one of the things about Jackie is that she does have name recognition. She was in the council before. A lot of people know her, so that you don't know at the end of the day how all of those, because it's strategic. What do I feel that my association with him will be more important than bringing out other sets of voters, and will it be successful?
The problem with Daryl is that, as Audrey said, and I hate to agree with Audrey, but she could have done it another way. She defined the value that John Saldivar has to her, which is strategic.
Yeah.
You do not need him. And he, if you look at the interviews, moved away from the camera completely. He's an astute politician. And so there was no need for...
But he's been door to door with her too.
Because he knows his people. He knows what he did for that particular... It's transactional. Politics on a certain level, and at the most amoral level, is transactional. I helped your son get a scholarship, I helped you get a piece of land, and so I'm coming now to collect for the next 5 years.
But in Belmopan, what's interesting is that, yes, you say it's transactional and everything, but remember, right now in Belmopan, people living in the actual municipality, not the outskirts, are mostly public officers as well. And to me, that has a dynamic.
Let me put this dynamic on it, and I want to, because again, there's subplots, there's a lot of issues, but in terms of just the women candidates, like when you look at Jackie and when you look at the mayoral candidate in Belize City and so forth, I mean, there are certain kinds of, like, I don't think that is a good move in relation to what she did there, but there are certain other aspects in terms of the narrative, like somebody who, again, a councillor candidate, somebody who grew up in politics, somebody who is a very successful historically woman candidate. Like, I think on a whole, when you balance off everything, her strategy may prove successful, because a lot of people... One of the things,
Audrey shaking her head.
I hear that, but one of the things, this is one of the things that I learned as a politician for 4 elections. 2 I won, 2 I lost. The base is actually very important, you know, because when you look at 100% of voters, out of that 100%, about 35% are not interested. They will not vote. So you have to make sure that you're able to pull from your base, and you're also able to pull from independent voters who you can convince. But you can't ignore the base, because I think for her perspective, she might think that, hey, you know what, I need this base. I need to ensure that I bring out this 25%. If I get a 10% more, then I'm going to win. So, but I can't ignore this.
So what you're pointing to is the formula, the 30-30-30 formula. 30% will vote for you no matter what, 30% will not vote for you no matter what, and 30% are your swing.
Yeah.
The issue that you have is, as you know, because you run a constituency that's very, very peculiar. You have to know your constituency. Belmopan is a very traditional, they're public servants, they're ex-diplomats, so integrity is important. There was an interview with Mr. Dakers, I believe I saw one, where he was saying one of the most important things for him was integrity. Now, if you merge yourself with someone who has accusations against them, because we don't know where it goes, then you diminish it. You just named a very clear path strategy that she could have avoided all of that mess, but she chose this way, and I think that's very difficult for her.
She could have made him campaign with the base to keep them on track with her, but she should not have made him campaign with the rest of the segment that you're not sure how they will vote. That's how I see it. That would have been my strategy, but then set a time for wrap up.
Okay.
I think I give you lunch.
Yeah, but we're gonna go ahead and take a break. 3 of us are leaving, and we'll be back at 6 p.m. and we'll go until the results and the winners are declared. So we're going to go ahead and take a break and leave Kevin alone at home. Enjoy.
Home sweet home. Love Belize.
This broadcast is brought to you by Spark, exclusive distributor by Unitex Company Limited.
Introducing our new General Ward at Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, designed to provide the care you and your loved ones deserve. Our new wing offers 12 rooms for our patients, ensuring that each patient receives the attention they need. Our spacious rooms are thoughtfully designed to offer comfort, not only to patients, but also to their visitors, recognizing the importance of having loved ones nearby during the healing process. But of course, safety is our top priority. With strategically placed nurse call buttons, help is just a push away if you need an extra hand. What truly sets our new General Ward apart is our exceptional team of medical professionals, Our dedicated doctors and nurses skilled to provide the best possible care, ensuring that your loved ones receive the attention they deserve. Belize Healthcare Partners, your leader in healthcare.
At Brothers Habet and Habet, we are proud to celebrate Women's Month. This year's theme is Inspire Inclusion, and we want to inspire the creativity of our women breaking barriers in the industry. That's why, for the entire month of March, we are offering all women a special 15% discount on all products store-wide. Whether you're a professional, a DIY enthusiast, or just looking to tackle home improvement projects, we have everything you need to get the job done and service that's second to none. So stop in, call, inbox, email, or WhatsApp us today. Happy Women's Month from all of us at Brothers Habet and Habet.
Technology is ubiquitous, and it's transforming how, when, and where we work. Fulltech Systems is placing award-winning devices in the hands of information workers, allowing them to work without compromise in a world without wires, to innovate, create, and to maximize productivity anytime, anywhere, satisfying the needs of the desk-centric remote and field worker and every other worker in between. We are providing the industry's best devices to businesses going through the process of digital transformation. Partner with us today to provide the solutions that will allow your employees to work effectively and efficiently to enhance your customers' experience. Fulltech Systems, your technology center, where you'll come for the price, but stay for the service.
So you could do it when they live for free. And they live for free. Bring the rest up.
Are you looking to turn life's goals into accomplishments? Goals like going to college, opening a small business, buying your own home, planning a wedding, taking a long overdue vacation. Looking for a financial partner that's there for you every step of the way? Then look no further. The National Bank of Belize is your bank that will be there for you for all your life's milestones. The National Bank of Belize is committed to providing every Belizean with innovative and affordable financial products and services. Visit one of your nearby branches or service centers for additional details, or contact us by phone at 822-0957 or 227-0807. WhatsApp us at 614-3133 or 676-6263 to make an appointment to find out more about what our friendly staff can do for you. For more information, you may also visit our website at nbbl.bz or find us on Facebook and Instagram. So whatever you want to do next, NBB will be there to make it possible. Certain conditions apply.
And I get it from the National Bank of Belize.
I'm connected. Yo.
I'm connected.
We're connected.
Create the perfect broadband bundle that fits your style with Smart Connect. With the Junior Bundle, get 50% off your national calls and up to 6 gigabytes of data at no extra cost. Get postpaid added for an additional cost of only $25 with the Prime Bundle. Stay connected with unlimited smart-to-smart calls plus 6,300 megabytes of data and free international minutes. For the family, pay $28.13 more and get the Binge Watchers bundle with Netflix. This bundle gives you 4 profiles with unlimited streaming on multiple devices. Visit a showroom near you to sign up and personalize your own bundle combination with Smart Connect. Smart, bringing people together.
The new wing of Belize Healthcare Partners Limited is the home of our newly expanded birthing room and neonatal unit. We understand that childbirth is a memorable experience for expecting mothers and their families. That's why the new unit was designed with your comfort and safety in mind. For the expecting mom, our spacious and well-equipped birthing rooms will create a comfortable and supportive environment for your labor and delivery. We also offer the option of water delivery in our birthing pool, allowing you to have a soothing and safe delivery supervised by experienced doctors and nurses. Our neonatal nursery is equipped with the latest technology and staffed by skilled and compassionate professionals dedicated to providing the best care for your newborn. At Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, we are here to support you every step of the way, from the moment you arrive until you and your baby are safe to go home. Belize Healthcare Partners, your leader in healthcare.
At Brothers Habet and Habet, we are proud to celebrate Women's Month. This year's theme is Inspire Inclusion, and we want to inspire the creativity of our women breaking barriers in the industry. That's why, for the entire month of March, we are offering all women a special 15% discount on all products store-wide. Whether you're a professional, a DIY enthusiast, or just looking to tackle home improvement projects, we have everything you need to get the job done and service that's second to none. So stop in, call, inbox, email, or WhatsApp us today. Happy Women's Month from all of us at Brothers Habet and Habet.
Save time and money with DigiWallet. Enjoy the power of low fees and rock-solid security. With our newest feature, you can now transfer money from your DigiWallet to any bank or credit union account. No more long nights reconciling. With DigiWallet, you can focus on what truly matters. Contact us today to sign up your business. DigiWallet, the safe, secure, and reliable mobile wallet solution.
Are you looking to turn life's goals into accomplishments? Goals like going to college, opening a small business, buying your own home, planning a wedding, taking a long overdue vacation. Looking for a financial partner that's there for you every step of the way? Then look no further. The National Bank of Belize is your bank that will be there for you for all your life's milestones. The National Bank of Belize is committed to providing every Belizean with innovative and affordable financial products and services. Visit one of your nearby branches or service centers for additional details, or contact us by phone at 822-0957 or 227-0807. WhatsApp us at 614-3133 or 676-6263 to make an appointment to find out more about what our friendly staff can do for you. For more information, you may also visit our website at nbbl.bz or find us on Facebook and Instagram. So whatever you want to do next, NBB will be there to make it possible. Certain conditions apply.
And I get it from the National Bank of Belize.
This plan, I can't left this plan. Smart Belize.
Hey there, smart thinkers. We're turbocharging your mobile experience with Smart's powered-up postpaid plans. Imagine a world where your data speeds flows faster than ever. Well, guess what? We've cranked up the dial and unleashed the postpaid power of Smart's lightning-fast LTE data on all our postpaid plans. That's right, no speed bumps, more data. It's like having a limitless highway of data speed at your fingertips. Whether you're a lone ranger with an individual plan or a squad rolling with a group plan, everyone gets to surf, stream, and share at enhanced full high-quality speed. Switch to Smart's powered-up postpaid plans today and ride the wave of postpaid power. Visit any Smart showroom or smart-bz.com for details and make your mobile experience smarter and faster. Smart, bringing people together.
I know I can't let this plan. I can't let this plan.
Are you looking for the right product to keep your family and your home safe? Then Spark Alcohol is exactly what you've been looking for. It prevents the spread of many diseases. It's also fast-drying, safe, and conveniently packaged in a spray bottle. Protect your family and your home with Spark Alcohol. Exclusively distributed by Unitex Company Limited. Coming in January 2023, a new line of Spark products.
And welcome back. I'm home alone, but I'm with you guys, so we're happy. We're also joined by the cadre of reporters who are actually on the field today, who are giving you blow by blow in real time as to what is happening in your municipality. And for those in diaspora, I dare say that Channel 5 has the best team of coverage. But we're joined with correspondents from across the country. I'd like to start off, guys. First of all, excellent job, and Belize thanks you. But can I start off directly with Stefan Nolberto? Stefan,
yes, good afternoon.
What is happening in Penny? What is the energy down there? Let's give PG some love.
Yes, sir, thank you. From this morning was a bit slow. We expected a huge crowd during the lunch hour. However, it wasn't the case. So after speaking to a lot of people on the ground, they believe that a change is in place, but we never know.
When you say a change, a wholesale change or mixed, what is it looking like?
I spoke to about, I would say 50 people, and everybody up in here. The new party, the BPP, seems to have been getting a lot of traction. And you can't take out Mr. Kranka. Stephen Polonio from the UDP. Yes. So as of now, I honestly can't say.
Yeah. What are you seeing in terms of the larger picture? Are the area reps for both parties, are they active, and what has been their impact on the ground?
Yes, I saw Minister Ferguson. I actually spoke to him this morning. I saw Minister Oscar Requena as well. And I also saw from the UDP side, hello?
We're hearing you clearly.
Yes, I also saw Mr. Sanchez, and they're actively not only campaigning, but trying to win the hearts of Punta Gordians and trying to tell them that, you know what, this is what is happening in PG, and this is what we can do for you, and this is what is coming here in PG.
Excellent, excellent. And who have been coming out? Is it the younger people? Is it the middle-aged people? Who is coming out?
Here in PG, I have seen a lot of young people here. Our young people are very vibrant and I would say want to show that sense of voice for them to cast their vote here today.
That's my turn, Oscar.
Awesome, awesome. Well, can we then move to Belize City? Belize City seems to be energized. And so, can we get the correspondence from Belize City? Maybe Isani can help us. I know his last interview was in Belize City, but maybe since yes. So maybe we can go to Brittany first before we get to Isani. Brittany, talk to us about what's happening in the old capital. Brittany, are you with us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear.
All right, great. So I'm standing here on Freetown. I'm in front of Central Assembly polling station. To my left, we have, to my right, we have the UDP tent, and just ahead of that, near the YMCA, we have a PUP tent. We have another PUP tent behind me, and up the street we have one UDP, one PUP. So it's a very mixed play here. We have many
Seems very, very active. What would you attribute the the trend of a very high voter turnout right now, in your opinion?
Well, right now in Belize City, this morning, very early, I would say we had a large concentration of like older people. They came out very early to vote. I spoke to an older woman who said that she was very happy to go out. She was near the Buttonwood Bay. And I think the older people are very excited to come out and represent. But there was a trickle down in the voting. I thought it would pick up by now. But from what I've heard, I spoke earlier to Mr. Karimusa, and he said after the lunch period, there should be a spike. From what I'm seeing in Belize City, there is a lot of PUP representation. There is some UDP representation as well, but I think that it's concentrated in the south side. As you know, Hispanic Americana is covering that. In the north side, we have mostly, I'd say, there was a few young voters this morning in front of Central Assembly. We saw some first-time voters. So it's been very mixed, but I'd say we're going to wait until midday later on, and we'll see if it picks up from there.
There are quite a few, Brittany, very young candidates in the race in Belize City. How have they been performing? Do you see nerves on them? Are they naturally taking on the role? What are you impressed with the cohort of very young candidates for both parties?
Well, I myself am seeing a lot of the younger candidates as well, and the older. They seem to have mixed and integrated into each other. Like one slate will have 3 older people and like a few younger as well. And it seems that they're very confident in their ability to stand alongside more experienced people. They seem very excited. I'm very impressed by their ability to, just come out and represent, even though they might not be as experienced as their peers.
All right, excellent work. What is happening in the culture capital? If there's any energy nationally, I'm sure the drums are bringing it out. Gwen, tell us something good.
Well, Papa, the only drum here is the imaginary drum. I tell you, hello, no, greetings, my brother.
When the people are voting, so that's a drum by itself.
That's right. I was going to tell you, the finger drum is rolling. So the turnout has been very low, but at Holy Ghost School, where normally we await how many blue, how many red from Holy Ghost, but the election and boundaries have, department has separated polling area 95 as Holy Ghost. So we now have Holy Ghost and Delil as 95, and they've also split the Benguche area. So we have Mayoral and Benguche, the old preschool, and now the new preschool. But it has been slow, but I must say steady, a steady slow. When we went by Holy Ghost, the flow there was constant. We went by Delil. It's slow. We went by Sacred Heart, same thing. By Zion, very, very slow. That's a cooperative area. And then by Alexia, Alberto Preschool was very slow. But they said normally after lunch, hopefully it will pick up. And then by the time poll closes, then it will have been calm. The only issue that was kind of minor but major, that caused this ruffle this morning, was the police officers. They got instructions from their superiors that people should not go and vote in the colors, blue or red, and worse if it has the writing, no? And that brought a little chaos by Holy Ghost, and there was also another misunderstanding with that at Sacred Heart. But it was clarified because the officers, they were following what directions they were given, which was wrong. So that was dealt with. But otherwise, no major issue here.
Gwen, what impact, if any, did that T-shirt controversy, T-shirt gate have on voter turnout? Any at all? Do you think it's going to affect people not coming out? Or?
None at all, because the early voters were the ones who were there, and those were the workers. Mostly, there were other people who were not working, but only a few. But majority were workers with their red and blue shirts. So they wanted to go and vote and then report to work. And the officers were not allowing them in. Then I guess the officers also wanted maybe to have a level of control. So they were saying, I think, 5 at a time or 10 at a time. And they said, no way, we won't stand in the sun waiting like that. So they just barged in and the officers allowed them to pass, which cooled down the matter. But the mayoral candidates from UDP and UDP were there to deal with the matter, along with Mr. Norman Usher, who is the standard bearer, and also the campaign coordinator for the United Democratic Party. So that was solved right there and then.
Thank you, Gwen. On the ground, Gwen, I'm actually joined now. Good work. I'm actually joined now by the award-winning journalist, no other than my HTC comrade, Isani Kaitan. I mean, it's a beautiful day, people, and we have to appreciate it for what it is. You know, it's like Christmas, it comes once a year. Yes. In this case, it comes every 4 years. Well, every 3 years. It probably should be 4. Isani, I know you've been on the ground, and I know you have an eye, particularly in the area that you are from, which is Lekai.
I just left from there, actually.
And that's exactly, I mean, there's no way you can talk about Belize City elections and not reference Corozal Hyde and what impact he will have on the final count. Have you been able to have a feel as to what his input is and where he is?
I did. As a matter of fact, I literally just left from Lake Independence. What I would want to do, if it's not asking too much, I'm not sure if we've queued up that interview with him. If we have, then I'd like to go to that and then come back and share my observations from what just happened on the ground in Lake Independence.
Always the immensely wise Isani Kaitan. Follow your lead. If it's available.
If it's available.
Let's do it. But while they're
okay, so let me share my observations and then we could go back to the interview that I just did with Corozal Hyde. So the energy on the ground in Lekai, as many would know, is supercharged. It's a stronghold for the People's United Party. It's been that way for a number of years historically. And so when you look at, you mentioned earlier the idea of T-shirts and what have you in terms of perhaps support for any one political organization. So from this morning at minutes to 7, it was all blue. Up until I left there 10 minutes or so ago, it's still overwhelmingly blue. Wow. Now, people would argue that shirts don't vote.
They don't vote.
But in Lake Independence, you would understand, like I mentioned, it's a PUP stronghold, so they have been able to shore up their support in that constituency. Nonetheless, the activity, from what I've seen since morning, it's alive, you know. Lake Independence borders Pickstock at Mahogany Street. Woo. So you could imagine the number of people, red, blue, yellow, that are on Mahogany Street. And so the fact that in other constituencies it's slow in terms of the voter turnout, because Mahogany Street is arguably one of the busiest streets in the city, you're seeing people coming and going. Now, whether or not there are constituents of either of those two areas, I wouldn't be able to tell you, but the flurry of activity shows that things are happening in that particular area, right? My conversation with Corozal Hyde earlier speaks to some of the work that has been happening both in Lake Independence, which is his constituency, and of course across Belize City when you look at what the municipal government has been doing across the old capital. And so he mentions one very salient point, The fact that all of this is post-COVID, and the fact that when the incumbent government and of course the PUP City Council came into power, they were very much in a situation where they had to deal with the pandemic and trying to get the country and the city back to work and coming out of the whole idea of the lockdown. So it's all post-pandemic, and the fact that people are out and about, it would seem as if though it's very much behind us. But they're also speaking to economic recovery, they're speaking to job opportunities, to infrastructure development as well.
You know, you're talking about the fact that these two powerhouse constituencies kind of are neighbors. How do you think that will impact, sorry, let me put it this way. Has there been an impact of that corridor in terms of voter turnout? Because I'm trying to understand, Isani, why Belize City seems to be running ahead of the pack. If this was cross-country, they'd already be in Belmopan.
Yeah.
Do you feel, what do you think, finally, before because we have an interview with the Prime Minister, I believe, coming up. So, but we have an interview coming up, but just that final question. What do you attribute to the voter turnout in Belize City?
Well, what attributes to the voter turnout in Belize City is simply the machineries of both major parties, right? The fact that when you look at Queen Square, for instance, the number of persons that they've been able to draw out to come to the polls for both parties, that speaks for itself. When you look at Mesopotamia, when you look at Lake Independence, and even Pickstock. Now, Pickstock is one of the larger constituencies, but if we're speaking on the Mahogany Street intersection, as I mentioned before, then you would see that persons are out there trying their best to get as many voters out. And we're not talking solely about persons in blue or red shirts. We're talking about actual, working class people or people who are at home, bringing them out to cast their ballots.
All right, excellent, Isani. Well, we have Dalila, and Dalila, you're with us? Out in Sugar City?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Dalila, I heard you spoke to the Prime Minister. What was that interview like? What is his spirit?
Well, he is very optimistic, and he is saying that he is very confident that the People's United Party would again be taking over the municipalities. I asked him a little bit about whether he believes the party would be winning nine municipalities, and he says that that's the hope. I asked him a little bit about the perceived vulnerabilities in areas where there are shared seats, and he says that he is thinking that, things are shifting positively for the PUP. So he's very optimistic about what's going to happen. He is also saying that he is optimistic about having at least 65% of the voter turnout here. And so pretty much he's confident that his party is going to perform equally or even better at this municipal elections. So that's pretty much what he said in a nutshell. The confidence is high, as well as with the People's United Party's team of 7 here in Orange Walk. They're equally positive.
Dalila, the turmoil that the key informer had, is that playing any role right now in what's happening there in the elections? Or is that behind?
None at all. There's no. There is absolutely no talk. There is absolutely nothing concerning that. Both parties are really geared up. They're doing what they can, pulling their people out. It's pretty much easy. I would say easy going right now. The morning was a lot very slow. It started off very slow. Both parties think that it's going to pick up after midday. Those who were first at the polling stations were people that actually had to go work early this morning. But the people are coming out.
My friend, how is beautiful Corozal? Is the sea still turquoise?
Yes, it is actually. It's a really hot day here in Corozal. You know, the breeze really not very helpful. Feel like Easter weather already coming in. But I am currently here by polling area number 40, which is St. Paul's Anglican. This is an area where approximately 2,000 plus registered voters are for this particular polling area. What we've been seeing here in Corozal is that it has been kind of slow, just as much reporting. About 300 persons per hour have been coming to the polls. Right now, as of up to 1 o'clock, the numbers are that 2,156 persons have already cast their votes. That's from the total of 7,828 registered voters for Corozal Town, right? So we're at 27.5% that have come out so far. I've spoken to all three mayoral candidates, as well as the standard bearer for Corozal, as well as Corozal Bay, as well as the current area rep, Elvia Vega Samos, who they're all saying that, you know what, the turnout is unusual for Corozal Town itself, but I guess it favors, the rule of thumb is that it favors the incumbent, but are these issues that are affecting Corozal, the national issues, going to have a toll or play on, you know, who comes out? There's mixed reviews coming from people that we've been able to talk to as during their exit polling, no? And we will have some of those for you guys later on.
Excellent work doing. Belmopan. All eyes are on Belmopan. Paul.
Hi, yes. Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me in the studio?
Yes, we can. We can hear you very clearly.
Welcome to the part of Belize that is the most closest to the sun. The city of Belmopan. The heat is on, and I'm talking about the literal sun. I mean, the heat is on where the elections is concerned as well. I believe that up to this point, we've seen somewhere between 22 to 23% voters turnout in the city of Belmopan. When I spoke to the area representative earlier, he told me that this is quite normal for Belmopan at this time to see that percentage of voters turn out at this point. What's been playing out interestingly here in Belmopan is that from the last municipal election to now, the voters registration has increased by, the registration list that is, has increased by at least 2,000 voters. The interesting thing, however, is that this expansion mostly took place in the eastern part of Belmopan. That's in the peripheries. That's like in the Mopan, San Martin, San Las Flores, those types of areas. That's where the expansion took place. And so that's where these voters are coming from. And as a result, the East, Belmopan East, has the most voters registered. So whereas in municipal elections past, whereas it was central Belmopan for the most part that played a large factor, the determining factor in these elections, it has now switched to eastern Belmopan, having perhaps you would say the greatest power among voters. And so that's one of the things that I'm seeing play out here today, something new perhaps on the scene in the city of Belmopan, and we'll just have to wait to see what type of impact that will make throughout the rest of the day. Polls will be closed in what, 4 hours and a half, so we have some time left.
Paul, you interviewed both Elvin Penner and Khalid Bilal. What was your feel from them? From my view over here, they didn't seem as energetic and as, well, I don't want to misstate what the energy I got, but what was your sense in terms of their stake and investment in the elections in Belmopan? Because we know there's been quite a bit of election activity, conventions and back and forth?
These are two former United Democratic Party representative by way of a minister and a former mayor. However, during their interview and in conversation with them, they attempted to appear or present themselves as neutral as possible. And they did not seek to hint or indicate leaning towards any color or any sort of party. And I appreciated that from both of them being former leaders, being former political leaders at the municipal level and at a national level. So I don't know to what extent their investments are in Belmopan, other than for them to have come out early, purposefully, that because of their schedules and to cast their votes.
You think that will have an impact on it's a very large area. Do you think their neutrality will have, well, first of all, my first question is, do you think that it's a reflection of being slighted, or it's a reflection of how deep the cuts are in the UDP in Belmopan?
I think it's a reflection of the uncertainty that exists within Belmopan at this point in time. There's the fact that, as I've been hearing it from different municipalities, it's the same here, where the People's United Party's support machinery or supporters is out in much larger numbers than the United Democratic Party. And so I think it's safe for former politicians to remain neutral so as not to get it wrong per se. And then I mean, their time is up. So I don't know that their voices matter as much in that regard.
Well, I hope it cools down a little in Belmopan, but heats up politically. Can we then move to La Isla Bonita? Marian, what's happening in San Pedro beside walking barefoot on the beach? Marian? While we wait for Marian, let's go to Jose Sanchez, who is in the twin towns of San Ignacio, yes. Santa Elena. Jose.
Good afternoon. Yes, right here, enjoying the views of the beautiful church on the school grounds and of the Sacred Heart Primary School. That's where we're at right now.
Awesome.
So we're having a good time out here. Well, as of our last check, we're still waiting for an update from Benque, but our last check we were about 23.4% turnout. As you're aware, there were some complaints about, the resident aliens who have come across to vote. We do have an update for San Ignacio and Santa Elena. As of midday, 12 o'clock, of the 13,729 registered voters, there were 3,219 ballots cast. And specifically, that's 23.45%. It looks very low, 6 hours into the day with 6 hours remaining. Yes. However, if you look at the statistics for 2021, we had 13,079 to 7,254 ballots cast. So at the end of the day, you had about 55.59% cast for the entire day. So having about 23.45% at midday today simply means that we're about halfway there. So we should double up that amount by the end of the day, So that's just a little bit less than half of the previous numbers. The only main difference we have is that we have 679 more voters now than we did back then. But those are our specific numbers in our last conversation with the chief, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, that's our last check.
No, they might like me. They up when
I'm curious, Jose, as to the activity of the area reps in that area. We know we have Julius Espat, and we have quite a few very powerful and influential UDP activists in that area. We have the past chairman of the party out there, Mr. Alberto August. What is the spirit and energy in the Twin Towns? It's normally high energy. So is that the case right now?
I'm sorry. I'm hearing like several voices at the same time. But I think you're asking me what's the energy like. It's not the same as with the other elections. I think it's been a little bit more tempered. I believe the mayor and Mr. Preston, they're both trying to be very muted in their responses for the day. We will see this afternoon if it's ramped up in the afternoon, but everyone has been very responsible. Yes, there are current and former era representatives. I think I saw Salvador Fernandez as well. You know, I saw different people who are former era representatives out there, and everyone's out there trying to do their part, but it's a very different atmosphere than before. It's not as energetic that I've seen in previous years.
Excellent. Thank you, Jose. Marian.
Yes, I'm here in San Pedro. Are you hearing me now?
I envy you.
I can say the same. You're sitting down in an air-conditioned room. It's very hot out here.
I take the beach. Marian, San Pedro seems to be in its own category, sort of like almost immune from what's happening in terms of some of the noise. But what's the feel on the ground, and how is the movement? Is it energetic, somber? What's happening out there?
It's interesting that you use the word somber, because I asked my colleague here, Maria Novello, who is helping us with the camera work for today, how would you describe today out in San Pedro, she being a resident and all, and she said somber. As far as my memory serves though, I recall coming out there 3 years ago and working the elections then, and to me, at least now at this point in the day, it seems to be picking up compared to then. I'm seeing more activity, more vehicles, more people coming out. This morning was, though, indeed a little bit slow. I would call it slow. I did not see the amount of people or a line per se of voters waiting to cast their ballots this morning. Of course, though, I reached out a little bit late because I too went to vote in Belize City, where I reside. But I think now the pace is picking up. I want to share a little bit of the figures here with you.
Please do.
Yes, so back in 2021, the same elections that I made reference to a while ago, the voter turnout back then was a little over 69%. So that's almost 70% for me. I think that's really high when you compare it to other municipalities. And then as far as up to midday, the voter turnout out there was at 26%. So I don't know if between now and when the polls close a little later on this evening, if we'll see that same amount of voter turnout as high as 69%. Also, just for some background information, remember too that this is the first UP Town Council that has been elected in recent times, because prior to former Mayor, UP Mayor Wale Nunes and his team, who just completed their 3-year term, prior to that, there was an 18-year reign of UDP mayorship and councils, I should say. So that's against the backdrop of the figures that I just shared with you all.
Absolutely.
And again, in terms of the issues, infrastructure and traffic are the main issues that the two PUP and UDP mayoral candidates say they would focus on. In terms of the only independent mayoral candidate, the only independent candidate is a mayoral candidate, Mr. Abner Bakab. He says that he would focus on health and tourism, creating opportunities in health and tourism. And he would also focus on health issues.
Marian, excellent work. We're going to have to take a break. We asked you to come back and join us. We're just heating up, so with your rice and beans or whatever you're eating out there, get your popcorn, because it's going to be a beautiful day today. So we're going to take a break. We're going to ask you to please stay tuned and join us on the other side of the break, where we have more exciting conversation about Belize voting in the municipal elections. Please join us.
Welcome to a new era of emergency care. Introducing the new and improved Accident and Emergency Ward at Belize Healthcare Partners Limited. Conveniently located in the heart of Belize City and accessible by ambulance and helicopter, our new state-of-the-art facility is designed to provide the highest level of care for patients at their most critical moments. With a new A&E equipped with advanced diagnostic tools, our healthcare professionals are better equipped than ever to swiftly and accurately diagnose a wide range of medical conditions. Whether it's a life-threatening condition or a minor injury, each patient is treated with the utmost urgency and compassion. The new Accident and Emergency Wing is a testament to our commitment to delivering exceptional medical care when it matters most. Belize Healthcare Partners, your leader in healthcare.
At Brothers Habet and Habet, we are proud to celebrate Women's Month. This year's theme is Inspire Inclusion, and we want to inspire the creativity of our women breaking barriers in the industry. That's why, for the entire month of March, we are offering all women a special 15% discount on all products store-wide. Whether you're a professional, a DIY enthusiast, or just looking to tackle home improvement projects, we have everything you need to get the job done and service that's second to none. So stop in, call, inbox, email, or WhatsApp us today. Happy Women's Month from all of us at Brothers Habet and Habet.
This plan, I can't left this plan. Smart Belize.
Hey there, smart thinkers. We're turbocharging your mobile experience with Smart's powered-up postpaid plans. Imagine a world where your data speeds flows faster than ever. Well, guess what? We've cranked up the dial and unleashed the postpaid power of Smart's lightning-fast LTE data on all our postpaid plans. That's right, no speed bumps, more data. It's like having a limitless highway of data speed at your fingertips. Whether you're a lone ranger with an individual plan or a squad rolling with a group plan, everyone gets to surf, stream, and share at enhanced full high-quality speed. Switch to Smart's powered-up postpaid plans today and ride the wave of postpaid power. Visit any Smart showroom or smart-bz.com for details and make your mobile experience smarter and faster. Smart, bringing people together.
I know I can't left this plan. I can't left this plan.
Tell me, what about our honor today? I recently did a Red Girl video. I get more views than Harriet. And you know one person had the nerve to post that I not even a Red Girl? I mean, like, what that mean anyway?
Well, here what about me? Every time I go buy meat pie, and I go, so, nothing in there. Nothing. So this is my issue. I over 18, and I want known artist. And you could believe my man still expect me for wash dishes? No got time for that. I don't prefer dishes. Yes.
And you, sir?
Well, I don't really got their kind of problems, you know. Ever since I switched to DJ and signed up for my unlimited postpaid plan, life stress-free. Nothing bother me or my connection no more.
Welcome to our newly built intensive care unit. Our ICU is equipped with state-of-the-art technology and designed to prioritize patient care, ensuring that our patients receive the highest level of attention and treatment. Our ICU is equipped with advanced bedside monitors that continuously check and display vitals, allowing our medical team to closely monitor patients around the clock. Our dedicated nurses are stationed at the central monitoring station, which provides them with a full view of all patient rooms. Our team of doctors and nurses are trained to expertly handle critical situations with compassion and work together to provide comprehensive and personalized care to each patient. At Belize Healthcare Partners Limited, you and your family come first. Belize Healthcare Partners, your leader in healthcare.
Are you looking to turn life's goals into accomplishments? Goals like going to college, opening a small business, buying your own home, planning a wedding, taking a long overdue vacation. Looking for a financial partner that's there for you every step of the way? Then look no further. The National Bank of Belize is your bank that will be there for you for all your life's milestones. The National Bank of Belize is committed to providing every Belizean with innovative and affordable financial products and services. Visit one of your nearby branches or service centers for additional details, or contact us by phone at 822-0957 or 227-0807. WhatsApp us at 614-3133 or 676-6263 to make an appointment to find out more about what our friendly staff can do for you. For more information, you may also visit our website at nbbl.bz or find us on Facebook and Instagram. So whatever you want to do next, NBB will be there to make it possible. Certain conditions apply.
And I get it from the National Bank of Belize. This plan, I can't leave this plan. Smart Belize.
Hey there, smart thinkers. We're turbocharging your mobile experience with Smart's powered-up postpaid plans. Imagine a world where your data speeds flows faster than ever. Well, guess what? We've cranked up the dial and unleashed the postpaid power of Smart's lightning-fast LTE data on all our postpaid plans. That's right, no speed bumps, more data. It's like having a limitless highway of data speed at your fingertips. Whether you're a Lone Ranger with an individual plan or a squad rolling with a group plan, everyone gets to surf, stream, and share at enhanced full high-quality speed. Switch to Smart's powered-up postpaid plans today and ride the wave of postpaid power. Visit any Smart showroom or smart-bz.com for details and make your mobile experience smarter and faster. Smart, bringing people together.
I know I can't leave this plan. I can't leave this plan.
Introducing Unitex Company Limited's Spark LED bulbs. Brighten your world with our new line of Spark LED bulbs. Affordable, long-lasting, and energy efficient. Say goodbye to pesky mosquitoes with our innovative mosquito killer bulbs, providing a comfortable and insect-free environment. Choose from our rechargeable options for sustainable, eco-friendly lighting solutions. We also offer a range of regular bulbs to suit your every need. Spark LED bulbs, exclusively distributed by Unitex Company Limited. Call us at 610-3626.
At Brothers Habet and Habet, we are proud to celebrate Women's Month. This year's theme is Inspire Inclusion, and we want to inspire the creativity of our women breaking barriers in the industry. That's why, for the entire month of March, we are offering all women a special 15% discount on all products store-wide. Whether you're a professional, a DIY enthusiast, or just looking to tackle home improvement projects, we have everything you need to get the job done and service that's second to none. So stop in, call, inbox, email, or WhatsApp us today. Happy Women's Month from all of us at Brothers Habet and Habet.
As motorcyclists, we know the thrill of the open road, but improper overtaking can result in severe injury or worse. It can shatter your life and dreams. It can shatter the emotions of the people you love. Or, in the best case scenario, you're left with a hefty fine. Driving recklessly is not worth it. Follow the rules of the road and stay alert. Safe overtaking leads to a smooth journey. Choose patience and safety over impatience and recklessness. It can make all the difference. A message from the Second Road Safety Project and the Caribbean Development Bank.
I'm connected. Yo.
I'm connected.
We're connected.
Create the perfect broadband bundle that fits your style with Smart Connect. With the Junior Bundle, get 50% off your national calls and up to 6 gigabytes of data at no extra cost. Get postpaid added for an additional cost of only $25 with the Prime Bundle. Stay connected with unlimited smart-to-smart calls plus 6,300 megabytes of data and free international minutes. For the family, pay $28.13 more and get the Binge Watchers bundle with Netflix. This bundle gives you 4 profiles with unlimited streaming on multiple devices. Visit a showroom near you to sign up and personalize your own bundle combination with Smart Connect. Smart, bringing people together.
And welcome back to Channel 5's Municipal Elections coverage of 2024. We are now joined by former Mayor of Belize City, Miss Zenida Moya. Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of our panel this afternoon. So I think we want to switch gears into past mayoral perspective. And honestly, your role and your journey as one of the first women, mayoral women candidates in politics. Welcome.
It has been, to be a trailblazer in this area, at least when it comes to Belize City, because we did have Mayor Elsa Paz in San Pedro. She was one term before me. And I believe there was a mayor in Orange Walk, a female mayor, I think so. A long time, I believe so. But the point is that it has been, I came out really out of the trade union movement. I was a head of department in government service, and then of course I was with the trade unions at the time. It has been quite an experience, just to get into another area, serving in the government service at a national level, and then moving and governing along with the councillors, at the local, at the municipal level. There's certain differences, but there's also certain, similarities. Yeah. Clearly, you call it the local level for a reason. Yeah. People are right there in your face. At the national level, when people talk about Belmopan, you're up in Belmopan, it's a little bit different. You should know about it. You would know about it a bit, right?
A little. Nothing compared to your experience, though.
Nothing compared. People are right there, waiting for you. They want assistance in certain areas, and you just gotta be there.
What inspired you to enter the political arena? I know you say you come from this trade union background, but we don't see a lot of women in politics. Even from the inception to now, we still only have one person in the cabinet that is a female. Yeah. So, and that hasn't changed. Two, yes. So we're still in this stage of an imbalance of women in politics. So yeah, what made you decide to run?
I always tell people, and this is the absolute truth, I did not intend to run. Yes, I had I'll tell you, all the parties at the time, believe you me, I had persons from each one of them asking me to run, and even certain persons who wanted to form their own party, big names, who had asked me also to run with them.
You weren't calling out those big names?
We weren't calling out those names.
So call one name.
You're very big names. I'm going to leave it like that. But they were waiting for me to step and run. Now, I was back with the government service. Yes, I was part of the whole, trade union movement, and we were fighting for different, on different issues. No, at the time, I'd gone back to to the government service. And, you know, at the end of the day, there were elections coming up, and I recall there was an article, and Marie Williams had written that article for a reporter, and she was speaking about certain candidates and saying, you know, you need a champion, and you need, you know, the candidates at the time were, she called them wishy-washy candidates. And, you know, at the time, people were asking me to run. And then I read that article, and I said, you know what? It was speaking to me. Her article was speaking to me. And they called me, lots of people had called me, elected and unelected. And that morning, I read the article at night, and the morning, the party leader of the party that I run with called me and asked me, different people had already asked me from the party, but he called that morning, and I decided to run, not because of him, I'll be upfront with you, because of the article. Okay. Because of that article, simply because he said we needed a champion to be able to go in and get certain things done, and just at that time there was a need for you know just for the grassroots people to have a voice.
Yeah. When it comes to municipal elections, and we've kind of been touching on this for the better part of the day, there is this misconception of what municipal government can do versus what central government can do. We've been back and forth with it. What did you find to be some of your more prominent moments and some of your challenges?
Well, the more prominent, I'm somebody who loves people. To get into this era, you have to love people. At the same time, I was a economist, a senior economist and a head of department. I would work for the Department of Cooperatives and Credit Unions in the role of registrar, and then at the time as the director of Public Sector Investment Program in the Ministry of National Development. And you literally have to want best for people. As an economist, you, at least I'll speak for myself, you become an economist because you oftentimes, at least in my case, you want to share and you want to be a part of those who will help to bring economic development for your country. That's the whole purpose of my life. That's the whole purpose why I even studied that, and that's the whole purpose why I even worked with the government. The challenges, however, as I mentioned and I alluded to earlier, is the fact that at the national level, things is, to me, a little bit easier. At the local level, it's a bit more challenging. When you can't just raise taxes on people, trade license, property taxes, you know, whatever tax, sanitation, things like that. It's not easy because these people are right in your faces. Yeah. You know, if the economy isn't going well, then what? You're going to raise taxes because you need to pay for a street and all that. Yeah, you could do that, and you can just, you know, knock down the hammer and do it. But, you know, and that's where you have to have a balance. Yeah. Because, yeah.
No, well, you know, April is very nice. I want to get to the nitty-gritty because
well, I have to make the people understand where should they come from first.
I know, but I like shush.
I've been noticing.
Go right ahead, and you had enough coffee. So.
But why it's important for me, I have two daughters, and you know, if any of them were to ever say, you know what, I want to be like Zenida Moya, or I want to be like Sharon Palacio, or I want to be like Sister B, or I want to be like any of these persons who, or Sister Madame Liz, it's not the rosy part of politics that you have to endure to be successful. It's really the gritty, grimy, clumsy side of it.
Correct.
And so my question to you is from your unique perspective as a woman. And the first question I have is, what is different being a woman and running that is different from being a man and running? What's the difference?
Well, one, you don't have much role models out there. First of all, we don't have much role models out there. We don't have enough mentors out there. Now, you can say I can have a male that can be my mentor, but it's not the same. We go through different challenges. When we walk into a room, oftentimes we're the only woman in that room. If you do not have a level of self-confidence in you, if you are not intelligent enough to be able to articulate well, you're going to get run over. You understand? So it comes with differences. If you have a cause, you genuinely have a cause and a good cause, you have to be able to push forward.
I really need you to be honest with me here.
Sure.
And this is just something that I've seen in other rules,
Sure.
right? But are women in politics seat fillers? Are we there just to sit down and fill the seat? Or do we actually have the opportunity to make